Chapter 111. The muscles on Zhao Ziqing's body bulged like horned dragons, looking ferocious and horrifying. He roared towards the sky and used all of his strength. His arms grew to the size of a person, with tiny scales growing on them. It was as if he had turned into a demonic beast. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He felt the pressure from his opponent, but he did not resist it. Instead, he retreated at lightning speed. Rumble. Lin Xian left a golden shadow on the spot, then dodged to the side. Puff. Zhao Ziqing was like a demonic beast, with infinite strength. His two fists killed the shadow left by Lin Xian. Run? Let's see where you can run to. Zhao Ziqing looked crazy, like a demonic beast. Lin Xian did not compete with him in terms of physical strength. Instead, he took out the red flame sword, and a powerful sword intent burst out from his body. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. That was just a warm-up. Now is the time for the real battle. Lin Xian looked indifferent, like a sword god reborn. Countless sword chi surrounded his body. As he threw out his sword, the blue spirit power gathered into a sword light, forming a sword rain that covered the sky. Every sword contained the half-step sword intent, and the horrifying power made people despair. Is this sword intent? It is indeed horrifying. Many core disciples' faces changed, and they looked at Lin Xian with fear. The long sword roared, and the sword chi soared into the sky. Just the aftermath was enough to make them tremble, not to mention Zhao Ziqing, who was covered in it. Iron body arts. Facing such a horrifying attack, Zhao Ziqing's mouth twitched. He shouted, and a layer of silver cuticle quickly formed on his body, making him look like he was made of copper and iron. Clang, 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 clang. The sword chi hit his body, making the sound of metal clashing. It made people's eardrums tremble. The ordinary inner disciples were scared by this scene, and even the core disciples frowned. This kind of attack was impossible to dodge, and the only way was to take it head-on. When the sword rain disappeared, the whole arena was like a sieve. There was not a single place that was intact. Zhao Ziqing's body was also covered with sword marks, and the densely packed wounds were frightening. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Zhao Ziqing shouted crazily. Wind-ripping hand. The two gigantic palms pulled forcefully, and the air in front of them was sucked away. It was as if space was being split into two halves. That kind of power was capable of tearing people apart. Crack. Half of the arena was cut open by this force, and it continued to spread into the distance. It was too terrifying. This kind of strength was not something an ordinary pulse condensation martial artist could produce. It had already surpassed the limits of the human body. Let's end this. Lin Xian used the phantom thunder steps and turned into an arc of lightning, quickly escaping from that space. With a slash of his sword, a thunderbolt sword chi formed in the air. With the power of the half-step sword intent, it slashed down with a loud bang. Crack, crack. No matter how strong Zhao Ziqing's body was, it was still unable to withstand the might of this half-step sword intent. His body was sent flying, and there was a half-foot-long wound in front of him. His bones were vaguely visible. In the field, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. His body was still filled with a terrifying sword intent. Golden arcs of electricity formed small swords around his body that constantly swam. A single sword strike sent Zhao Ziqing flying. This kind of power was unparalleled. Several disciples quickly carried the heavily injured Zhao Ziqing away and left without looking back. One could imagine that this matter would sweep through the entire inner sect. Tang Yi and Xiang Chun looked at Lin Xian in the field, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. If nothing unexpected happened, this youth would be their greatest enemy. Withdrawing his sword intent, Lin Xian greeted the two of them and then quickly left. He had obtained the core disciple spot, and now he just had to wait to enter the trial of blood and fire. In the following days, besides Lin Xian, there were also people who began to challenge the core disciples, but their chances of winning were not high. After all, the core disciples represented the highest level of the sect, and the resources they enjoyed were far superior to the ordinary disciples. But there was an exception. That was Shangguan Luyun, who had entered the inner sect with Lin Xian. He had defeated the 10th core disciple and obtained a spot. Moreover, Dong Ying and Zhao Ziqing had both been injured, and both of them had been forced out of the core disciple spot. 10 days later, the sect announced the final spots. Among the core disciples, apart from Lin Xian, Shangguan Luyun, and a female disciple called Yun Yue, the rest were all Yuan core disciples. The remaining 5 were Murong Qianling, Zhang Jun, Kong Hao, Guo Jia, and Hong Feng. These 5 were all direct disciples of inner sect elders. They were powerful and had all entered the Sea of Soul realm. Moreover, they were all under the age of 24, completely meeting the criteria to enter the trial of blood and fire. Among them, Murong Qianling was Elder Hua's disciple, and Zheng Jun was Elder Shui's disciple. This news made Lin Xian slightly stunned. He did not expect Elder Shui to have a disciple, and one whose strength had reached the Sea of Soul realm. 5 days later, these 15 people would gather in front of the main hall and be led by the sect elders to the trial of blood and fire. Many disciples sighed helplessly, lamenting that they had no fate with the trial of blood and fire. There were also some younger disciples who were determined to participate in the next trial. As for the 15 people who obtained the spots, they were wholeheartedly preparing for the trial. Lin Xian's cultivation these few days was very simple. He did not learn any new martial arts, but instead continuously consolidated his existing martial arts. Moreover, he used tenfold gravity and spirit wine to temper his martial arts every day. On the 3rd day, Murong Qianling found Lin Xian and went with him to see Elder Hua. Elder Hua was the woman in palace attire that day. She was Murong Qianling's master and had also entered the trial of blood and fire. This time, she called Lin Xian and Murong Qianling over to inform them of some information inside. The trial of blood and fire opened once every 7 years. The Black Sky sect had been established for 600 years, and during this period of time, it was unknown how many times they had entered. Although the situation was not exactly the same every time, the general information was still groped out. Lin Xian was currently holding a map in his hand. It was a map of the trial of blood and fire. On it were mountains, forests, rivers, and palaces. It was like a small world. Entering the trial of blood and fire is only an opportunity. As for whether you can change your destiny inside, that will depend on your own luck. Elder Hua simply said, the inside is generally divided into 3 areas. The first is the outer area. There is not much danger there, and there are not many precious resources. When you are in the outer area, you should be careful of the disciples of other factions. The second area is the blood and fire forest. There are all kinds of demonic beasts hiding inside. There are 2 areas that are listed as forbidden areas. One is the Bat Cave. There is a peak 3rd-rank demonic beast hibernating inside. It is the Bat King. If you encounter it, there is almost no chance of escaping. The other area is a mysterious valley. No one knows what is inside. Anyone who approaches it will inexplicably die. You must not go to these 2 areas. Lin Xian memorized the 2 forbidden areas and then continued to listen. The 3rd area is the Blood Palace. That is the true treasure land. There are countless pills, weapons, and cultivation methods. In the past, many pulse condensation disciples entered, but when they came out, they were already Sea of Soul realm martial artists. Not only does it save you years of bitter cultivation, but the martial artists who advance inside are clearly stronger than ordinary Sea of Soul realm martial artists. Chapter 112. Moreover, it is said that there are martial arts inheritances inside. Whoever obtains them will not only have their strength increased greatly, but it will also not be difficult for them to enter the 3 spirit realms. Elder Hua said in a deep voice, so there is such a saying. No wonder so many inner disciples want to enter. Lin Xian thought. The 3 spirit realms were divided into the harmonious spirit realm, the spirit detecting realm, and the spirit transformation realm. Elder Hua was a harmonious spirit realm martial artist. Although she looked like she was in her 30s, her actual age was more than 100 years old. After all, after entering the 3 spirit realms, a martial artist's lifespan would increase greatly. This was the most attractive part. Martial artists in the 3 spirit realms could usually live up to 300 years old. It was rumored that some old monsters in the spirit transformation realm could live up to 400 or 500 years old without a problem. Regarding the inheritance, you don't need to force it. This thing depends on luck. I want to remind you of something else. If you find any herbs, weapons, or cultivation methods inside, you can hand them over to the sect if you don't need them. Of course, the sect will also give you the same amount of spirit stones or other resources to exchange. As for cultivation methods, even if you hand them over, you can still cultivate them. Following that, Elder Hua talked about some of the resources and cultivation methods that the sect cared about. She also talked about the things that could be exchanged. Most of them were spirit stones. Among them, high-grade profound ranked martial arts could be exchanged for 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Low-grade spirit ranked martial arts could be exchanged for 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. That was 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Xian heard this price and couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that spirit-ranked martial arts were also good things for the sect. As for other things, Elder Hua didn't say too much. After all, each entry was different. Moreover, many things had to be fought for with one's own strength. After bidding farewell to Elder Hua, Lin Xian returned to his residence. After organizing the information he obtained, Lin Xian found that the most important thing was the blood-colored palace. Not only were there many resources, there was also the legendary martial arts inheritance. Moreover, the most important point was that breaking through in the blood-colored trial ground would be better than breaking through in the outside world. This gave Lin Xian a new idea. Originally, he wanted to break through to the 9th rank meridian condensing realm in these 2 days. However, he temporarily suppressed his own cultivation and prepared to break through after entering the blood-colored trial ground. Moreover, his final goal was to enter the Sea of Souls realm in the trial ground, which would have a significant impact on his future strength. In a great hall of the Black Heaven sect, Elder Shui sat with a gloomy expression. His eyes were burning with anger. Beside him, a young man was pouring tea. 2 pieces of trash. They were actually wounded by a mere 8th stage meridian period brat. You've missed out on the right to participate in the trial by fire. His tone was so cold that the entire hall was filled with a chill. The tea-pouring youth smiled faintly. Actually, you can't blame the 2 junior brothers. After all, the attack power of a martial artist who has comprehended sword intent can't be estimated by his cultivation. However, master, don't worry. Even a peerless genius is nothing before he grows up. The young man's voice was filled with disdain and a strong murderous intent. Let him stay in the trial of blood and fire forever. Elder Shui looked at the disciple in satisfaction and said, killing him is a small matter. The most important thing is the inheritance in the blood palace. As far as I know, there is more than one kind of inheritance inside. Moreover, this is the first time the seal has loosened in the past 100 years. It will last for as long as a month. You must seize this opportunity. I understand. The young man's eyes burned with passion. Yunzhou, Ling family. As one of the 4 great families, the Ling family had 10 spots. These 10 people were the genius disciples of the Ling family and represented the future hope of the Ling family. As the grandson of a Ling family elder, Ling Zhe naturally received a spot. Moreover, he had reported Lin Xian's matter to the family and requested that the family kill Lin Xian. He has comprehended sword intent and is an enemy of the Ling family. Naturally, we must eliminate him, the Ling family elder coldly said. After entering the trial of blood and fire, you can eliminate him. Remember, you must do it covertly. Do not let the Black Sky sect find out. Yes, the group of Ling family disciples respectfully said. The day before departure, Lin Xian was summoned again. This time, it was the purple-robed man who had sat in the clouds that day. His name was Duanmu Qing, and he was the sect's great elder. He looked at Lin Xian and faintly sighed. I originally wanted you to enter the trial by fire next time. With your current cultivation, it is a bit too much. However, since you insist, I will not stop you. Elder Duanmu waved his sleeve, and 2 items appeared in his hand. One was a rusty armor that was damaged in some places. It looked ordinary and even a bit tattered. The other item was a yellowed talisman. These 2 items were obtained from the trial of blood and fire. This armor can defend against all attacks below the Spirit Sea realm. Even against a Spirit Sea realm martial artist, it can withstand a few attacks. With it, as long as you don't enter the forbidden area, you will have no problem staying alive. Elder Duanmu said in a deep voice, "You have comprehended sword intent. If nothing unexpected happens, your future achievements will definitely surpass us. Therefore, there are some places where you do not need to take risks." As for this item, it is a high-grade talisman. It can kill a Spirit Sea Realm martial artist in one strike. However, it can only be used once. Unless it is absolutely necessary, do not use it. Lin Xian received the two treasures and respectfully said, "Thank you, Great Elder. This disciple will definitely return safely." Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of departure. Early in the morning, the sky was overcast. A fine drizzle floated in the sky, shrouding the surroundings with a hazy feeling. Lin Xian and the other disciples participating in the Trial of Trials had already arrived in front of the main hall to wait. Among these disciples, the ones with the highest cultivation were Murong Qianling and Zheng Jun, who had reached the second layer of the Spirit Sea Realm. The other three personal disciples were at the first layer of the Spirit Sea Realm. The head disciple of the core disciples, Wan Jianqing, was also at the first layer of the Spirit Sea Realm. The other disciples were at the ninth layer of the Meridian's condensing stage. Among them, Lin Xian's cultivation was the weakest, at the eighth layer of the Meridian's condensing stage. However, no core disciple dared to underestimate him. After all, he defeated Zhao Ziqing and Dong Ying, and his strength could be ranked in the top 5 among the core disciples. What was surprising was that Shangguan Liuyun's cultivation had also reached the ninth layer of the Meridian's condensing stage. His aura was as heavy as a mountain. Looks like everyone has a fortuitous encounter, Lin Xian thought to himself as he looked at Shangguan Liyun. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Shangguan Liyun nodded slightly. The two of them weren't familiar with each other, but after all, they had fought once and had a certain understanding of each other's temperament. "Lin Xian, this time, I definitely won't lose to you." Fighting spirit surged in Shangguan Liuyun's eyes. "I won't either." Lin Xian's words were filled with confidence. Humph! An indifferent cold snort was heard, containing disdain and a trace of killing intent. Shangguan Liyun was silent, and Lin Xian looked towards the source of the sound. In front, a youth with an evil smile stood with his hands behind his back. As his eyes opened and closed, there was a flicker of light. Among them, he inadvertently looked towards Lin Xian, and his gaze was like looking down on an ant. Zheng Jun. Lin Xian's heart sank slightly. Among these people, the only one he was wary of was this Zheng Jun. Not only was he a martial artist at the second layer of the Spirit Sea Realm, he was also Elder Shue's disciple. Chapter 113. As long as I enter the Spiritual Sea Realm, I won't be afraid of any of them. Lin Xian was confident. The only thing he lacked was time to cultivate. Moreover, as far as he knew, after entering the trial grounds, the location would be randomly teleported. As long as his luck wasn't too bad, he wouldn't meet Zheng Jun in the early stages. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian calmed himself down and waited quietly. An hour later, a few powerful auras appeared. 5 elders broke through the air and landed in front of the main hall. Among them were Elder Duanmu, Elder Hua, Elder Shui, and 2 other sect elders. The 5 of them were like 5 mountains, blocking the crowd. "Greetings, elders," the disciples said respectfully. Elder Duanmu waved his sleeves, and a white jade spirit boat appeared in front of everyone. It was more than 100 feet long and was richly decorated. It looked like a small palace. "Let's go," Elder Duanmu said in a deep voice. Suddenly, dozens of figures leaped up and entered the white jade spirit boat. A dazzling light flashed, and the white jade spirit boat turned into a ray of light, quickly disappearing into the horizon. At the same time, the other forces in Cloud State also moved to the trial grounds. In the center of Cloud State, there was a valley in the Cloud Sea. It was covered in clouds all year round and was like a fairyland. There were few people here, but at this moment, the valley was very lively. Martial artists in different clothes gathered in the valley. Some sat cross-legged to rest, while others whispered to each other. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed in the sky, penetrating the layers of clouds and shining into the valley. It was like a meteor, quickly falling down. Rumble. When the ray of light was about to reach the ground, it suddenly stopped, revealing its original form. A huge spirit boat that was more than 100 feet long floated in the air. It was pure white, like a fine jade. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A few figures jumped down from it. Then, the white jade spirit boat flashed and disappeared. This group of people was naturally Lin Xian and the others. After half a day of high-speed flight, they finally arrived at the Cloud Sea Valley. Brother Duanmu, how have you been? Just as Lin Xian and the others landed, several voices rang out. They were all greetings, and most of them were looking for the sect elders. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xian looked around. Many forces from all directions were looking at Lin Xian's disciples with hostility. However, the elders of the various clans were like old friends who had not seen each other for many years, and they all came to greet them. Let's find a place to rest first. Within the younger generation, Murong Qianling and Zheng Jun's cultivation were the highest, so they were temporarily the leaders. The group found a clean place and settled down. So many experts. Shangguan Luyun sighed. Lin Xian nodded. He had just swept a glance and discovered that many people's auras were very powerful. A few of them were even not weaker than Murong Qianling and the others. There were more than a dozen Sea of Soul Realm warriors, and this was under the condition that not all of them had come. Tang Yi said to Lin Xian, "The duration of this trial is the longest in the past 100 years. Therefore, there are more participants than before." No wonder. Lin Xian and the others came to a realization. Then, many disciples laughed bitterly. It turned out that they had caught the most special time. At this moment, a light flashed in the sky again. A huge lotus-shaped flying object appeared in the sky, accompanied by a wave-like pressure. The light flashed and the huge lotus disappeared, and a group of people appeared in its place. A few elders with deep auras were welcomed away by the other old monsters. The remaining younger generation walked towards Lin Xian and the others. The few people in front had auras like the sea, unfathomable. "Murong, long time no see," a handsome young man said with a smile, with a trace of admiration in his eyes. "This is Xie Changfeng, second sky of Sea of Soul Realm cultivation, belonging to the direct disciple category," Tang Yi said in a low voice. The bronze-skinned youth beside him is Yuan Fei, Lotus Glory Sect's chief disciple. Everyone looked at the youth and saw that his body was no different from an adult. His muscles were like dragons, full of strength. Feeling the gaze of Lin Xian and the others, the youth called Yuan Fei turned his head and grinned. Everyone was shocked. This youth's gaze was like a ferocious beast, making their hearts palpitate. "Senior Brother Tang, who are the outstanding disciples of the other sects? Introduce them to us," a core disciple said. Tang Yi nodded and said in a low voice, "In the group of people in the east, the one wearing purple with a veil on her face is Zixia Fairy. She is also a genius on the Hidden Dragon ranking." Next to Zixia sect is the Ling clan of the 4 major clans. The leader is Ling Feng, whose strength is not weaker than the direct disciples of the 3 major sections. Moreover, he has a ferocious personality, so you must not provoke him. Lin Xian looked at the youth a few more times. Suddenly, he saw Ling Zhe in the crowd and was slightly shocked. "Ling Zhe is here. I think the Ling clan will also make a move against me." Lin Xian pondered. Seems like this trial is destined to not be peaceful. 2 hours later, everyone had arrived. The 3 major sects, the 4 major clans, and some loose cultivators had all entered. These disciples walked forward, waiting for the trial land of blood to open. Among them, Wan Jianqing, Yuan Fei, and the other disciples' gazes collided, creating sparks in the air. These people did not have anyone else in their eyes, so Lin Xian and the others were completely ignored. This was not surprising. After all, these people had already entered the Sea of Soul Realm, so they had no interest in core disciples who were still in the pulse condensation realm. As for a genius like Lin Xian who had comprehended sword intent, because he had just risen, his reputation was basically only spread within the sect. It was normal for the disciples of other sects not to know him. Of course, there were exceptions, such as the Ling clan disciples and Zheng Jun, who all looked at Lin Xian with unkind expressions. Lin Xian sneered in his heart and ignored them. Not long after, an indescribable aura rushed over, creating waves of ripples in the valley. The surrounding fog dispersed, and the surrounding void trembled. Lightning flashed faintly, and thunder roared. A moment later, a crack more than 100 feet long appeared out of nowhere. It was as if a giant abyss beast had opened its mouth, wanting to swallow everyone. When the crack stabilized, the elders of each sect formed seals, and a whirlpool-like entrance slowly formed. "Okay, you can go in now." The elders of each sect spoke. Immediately, nearly 100 disciples moved and entered the crack, disappearing from sight. The entire valley suddenly became much quieter, leaving only the elders of each sect in their original places. Among them, the elders of several aristocratic families had their eyes flickering. It was unknown what they were thinking. Zixia sect's great elder also looked at the crack in the void with a complicated expression and sighed slightly. In a hidden place outside the valley, several mysterious figures in black robes gathered together and let out hoarse laughter. They have successfully entered. As long as we can obtain that item, the time it takes for our sect to revive will be greatly reduced. There was a trace of excitement in their voices. Chapter 114. It felt like a moment, but also like billions of years. With a flash of white light, Lin Xian's figure appeared. This was an unfamiliar place surrounded by trees. There was a river flowing in the distance, and there were also the cries of apes and beasts. Everywhere was filled with vitality. Such dense spirit qi. Lin Xian took a deep breath and felt that the spirit qi in his body was circulating at a much faster speed. No wonder so many people want to enter. Just the spirit qi here is several times denser than outside. What a great place. Lin Xian used his purple spirit eyes and soul power to explore the surroundings. Golden thread grass. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. His body flashed and disappeared. A dozen meters away, there was a palm-sized plant with 2 rows of symmetrical leaves. Each leaf seemed to be made of gold, shining brightly. This is a 3rd-rank spirit grass. I didn't expect it to be so common here. Lin Xian put it into his storage ring. Spirit grass was also divided into different grades. Different grades of spirit grass could be used to make different grades of Dan. This 3rd-rank spirit grass could be considered a relatively high-grade spirit grass in Yunzhou. In the outside world, it could only be found in the depths of Taihang mountain range. Seems like it won't be long before I can make a new spirit wine. Wine Lord's voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. According to the information, this is only the outer area. I wonder what good things there will be inside the Blood Palace. Lin Xian was full of expectations. Wine Lord used Lin Xian's soul power to feel around and said slowly, "You'd better break through to the Spirit Sea realm before going to the central area." "Don't worry. With this kind of treasure, it won't be hard to break through." Lin Xian changed into a flash of lightning and shuttled through the forest. With the help of his purple spirit eyes and soul power, he picked up a lot of spirit grass. Whoosh! When he reappeared, Lin Xian was near the river. There was a beautiful hydra flower. Lin Xian flashed and arrived at the river. He bent down and was about to pick it. At this moment, a few angry shouts came from behind him. "Stop! Get lost! Put down the spiritual grass or die." Lin Xian had long sensed the presence of these people, but in a place like this, it was all about speed. How could he let go just because of a few threats? Lin Xian gently plucked the water flower and placed it into a jade box. Then, with a flip of his hand, he put it into his storage ring. "Brat, you're courting death." The people behind him saw Lin Xian leisurely put away the spiritual grass and immediately shouted. He's actually at the 8th stage of the meridian condensation period. With this kind of strength, he dares to come to the trial by blood and fire. He's really looking to die. Judging from that brat's storage ring's grade, there must be a lot of good stuff inside. Why don't we? Several people sneered. The death rate in the bloody trial grounds was extremely high, so these disciples could kill people without any scruples. As long as they did it properly and weren't caught, no one could say anything. Of course, if the elders in the outside world knew about this, then it would be a different situation. These people saw that Lin Xian was alone and his cultivation was low, so they immediately had evil intentions. One of the disciples had the word Ling painted on his chest. He looked at Lin Xian with a ferocious expression. The Ling family disciple knew that Lin Xian had comprehended sword intent and was afraid of an accident, so he ordered everyone to attack together. Everyone attack together. Don't give this brat any chance. 3 ninth level condensing period disciples' bodies bloomed with light. They attacked one after another, and a sky full of energy rushed towards Lin Xian. Under purple spirit eyes' powerful observation, these people's bodies were full of flaws. Lin Xian's fingertips emitted sword light that turned into lightning and stabbed out. Like golden lightning, the sword chi surged and instantly pierced through the 3 people. Puff, puff, puff. Lin Xian took the 3 people's storage rings and kicked them into the river. Killing people here was tacitly allowed, but if they were discovered, there would be a lot of trouble when they left. The 3 corpses fell into the river, creating 3 splashes. Puff, puff. Several ferocious-looking demonic beasts came out of the water. They opened their bloody mouths and instantly swallowed the 3 people. Blood immediately dyed the river red. These demonic beasts were like lizards and crocodiles. They were 2 meters long and covered in grayish-brown scales. Their sharp teeth were like saws, shining with a dim light. These are mutated water crocodiles. See if there are any demonic crystals? Wine Lord reminded. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. Golden lightning flashed in his hand. He waved his hand, and lightning surged. Golden lightning arcs crackled. Pung, pung, pung. 3 mutated water crocodiles were knocked over. Their bodies rolled on the ground, and their scales were charred black. Roar, roar. These water demons were angry. They let out a low roar, and their eyes glowed red. They viciously pounced on Lin Xian. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect these demonic beasts' skin to be so thick. His attack just now would have seriously injured even a rank 9 meridian condensing stage martial artist. But these mutated water crocodiles only rolled a few times. Interesting. Lin Xian condensed a sword light in his hand. He waved it out like lightning, forming the power of thunder and lightning in the air. Puff, puff. The thunder and lightning sword was incomparably sharp. It pierced a thumb-sized bloody hole in the mutated water crocodiles. After a few more slashes, these water demons fell to the ground, dead. Lin Xian quickly peeled them open and found a nail-sized dark red crystal. Is this a demonic crystal? Lin Xian played with it in his hand. Although this demonic crystal was small, it contained a powerful energy. Not only that, it was surrounded by traces of demonic energy. It was incomparably demonic. Let's see if we can gather 10. If we can, I can make you a bottle of crystal vein wine. I guarantee you will break through after drinking it. Wine Lord said with a smile. Really? Lin Xian was overjoyed. He put away the 3 demonic crystals and then kicked the mutated crocodile's corpse into the water to attract more water demons. Sure enough, as the blood scattered, more figures appeared under the water. A few impatiently went ashore and attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his sword chi and fought with the mutated water crocodiles. The surging energy attracted the nearby martial artists. Who is this person? He's so powerful. Although his cultivation is low, his swordsmanship is too sharp. Nearby, several pairs of eyes stared at Lin Xian and whispered to each other. They didn't show themselves, but hid in the woods. Looking at his appearance, he should be collecting demonic crystals. Does he want to swallow them? Impossible. Those demonic beasts need a special secret technique to refine. If an ordinary martial artist absorbs them, they will be assimilated by the demonic energy. Several people doubted. Maybe this person has such a secret technique. Should we make a move? Let's wait and see. I feel that his swordsmanship has an inexplicable power. Just as these people were hesitating, a powerful aura quickly rushed over. That aura was like the sea, surging violently without any concealment. It was incomparably arrogant. Not good. It's a sea of soul realm martial artist. Retreat. The faces of the people hiding in the dark changed, and they all fled. These people were all pulse condensation stage 9 martial artists, and some were even at the peak of the pulse condensation stage. But compared to a Sea of Soul Realm martial artist, they were nothing. Once a martial artist entered the Sea of Soul Realm, his strength would increase tremendously. Moreover, he would have the ability to release spirit power and transform spirit power. It was not something a pulse condensation stage martial artist could compare with. Chapter 115. Lin Xian had already sensed the presence of people nearby, but they were all at the 9th level of the meridian condensing stage and couldn't affect him. When the Spirit Sea Realm martial artist arrived, Lin Xian's face changed. At this time, a huge mutated crocodile appeared in the river. It was more than 10 meters long, and the demonic aura on its body soared to the sky. As soon as this crocodile came ashore, it opened its bloody mouth and spat out a column of water that pierced through. Lin Xian's body flashed and dodged the attack. He didn't immediately counterattack because the Spirit Sea Realm martial artist had already arrived nearby. Sure enough, a figure floated to the ground and let out a light sound of surprise. What a thick, demonic aura. I just happen to be lacking a water-type demonic beast core. It seems that the heavens are treating me well. This was a young man wearing a long gown. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were incomparably sharp. He looked at Lin Xian and coldly shouted, "Little brat, you can scram now." Lin Xian's mouth curved into a smile, his voice firm, "This is mine." "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth," the ordinary young man sneered. His aura suddenly bloomed like a volcano erupting, sweeping out in all directions. The young man looked down at Lin Xian. In his opinion, as long as he released the aura of the Spirit Sea Realm, this little brat would be scared witless. However, Lin Xian still smiled, his body like a boulder, unmoved. But that demonic beast felt this aura and growled, becoming extremely uneasy. Maybe he doesn't know the Spirit Sea Realm. The ordinary young man frowned, his heart abnormally angry. Usually, when those meridian condensing stage martial artists saw him, which one of them didn't speak humbly and respectfully? "Looks like I need to remind him." The ordinary young man's face was gloomy. "Little brat, I'm a Spirit Sea Realm martial artist. Aren't you afraid?" Finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a huge, hazy palm of light appeared and slapped at the crocodile. Pong! The crocodile screamed as its body was smashed into pieces. Blood splattered all over the ground. "You should be scared now." The ordinary young man killed the crocodile with one palm and felt great. He wanted to enjoy Lin Xian's frightened expression. However, Lin Xian only frowned. Other than that, there was no other change. The young man didn't know that Lin Xian's heart was also in turmoil. It was his first time witnessing the power of a Sea of Soul Realm warrior, and he yearned for it. But it would be impossible for him to give up on this crocodile. "Scram!" Lin Xian shouted coldly. This young man's expression made him loathe him. He could tell at a glance that he was a bastard who bullied the weak. The young man was slightly stunned. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Lin Xian would actually dare to scold him. Who was he? Sea of Souls Realm martial artist. And Lin Xian was only a little disciple at the 8th stage of meridian condensation. Does he have something to rely on? The young man was slightly startled. He quickly scanned his surroundings. Some aristocratic families would indeed send powerful cultivators to protect them. After the young man scanned the surroundings, he didn't find anyone. His face instantly darkened. A little pulse condensation period martial artist dared to insult him. How could he not be angry? "Kid, your fate will be even worse than that monster beast's." The young man's palm glowed as he suddenly waved it out. A half-meter-long palm of light flew out, quickly moving through the air. Wherever it passed, grass and trees would be cut apart. It was as if a small mountain was crashing down, and the pressure was frightening. Phantom thunder step. Lin Xian's body flashed, disappearing from his original position and reappearing in another direction. The place where he had been standing had been shattered into pieces. Not bad. The young man's eyes flashed with a cold light. "If this is what you rely on, then you can go die." Before his voice faded, the young man's body disappeared, and he reappeared in front of Lin Xian. So fast, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He could only catch a trace of an afterimage. This kind of speed had completely surpassed the limits of meridian condensation. No wonder this young man was so arrogant. A pair of palms appeared above his head. A violent surge of spiritual power gushed out like lava. Scram! Lin Xian revolved the spiritual power in his body to the limit. At the same time, he activated his half-step sword intent to resist the palm of light. Sword energy rushed out, revealing its sharpness. It was like a divine sword leaving its sheath, frustrating the mind. What? Although the young man's cultivation was strong, his soul and willpower were ordinary. In the face of such a close sword intent, he simply couldn't withstand it. Pong! The palm of light had just condensed when it scattered in his panic. His body moved, and he quickly left Lin Xian. Sword intent. This is sword intent. The young man cried out involuntarily. At the same time, there was a deep jealousy in his eyes. This kind of concept was incomparably ethereal. How could an 8th stage meridian condensation period boy comprehend sword intent? Although he was jealous, the young man didn't attack. The fear in his heart prevailed. Facing Lin Xian, although his cultivation wasn't high, he was like a sword demon. His killing intent was astonishing, and his eyes flashed with an orange light. Humph, it's just a second-rank monster. What's the harm in letting you have it? The young man snorted and ran away. Lin Xian had already decided to fight with his life on the line, but he didn't expect his opponent to run away. He didn't dare to be careless. With sword intent on his body, he slashed the dead crocodile and sucked the walnut-sized monster crystal into his hand. Against a sea of Soul Realm martial artists, it's still too difficult. It seems that I need to hurry and advance. Don't worry, with this monster crystal and spirit grass, I can quickly concoct a spirit wine suitable for you, Wine Lord said in a low voice. Lin Xian nodded. At the same time, he raised his spirit and ran away. At the same time, in the other areas of the trial by Bloodland, various things were happening. Some powerful disciples walked out of the outer area and entered the Blood Forest. Their speed was several times faster than ordinary disciples. Among them, Murong Qianling, Tang Yi, and the others were carefully moving forward. Zhang Jun was moving with some other disciples. In the dense forest, a white-robed young man waved his blade. Blade Chi spanned more than 10 meters and split a monster in half. Behind him, Ling Zhe and the others looked on with envy. In another direction, a group of young girls in purple robes walked through the forest. One of them was actually Fairy Zixia. Her purple robes fluttered, and her face was covered with a veil. She looked like a fairy. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that the leader of this group wasn't her, but an ordinary-looking girl. The others were faintly afraid of this girl. Even Fairy Zixia had a trace of fear in her eyes. Where is the Bat Cave? The ordinary girl asked. Southeast direction. Fairy Zixia said respectfully. This group of people actually wanted to go to the Bat Cave. That was a forbidden area of the trial by fire. Besides this mysterious girl, there were also some other hidden forces. A disciple of the Chen family, who was running, suddenly stopped. Black fog rolled around his body. Ah! This disciple let out a blood-curdling scream. His scream was terrifying, scaring away some nearby wild beasts. Fortunately, there was no one nearby, or else they would have been scared away. After a moment, this Chen family disciple stopped screaming and slowly stood up. His movements were somewhat stiff, and his eyes flickered with a red light. Chapter 116. Lin Xian was not in a hurry to enter the Scarlet Forest. Instead, he cultivated on the outskirts. When night fell, Lin Xian started a bonfire by the river. He killed a wild beast and put it on the fire. He took out a small purple gourd and drank a small mouthful. Then, he closed his eyes and condensed his qi, refining it. Lin Xian drank the spirit wine that Wine Lord had just made. It contained 10 beast cores and a few third-rank spirit herbs. It contained a lot of energy. If Lin Xian hadn't gone through 10-fold training and strengthened his body, he wouldn't have dared to drink it. His body emitted a faint light. Lin Xian quickly circulated the art of long life and drank the spirit wine. After a while, He opened his eyes and clearly felt that the spirit power in his body had increased by a lot. Tearing a piece of meat, Lin Xian slowly ate it. After a while, Lin Xian ate a piece of meat and drank a mouthful of spirit wine, refining it. Finally, the spirit meridians in his body roared. The ninth spirit meridian was finally unimpeded under the impact of this huge power. At this point, Lin Xian's 9 spirit meridians were all opened. The 9 spirit meridians shook together like raging waves hitting the shore. Multicolored light soared into the sky as if a god had descended. Lin Xian felt the abundant power in his body and couldn't help but clench his fists. He now had the confidence to fight with a martial artist at the first sky of the spiritual ocean realm. He was one step closer to the spiritual ocean realm. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He drank another mouthful of spirit wine and found that the effect had decreased a lot. If he wanted to break through to the spiritual ocean realm, he would need to change to another type of wine. Wine Lord said leisurely, "I'll give you the materials. When you've collected them, I'll start refining." Lin Xian's mind moved. Some materials appeared in his mind. They were obviously one level higher than the spirit wine. Memorizing these materials, Lin Xian began to relax and taste the game. GG. Ho ho. A few black shadows flashed nearby, making rustling sounds. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He had just advanced and wanted to test his battle strength. He didn't expect someone to come knocking on his door so quickly. Who? Whoosh. Those figures seemed to be unable to hold themselves back and began to move towards the bonfire. GG. The figures approached carefully and looked at Lin Xian cautiously. Lin Xian was stunned. His raised hand stopped in midair. He stared blankly in front of him and suddenly made a face. It turned out that these black shadows were actually a few small white monkeys. They were about half the height of a human and looked very cute. Seeing Lin Xian's grimace, the 5 little monkeys were obviously shocked, but after discovering that there was no danger, they all copied Lin Xian and made grimace. Lin Xian was also amused by these little creatures. He realized that other than looking at him, these little monkeys were also staring at the barbecued meat on the grill. Monkeys like meat too? Lin Xian was puzzled, but he subconsciously tore a piece and threw it over. GG. GG. The few little monkeys fought over it and quickly finished the meat. Then, they stared at Lin Xian with their big eyes, trying to please him. Lin Xian found it funny and threw the rest of the barbecued meat over. After a while, only bones were left on the ground. However, these little monkeys still looked at Lin Xian pitifully. No more. Lin Xian spread his hands and pointed at the bonfire, making an expression that said, "I can't do anything about it." Unexpectedly, the few monkeys discussed for a while, and then began to run around looking for game. Lin Xian's eyes glowed orange and saw everything clearly. He was worried that these little monkeys would be in danger. Roar. A demon wolf with green wings was angered by the few little creatures. It roared and was about to pounce. Lin Xian frowned and was about to save them. In the next moment, he was stunned again. The few cute little monkeys suddenly grew 2 to 3 meters tall. Their muscles were as firm as a small mountain. After a series of punches and kicks, they killed the demon wolf with green wings. Then, they happily carried the wolf's corpse to Lin Xian. Whoosh! The few little monkeys shrunk and looked very cute. Lin Xian's mouth twitched, and then he secretly swallowed his saliva. The trial of blood and fire was truly a terrifying place. Even the cute little monkeys could turn into demons in an instant. Could these monkeys be of that species? Winelord suddenly said, and then muttered to himself, "That's not right. There's something different." Lin Xian listened for a while but did not understand. With the monkeys constantly urging him, he quickly began to process the green-winged demon wolf. Not long after piece of wolf meat was placed on the fire rack, emitting crackling sounds. The little white monkey sat opposite Lin Xian and waited anxiously. Time gradually passed, and the wolf meat began to turn yellow. A layer of fat seeped out and fell into the fire, emitting sizzling sounds. Waves of meat fragrance wafted out, and the golden wolf meat gradually formed. Lin Xian divided the wolf meat and then passed it to them. The few little monkeys swept through the wolf like a whirlwind, and soon, the wolf was completely devoured. Gigi, Gigi. The little white monkeys danced and pulled Lin Xian's pants from time to time, as if inviting him. You want me to go with you? Lin Xian asked. Gigi. The little monkeys quickly nodded and then led the way. Although these monkeys were small and cute, they were not slow at all. They used the branches to constantly ripple in the air. Lin Xian had to use his footwork to keep up with them. After running for an unknown period of time, the little monkeys stopped. Lin Xian's figure flashed and appeared behind them. In front of them was a small cave surrounded by vines. If one did not look carefully, they would not have noticed it. Gigi, Gigi. The little monkeys pointed at the cave and shouted, as if inviting Lin Xian in as a guest. Lin Xian had sword intent on him and wine lords secretly guiding him, so he was not afraid at all. He did not hesitate and walked in directly. It was very dry inside and not dark at all. There was light shining from unknown places. Lin Xian secretly used his footwork and did not make any sound. After walking for a while, it was a rather spacious space. There were stone tables and stone stools in the surroundings and a stone bed in the corner. It was obvious that someone had lived here before. Lin Xian did not move, but activated his purple spirit eyes and soul power to secretly investigate the entire space. In the end, he did not find anything special. Instead, there were some white bones and broken things in the corners. However, no normal person would pay attention to these things. Gigi, Gigi. Unexpectedly, the little monkeys ran to the pile of white bones and shouted non-stop. One of the monkeys even pulled out a rusty gauntlet from the pile of broken things. The little white monkey wobbled to Lin Xian and handed the rusty gauntlet to him. Lin Xian smiled and took it. Holding it in his hand, Lin Xian's expression changed slightly. Heavy, very heavy. This thing was heavier than he imagined. He needed to circulate his spiritual power to hold it firmly. Lin Xian's expression was solemn as he carefully looked at the gauntlet in his hand. This gauntlet not only covered his forearm, but also his palm. On the palm, there were faint strange runes. Chapter 117. Wine Lord looked at the gauntlet in front of him and let out a soft sound of surprise. Little Xian, this is good stuff, Wine Lord said with a smile. This? Lin Xian looked at it carefully and said, I think I've seen the runes on it before. Oh right, the armor and talisman paper that Elder Duanmu gave me have similar runes on them. Lin Xian touched the armor on his body and took out the yellowed talisman paper, silently comparing it. This is the rune I told you about, Wine Lord said slowly. Although most of its spirituality has been lost over time, the remaining power is not something that ordinary people can resist. Looks like it can be used a few more times. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He had wanted to see the power of the rune for a long time. He couldn't wait to put it on and test it out. Don't use it here. Try it when we get out. Wine Lord stopped Lin Xian. Lin Xian put away the bronze gauntlet and walked to the pile of white bones in the corner. There were some bronze fragments on the ground, but the runes on them were either cracked or destroyed. None of them were intact. Let's go. These are all useless. Wine Lord sighed. Lin Xian stood up and waved to the group of white monkeys. Thank you. I'm leaving. Gigi, Gigi. The little monkeys jumped up and down to block Lin Xian. One of them ran away like last time. There's more? Lin Xian was puzzled and stopped walking. This time, the little monkey carried an egg and walked over shakily. The egg was greenish-white and about a foot tall. It didn't look strange on the surface. For me? Lin Xian asked. Gigi, Gigi. The little monkeys nodded, afraid that Lin Xian wouldn't want it. Lin Xian carefully took it and put it into his storage ring. The few little monkeys at the side patted their chests in a human-like manner, their faces full of lingering fear. Lin Xian checked the area once more, but he didn't find anything else. He waved his hand and left. The group of little monkeys were also chirping nonstop. Their eyes revealed a crafty light as if they were very excited. After leaving the monkey cave, Lin Xian arrived at a secluded area. He couldn't wait to take out the bronze gauntlets and put them on. Circulate your spiritual energy and activate the inscription on your palm, Wine Lord instructed from the side. Lin Xian nodded. He raised his left hand and aimed it at the mountain in front of him, silently channeling his spiritual energy. Blue spiritual energy rushed towards the rune in the center, and in the next moment, a violent energy fluctuation spread out from his left hand. Boom! A green energy beam shot out, forming a dazzling light. It roared out, enveloping everything in front of it. Strong winds blew in all directions, and gravel flew everywhere. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Lin Xian let out a muffled groan and took a few steps back. His left arm trembled slightly, accompanied by a piercing pain. When everything calmed down, Lin Xian looked up. The area in front of him had become barren, and nothing existed. Even the mountain had been pierced through. A pitch-black hole appeared in front of him, and there were wisps of white smoke at the edge. Hiss! Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. This attack was far beyond his imagination. Its power had probably surpassed that of a martial artist at the first sky of the spiritual sea realm. However, the side effects were also very obvious. Lin Xian's arm still ached faintly. Next time, use spiritual energy to protect your arm. It should be able to avoid this pain. Lin Xian rubbed his arm, realizing that he had been careless this time. Your body strength has surpassed that of a martial artist at the pulse condensation realm. It's comparable to a martial artist at the spiritual sea realm. Winelord said, a normal martial artist at the pulse condensation realm would probably have their entire arm crippled after using this attack. It's a great weapon. Lin Xian realized that he no longer had to fear a martial artist at the spiritual sea realm. Lin Xian didn't plan to stay in the periphery any longer. After all, the resources here were limited. Tomorrow morning, we'll set off for the Blood Forest. The Blood Forest was different from the forests in the periphery. The trees here were very tall, with luxuriant foliage that covered the sky. Moreover, there were hidden dangers everywhere in this forest. If one wasn't careful, they would lose their lives here. In one of the places, there was a giant golden python guarding a heart-shaped flower. A young martial artist held a long spear and was fighting with the giant golden python. This young man was Black Sky Sect Shangguan Lu Yun. He faced the giant golden python alone without fear. Spear like a dragon. The young man's face was cold, and his eyes were like lightning. The long spear in his hand trembled and suddenly pierced out. The 3 zhang long spear light flickered, stirring up the wind and clouds. It was like a dragon emerging from the sea, extremely ferocious. The giant golden python's body was huge, but it was very nimble. With a twist of its body, it dodged the attack. At the same time, it opened its mouth and its scarlet tongue flew out like a poisonous arrow. Puff, puff, puff. Shangguan Lu Yun leaped and flew 4 to 5 zhang away. A bowl-sized hole appeared where he was originally standing. Traces of green liquid adhered to it and kept corroding it. Soon, the hole became the size of a water jar and was still expanding. What a fierce poison! Shangguan Lu Yun's pupils constricted. I can only use that move. Spear like a mountain. With a thrust of the spear, the void was somewhat distorted. It was as if a mountain was pressing down from the sky, causing the void to tremble. The giant golden python's tail quickly twitched and whipped the giant mountain, producing a rumbling sound. However, there was no effect. Bang! A shocking sound rang out, and the earth trembled. The giant golden python's head was shattered, and it flew out. Who? Shangguan Lu Yun kept gasping for breath, but his eyes flashed with excitement. Pa! Pa! A crisp applause rang out, followed by a burst of laughter. Wonderful, truly wonderful. I didn't expect a mere pulse condensation realm martial artist to be able to stab out such a stunning spear. When Shangguan Lu Yun heard this voice, his body trembled. He actually did not know when this person came nearby, which made him feel very uneasy. He turned his head and saw a person walking out of the forest. He was wearing a long robe and had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were very sharp. All right, you can scram now. The ordinary youth sneered. His gaze swept across Shangguan Lu Yun and directly looked at the heart-shaped red flower. Shangguan Lu Yun frowned. It was not easy for him to kill the giant golden python. It was all for this heart-shaped flower. How could he give up? Thinking of this, The spirit energy on his body burst forth, and the long spear in his hand was ready to attack. "Imph! You overestimate yourself." The ordinary youth snorted. His eyes focused and the aura on his body surged out like a vast ocean, sweeping in all directions. Spirit Sea Realm. Shangguan Lu Yun's face suddenly became very ugly. "Why aren't you scramming?" The youth waved his sleeve and a gust of wind formed into a sharp wind blade in the air, attacking Shangguan Lu Yun. Bang! Bang! The wind blade was too fast and Shangguan Lu Yun had no time to dodge. He slashed out with his spear and collided with the wind blade. Puff! The power of the Spirit Sea Realm was far from what a pulse condensation realm martial artist could resist. Shangguan Lu Yun's body kept retreating as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He stared at the youth in front of him, preparing to launch his strongest attack and perish together with him. As if sensing his intentions, the youth smiled disdainfully. "Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." After saying that, a dazzling light appeared on his palm and a terrifying power lingered around him. Seeing that Shangguan Lu Yun was about to lose his life under the palm of light, another figure flew out from the dense forest. A sharp sword chi slashed towards the youth, making a rapid sound in the air. Chapter 118. A figure landed on the ground, interrupting the youth's attack. "Stinking brat, it's you." The youth's face turned ugly, and his channeling spirit power also slightly stagnated. On the other side, Shangguan Lu Yun also saw the appearance of the newcomer and exclaimed, "Lin Xian." The newcomer was indeed Lin Xian. He slowly walked in front of Shangguan Lu Yun, took out a pill, and handed it over. "As a Sea of Soul Realm martial artist, you only know how to hide in the dark. If I were you, I would have killed myself already." Lin Xian sneered. Shangguan Lu Yun was a bit worried. Lin Xian angered the opponent like this, which would only make their situation more dangerous. "Brat, I spared your life last time. This time, you can go down and meet the King of Hell." The youth was abnormally angry, especially when he thought about how he was actually scared away by Lin Xian last time. He felt like he was going crazy. "Two ants, I can easily crush them to death." The youth's spirit power surged, and his palms emitted light. "Lin Xian, if you and I attack together, we might have a chance of victory." Shangguan Liu Yun's expression was abnormally grave. "Later, we'll use our strongest move. If it doesn't work, we'll escape." Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. He patted Shangguan Liu Yun's shoulder and said softly, "No need to be so troublesome. Watch me." Finished speaking, he walked up alone. "Scum like you, who knows how many weak people you'll bully while you're alive? It's better for you to die." Lin Xian didn't have any good impression of this kind of person. Crazy, Lin Xian must be crazy. Shangguan Liu Yun's head was a bit dizzy. The opponent was a Sea of Soul Realm martial artist, and Lin Xian actually berated him like this. Sure enough, the youth's expression was malevolent. He quickly pushed out a huge palm of light, sweeping in all directions. "Die for me." The silver palm of light was like a huge mountain, rampaging. The heavy aura made people suffocate. "Himph!" Lin Xian quickly took out the bronze gauntlet and used spirit power to activate it. This time, not only did he activate a large amount of spirit power, but he also protected his entire left arm to prevent backlash. In the next moment, an even more terrifying aura gushed out from Lin Xian's left hand. Wong. The void trembled as the green light from his left hand soared into the sky. It continued to expand as if it was a sun. Shangguan Liu Yun's face was pale. In the face of such power, he could only retreat continuously. His eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. Opposite him, the young man turned pale with fright. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This power. Impossible. Facing Lin Xian, he once again had the thought of running away. But before he could do anything, that boundless power had already surged towards him. The green pillar of light, surrounded by a tornado of lightning, flashed past. Rumble. The silver palm of light was instantly shattered, turning into specks of light that scattered in the air. The green beam of light did not slow down at all after shattering the light palm. It continued to strike the young man's body. Ah! The sound of explosions rang out continuously, mixed with mournful cries. Half of the forest was enveloped in a dazzling green light. When everything calmed down, Shangguan Luyun looked over in horror. It was a mess in front of him. Wherever the beam of light passed, the grass would be destroyed. The young man's body had long turned into dust and was blown away by the wind. Shangguan Luyun was in a daze as his body kept trembling. What was that? Finally, he asked the question. I obtained a treasure in the cave. It's considered a life-saving measure. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. He did not hide it because he still had another trump card. Hearing that it was an external force, Shangguan Luyun's expression eased up. He walked to the right rear and plucked the heart-shaped flower. I owe you a life. I will return it to you in the future, Shangguan Luyun said gratefully. Let's go. Lin Xian smiled. He did not want any favors when he helped, but he did not explain anything. The two of them walked side by side into the depths of the blood forest. During this time, most of the disciples had left the periphery and headed into the depths of the blood forest. The top few disciples had successfully broken through the blood forest and were about to enter the blood palace. In the center of the trial of blood and fire, there was a majestic palace that floated in the air. Looking from afar, the blood palace was incomparably huge, like a small mountain. Below it, Murong Qianling, Zhang Jun, Wan Jianqing, Xie Changfeng, Yuan Fei and the others were sitting cross-legged and resting, preparing to enter. It seems that the blood palace is not open yet. We can't keep waiting like this, Xie Changfeng said with a frown. Why don't we join forces to break the formation and directly kill our way in? Zhang Jun's expression was cold as he looked at the palace in the air with a trace of passion in his eyes. Let's wait. At least wait until all the direct disciples of the three major sects have arrived. Murong Qianling's voice was cold. I wonder why the people of the Zixia sect haven't arrived yet? Several people were discussing in low voices with different expressions. The Zixia sect disciples they were talking about were fighting with all their might. In the pitch-black cave, countless black bats covered the sky and rushed over. The Zixia sect disciples fought back with all their might. Among them, Zixia Fairy's long belt danced in the wind, overflowing with multicolored light. All the bats that approached her screamed and fell. In another direction, the ordinary-looking young girl's body was hazy and covered by a layer of light. She held a beautiful flower in her hand, and with a gentle shake of her hand, thousands of petals floated down, transforming into deadly weapons that constantly reaped the lives of the bat monsters. Soon, the surroundings became quiet. The ground was covered with bat corpses. The group didn't stop and immediately set off deeper into the cave. Not long after they left, a few young men with black aura and red eyes walked into the bat cave. When they saw the ground full of corpses, they laughed strangely. It seems that someone has already entered the bat cave. I wonder if they have the same goal as us. Who cares if they have the same goal? We'll just find them and kill them. No one can stop us. One of the black fog people said in a deep voice. Let's quickly refine these bat corpses. They're a great supplement for us. The black fog on their bodies rolled and shrouded the corpses on the ground. They began to refine them. Lin Xian and Shangguan Luyun shuttled back and forth in the Lin Xian cave. As they went deeper, the surrounding environment was constantly changing. Unknowingly, there was a fog around them. It was white, and they couldn't see the scene in the distance. Lin Xian used his purple spirit eyes. His eyes emitted an orange light. Instantly, his gaze pierced through the white fog and looked into the distance. How is it? Shangguan Luyun asked. Not good. Although I can see further than now, it's still a big limitation. I can only guarantee that I won't go the wrong way. Lin Xian frowned and said, Then let's go quickly. This blood-red forest is too strange. Shangguan Luyun had a lingering fear. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, he might have been in an even worse state. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the two stopped. Lin Xian's face didn't look good. He used his purple spirit eyes. At the same time, he secretly used his soul force to check the surroundings. What's the situation? Shangguan Luyun could only rely on Lin Xian now. Chapter 119. Lin Xian was a little angry. He had just said that he wouldn't go the wrong way, but he ended up back at the same place. He used his purple spirit eyes with all his might and looked around carefully. His little face was very serious. This is an illusion array. One way is to use a more advanced method to break it, or directly use tyrannical power to shatter everything. Wine Lord's voice sounded from the bottom of his heart. Unless you enter the spiritual ocean realm, you won't be able to break it now. Lin Xian understood. Then, he chuckled and sent a voice transmission. Don't we still have you, Lord Alcohol? Humph, it's a piece of cake for me. Wine Lord snorted, then said, walk 8 steps to the right. Lin Xian expressed that he understood, then said to Shangguan Luyun, I saw it clearly, follow me closely. Then, he followed Wine Lord's instructions and walked 8 steps. Shangguan Luyun was puzzled, but still followed Lin Xian's movements. Then walk 5 steps straight. Wine Lord continued to guide. Lin Xian led Shangguan Luyun and walked and stopped, sometimes using some strange footwork. After walking for about 50 steps, the two felt that the white fog had thinned a lot. Phew! They finally walked out. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. Behind him, Shangguan Luyun looked at Lin Xian in surprise. To be honest, he was a little confused during the whole process and didn't know what he was doing. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, he probably wouldn't have been able to walk out in his lifetime. Just as the two of them let out a sigh of relief, they heard the sound of fighting ahead. Looking at each other, Lin Xian and Shangguan Luyun decided to walk over and take a look. Secretly circulating their spirit power, they prepared to deal with any sudden changes. Lin Xian and Shangguan Luyun carefully walked over. In front, the white fog was obviously thicker than other places. Lin Xian used his purple spirit eyes to observe and found that there were many disciples inside. They were all under the illusion and were waving their weapons in the air, looking very funny. Some of the more serious ones were even attacking each other, and it looked like they were about to die. Lin Xian was not a saint, and his strength was limited. In this dangerous place, he did not have much energy to take care of others. Therefore, he did not want to care about these things. However, he saw Hu Man in the illusory array. This girl who had carried out a mission with him was also suffering from the effects of the illusion. When a friend was in trouble, Lin Xian would naturally lend a helping hand. Lin Xian explained the situation to Shangguan Luyun. Shangguan Luyun did not object. The two of them quickly rushed into the white fog. Stop! The moment Lin Xian entered, he rushed to Hu Man's side and quickly stopped her. Then, he began to circulate his spiritual energy and combined it with his soul power. He suddenly shouted. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. The disciples who were caught in the illusion trembled and woke up. What happened? The disciples were confused. I'm hurt. Damn it, what's going on? Junior brother Lin, it's you. Hu Man's eyes were also filled with confusion. When she saw Lin Xian, she exclaimed. Are you okay? Lin Xian asked. Hu Man shook her head. What happened? You guys were caught in the illusion, don't you know? Shangguan Luyun was puzzled. Illusion? After everyone heard, their minds trembled. Thinking about what happened before, they immediately broke out in cold sweat, and their hearts were filled with fear. Hu Man looked at Lin Xian gratefully. Fortunately, you arrived. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. What do we do now? Are we going to be trapped here to death? A group of disciples panicked. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Follow me. I can bring you guys out. You? Most people did not believe it. Among them, there was even a Spirit Sea Realm martial artist with a sneer on his face. Lin Xian did not care about the others. Instead, he said to Hu Man and Shangguan Luyun, follow my footsteps, don't go the wrong way. Soon after, he contacted Wine Lord and began to break the illusion array. The other disciples looked at Lin Xian doubtfully. In the end, they gritted their teeth and followed. The whole process was somewhat slow. Lin Xian walked and stopped, and from time to time, he would confirm something. Suddenly, the surrounding trees swayed. Gray branches constantly twisted and pierced into a disciple's body. A blood-curdling scream rang out. The disciple's flesh instantly caved in, turning into a dried corpse. Lin Xian's pupils also shrank. He did not expect such a change. Immediately, He used his soul power to envelop the three of them, just in case. Why is it like this? Didn't you say you could bring us out? Someone roared at Lin Xian. Shangguan Lu Yun and Hu Man frowned. Lin Xian sneered and looked at that disciple coldly. Don't be stupid. Perhaps this is his trap. He purposely lured us here and then killed us. That Sea of Soul Realm martial artist sneered in the crowd. Damn, it's the Ling family. Hu Man's expression changed. The person who objected had the highest cultivation and would probably make the situation even more chaotic. Indeed, after the Ling family Sea of Soul Realm disciple finished speaking, the remaining people's expressions were uncertain. They did not know who to believe. Lin Xian looked at them and said expressionlessly, "The legs are on your bodies. I never forced you. If you don't want to follow me, you can leave at any time." Humph, you lured us here before saying such words. Indeed, you don't have good intentions. The Ling family Sea of Soul Realm martial artist retorted. Lin Xian's expression darkened. The grudge between him and the Ling family could not be resolved. He was very clear about this. Shaking his head, Lin Xian called Hu Man and Shangguan Lu Yun and prepared to leave. Brat, you brought us here and now you want to leave? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Ling family disciple Ling Kuan sneered. His body flashed as he attacked fiercely. Spread out, Lin Xian yelled. The attack of a Sea of Soul Realm martial artist was not something that Hu Man and the others could handle. Lin Xian moved his body, not wanting to affect his companions. He used the Phantom Thunder Steps, leaving behind a series of afterimages, making it hard for people to distinguish between the real and the fake. Petty tricks, destroy them all. The blue spirit power in Ling Kuan's hand turned into a long whip. Like a strange, poisonous snake, it kept twisting and moving forward, shattering all the afterimages in the sky. Reaching the Sea of Soul Realm, the spirit power transformation was an important symbol. It meant that the martial artist was more proficient in using spirit power. After destroying all of Lin Xian's afterimages, Ling Kuan laughed complacently. Brat, today will be the day you die. Lin Xian was the archenemy of the Ling family. Moreover, he had comprehended the sword intent, so his future was limitless. If he could kill Lin Xian, it would definitely be a great achievement. Perhaps the family would nurture him well. Thinking of this, the spirit power in Ling Kuan's body increased again. On the side, Hu Man was shocked. Although she knew that Lin Xian was strong, comparable to a half-step Sea of Soul Realm martial artist, he was still a Sea of Soul Realm martial artist. His opponent was a genuine first guy of Sea of Soul Realm martial artist whose strength was incomparably strong. Don't worry, he'll be fine, Shangguan Lu Yun said in a low voice. Then, he thought of the terrifying cyan light pillar. That kind of power still made him feel a lingering fear. Lin Xian also knew that if he used the cyan gauntlet, he could easily kill Ling Kuan. However, that was his life-saving method, and he didn't want to use it casually. Moreover, after entering the 9th level of Meridian's condensation, he hadn't had a good battle. Chapter 120. Lin Xian's body surged with sword intent, and a cyan-colored sword chi slashed towards Ling Kuan. Arrogant. Today, I'll let you know the power of the Sea of Spirit Realm. The whip in Ling Kuan's hand danced like a giant python. Ka, ka. The materialized sword chi struck the spirit whip and directly shattered it. The shocking sword will tore it apart. This scene shocked the surrounding disciples. This was the first time they saw a pulse condensation stage martial artist fighting against a Sea of Spirit Realm martial artist. Explode! Ling Kuan's face kept changing, and he finally shouted, Pong! The broken spirit whip suddenly exploded, and the violent energy enveloped Lin Xian. Severing Origin Protective Sword. The Severing Origin Protective Sword chi had already been cultivated to the 2nd level. The red sword chi covered his body, and the ancient armor he wore also emitted waves of fluctuations, forming a tight defense. At the same time, Lin Xian kept retreating, leaving a golden afterimage in the air. Run! The expressions of the surrounding disciples changed drastically. This explosion was already a serious threat to their lives. More than a dozen figures fled outside one after another. Rumble. The spirit chi exploded, spreading out in all directions like waves. Lin Xian had already pushed to the edge of the shockwave, but the aftermath still caused his qi and blood to churn. Whirlwind clouds. Lin Xian waved his long sword, creating 3 hurricanes that blew away the dust. There was no one in front of him. Lin Xian frowned and spread out his soul power to investigate the situation. Suddenly, his face turned to one side, and his body quickly scattered to the side. With a pong, a trench spread out, cutting the ground in half. Die, you ant! Ling Kuan's body appeared beside Lin Xian. His arms formed a blade of spirit qi, and he suddenly slashed down. Lin Xian's face was expressionless. Orange light flickered in his eyes. Under the effect of the purple spirit pupil, he found the flaw in Ling Kuan's move. He stabbed out, and the long sword touched the blade qi. As if hitting the weak point of a snake, the dark blue blade qi quickly dimmed, and its power decreased greatly. Whoosh! Lin Xian used the phantom thunder steps, leaving behind 3 golden afterimages beside Ling Kuan, while his real body retreated 15 meters away. How did he know my weakness? Ling Kuan's eyelids twitched. This was the first time he had used this move in front of others. Moreover, those who had not practiced this move would not be able to discover its flaws. It must be a wild guess. Ling Kuan comforted himself. Explode. While Ling Kuan was guessing, Lin Xian launched an attack from afar. 3 golden phantoms surrounded Ling Kuan in a triangular formation before exploding. Golden arcs of lightning danced and crackled in the air. It was as if a sea of lightning had formed, and the surroundings were scorched black. I'll kill you. A furious voice came out from the sea of lightning. Ling Kuan was incomparably furious. Just a moment ago, he had used an explosion to launch a surprise attack on Lin Xian, but he didn't expect that it would return to him so quickly. Hu Man and Shangguan Luyuan looked at this scene in shock. Their eyes were filled with shock. I didn't think that junior apprentice brother Lin could really fight against a spiritual ocean tier martial artist. This is too abnormal. Hu Man's voice trembled. Shangguan Luyuan was even more shocked. He originally thought that Lin Xian dared to challenge him because of the strange gauntlet. Now, it seemed that with his own strength, he was no longer afraid of a spiritual ocean tier martial artist. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Shangguan Luyuan's mouth was bitter. Lin Xian's expression was grave. This Ling Kuan was stronger than that normal youth by 30%. It seemed that the gap between spiritual ocean tier martial artists was even bigger. The 7 layers of spiritual ocean tier. Each tier is divided into early, middle, and late stages. The person who died earlier was at the early stage of the first layer of spiritual ocean tier, and this guy in front of us is at the middle stage of the first layer. Wine Lord said indifferently. No wonder. Lin Xian suddenly understood. It's really hard to do without the gauntlet. He didn't want to delay any longer. After all, the surroundings were too dangerous, and they were still in the illusion array. You can use the illusion array. Wine Lord reminded. Use the illusion array? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. His advantage was that he could see through the illusion array. If he used it, the effect would be even better. Lure him to the tree demon behind us. Wine Lord quickly said. Lin Xian's figure retreated, running towards the back. You can't run away. I'm going to tear you apart. Ling Kuan's face was hideous. His body and face were all charred black, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Mountain suppressing hand. Ling Kuan jumped up and quickly approached Lin Xian. He waved his hand, and blue spirit power gushed out, forming a small mountain. The mountain spun and pressed down mercilessly. Break! Lin Xian's sword intent surged. Sword light shone, and the sharp sword qi split the small blue mountain in half. Suppress! Ling Kuan's eyes were crazed. The 2 halves of the huge blue mountain continued to merge and suddenly pressed down. Now is the time. Hurry up and attack. You must injure him. Wine Lord shouted in a low voice. Outer Sky Meteor. Lin Xian's sword was as fast as lightning, and it was extremely sharp. The sword light flashed, and one of Ling Kuan's arms was cut off. Ah! Ling Kuan crazily screamed. The spirit power on his body turned into sword light and flew in all directions, destroying everything around him. Now is the time. Hurry up and retreat. Wine Lord reminded. Lin Xian pushed his speed to the limit and quickly rushed out. In a few flashes, he arrived beside Hu Man and Shangguan Luyun. Pooh, pooh, pooh. In the distance, a few gray tree branches stretched out, piercing towards Ling Kuan. The protective shield was shattered, and the gray tree branches pierced into his body, continuously absorbing his essence blood. Soon, Ling Kuan turned into a dried corpse. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xian's scalp went numb. He brought Hu Man and Shangguan Luyun and quickly ran into the distance. After an hour, the three of them finally walked out of the white fog. We're saved. Hu Man's legs went soft, and she sat on the ground. She kept panting, and her chest kept rising and falling. Lin Xian and Shangguan Liuyun's breaths were also chaotic. The three of them found a safe place and began to rest. In another direction, below the blood-colored palace, more and more people arrived. Apart from the disciples of Zixia sect, all the other spiritual ocean realm martial artists had arrived. Everyone gathered together to rest, preparing to attack the formation. Ling family. Ling Feng looked at the surrounding disciples and frowned. Why hasn't Ling Kuan come yet? Beside him, Ling Xiao said in a low voice, Ling Kuan's cultivation is not bad, but his willpower is a bit weak. There are many illusory formations in the blood-colored forest. I'm afraid it will take a lot of time. Don't worry about him. We'll take action first. Ling Feng said in a deep voice. He was the leader of the Ling family this time. His cultivation had reached the second sky of spiritual ocean realm, and he could almost compete with the direct disciples of the three major sections. Beside him sat four people, who were also in the spiritual ocean realm. They were all the elites of the Ling family. Ling Zhao's gaze turned, and he silently glanced at the Black Sky sect. He then said in a low voice that Lin Xian isn't here. It will be troublesome to find him. Don't worry about him. Ling Feng said in a low voice, our goal is the inheritance inside the blood-colored palace. He's just a brat in the pulse-condensing realm. It'll be good enough if he can come here alive. Also, not only will we deal with him, even Black Sky Sect's Zheng Jun will kill him. He definitely won't leave here alive. Zheng Jun. The rest of the Ling family disciples took a deep breath. Zheng Jun was a peak existence among the direct disciples, and he was even stronger than Ling Feng. If he wanted to make a move, Lin Xian definitely wouldn't be able to survive. Just as the few of them were whispering, the nearby disciples of the three major sects stood up. Chapter 121. Above the sky, the blood-colored palace was like a wild beast, occupying the air and covering half of the sky. Taking 2 steps forward, one could feel the desolate aura and enormous pressure coming from above. Everyone, this blood-colored palace has a total of 4 entrances. Why don't we each choose one? This way, we can avoid missing treasures. The one who spoke was Zheng Jun. His voice was clear and penetrating, and everyone nearby could hear it clearly. All right, let's each find our own fortune. In the Lotus sect, Xie Changfeng, Yuan Fei, and the others stood up and ran towards the northern entrance. Accompanying them was another aristocratic family. Brother Zheng, why don't we join hands? Ling Feng smiled. That's exactly what I was thinking. Zheng Jun smiled. Afterwards, the 2 sides met up and walked to the nearest entrance, preparing to attack. The remaining people walked to the southern entrance and started to break the formation. As for the last western entrance, no one touched it. Everyone present knew that it was a death entrance. Very few of the disciples who entered before came back alive, not to mention searching for treasures. At the northern entrance, Xie Changfeng slashed out with his long saber. A huge saber ray cut through the air and slashed on the seal, causing ripples. On the side, Yuan Fei crouched down, twisted his waist, and punched out. Like a huge dragon, it broke through the air and fiercely slammed on the seal, causing a rumbling sound. Xie Changfeng glanced at Yuan Fei with some surprise. This youngster who was a few years younger than him attacked fiercely, almost catching up to him. Looks like I must get the martial arts inheritance this time, or else my position will be in danger. Xie Changfeng sighed inwardly. He was already 22, and his cultivation was stuck at the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier for more than half a year. Yuan Fei was only 18 years old, and his cultivation was at the late stage of the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. It could be said that his future was limitless. Thinking of this, the long saber in his hand trembled, and a dazzling light turned into an arc in the air, wanting to tear the seal apart. In the other direction, Zhang Jun extended his palm. The spiritual power on his body turned into a huge yellow hand the size of a millstone. With a gust of wind, it slapped on the seal. The seal in front appeared, causing layers of ripples that spread out in all directions as if it would break at any time. But it didn't break. Mu Rong Qianling waved her long sword like a tornado, and countless sword chi and wind blades slashed towards the seal. Wang Jianxing also stabbed out with his sword, which seemed to transform into a sky full of stars, mercilessly smashing into the ground. The Black Heaven sect is indeed a large sect. Their combat power is indeed amazing. Ling Feng sighed. He crossed his arms, and the spiritual energy on his body condensed into a mountain. A terrifying force spread out. Behind the mountain, the shadow of a mountain gradually appeared, causing the void to tremble. Mountain suppressing hand. Ling Feng shouted, and the two mountains fell. They were as heavy as 10,000 kilograms, causing the seal to tremble. Good move, Brother Ling. Zhang Jun laughed loudly. The Ling clan's ultimate technique, mountain suppressing hand, has become much more powerful in your hands. As the two of them chatted, the attacks in their hands did not land. Instead, they continued to attack the seal. Just as everyone was busy breaking the seal, many more figures rushed over from afar. Luckily, I didn't miss it. Seeing that the seal was still breaking, Hu Man let out a sigh of relief. Junior Brother Lin, thank you so much for this time. See you in the blood sky. Hu Man was a disciple of the Lotus sect, so she naturally couldn't enter with Lin Xian. She waved her hand and ran towards the direction of the Lotus Glory sect. Let's go too, Lin Xian said to Shangguan Luyun. The two of them ran towards the east entrance. Whoosh, whoosh. The arrival of Lin Xian and Shangguan Luyun attracted everyone's attention. Murong Qinling smiled and nodded, while the Ling clan disciples sneered. Killing intent flashed past Ling Feng and Zhang Jun's eyes. Although it was very hidden, how could it escape from Lin Xian's purple spirit eyes? He sneered in his heart, but his face was expressionless. At this moment, the seal of the north entrance was broken, and the people of the Lotus Glory sect quickly entered. Bang! A crack appeared on the seal on Lin Xian's side. It was as tall as a person, and it seemed like it would close at any time. You guys go in first, Ling Feng said very generously. Zhang Jun nodded, and then led the Black Heaven sect disciples in quickly. Lin Xian's heart sank. He realized that the Ling clan's eyes were all on him, especially Ling Feng, who had a trace of aura locked onto him. Sighing in his heart, Lin Xian felt that the trip to the blood-colored heavenly palace would not be too peaceful. He used the phantom thunder step, and his body turned into an afterimage as he prepared to enter. Boom! A sharp hidden force surged over, as if it was going to tear him apart. The front was blocked by the attack, and Lin Xian could only retreat. Whoosh! He retreated rapidly and dodged the silent attack. In front, the Black Heaven sect disciples had all entered, and no one noticed the abnormality behind them. Ling Feng looked at Lin Xian and sneered, "You want to enter? Ridiculous." The rest of the Ling clan laughed and looked at Lin Xian with disdain. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He did not expect the Ling clan to be so bold as to stop him from entering. He took a deep breath and looked at Ling Feng coldly. Sword intent surged from his body, as if a divine sword was unsheathed, sharp and unstoppable. Feeling this pressure, the Ling clan disciples were slightly shocked, and their expressions were somewhat unnatural. Ling Feng's body was surrounded by light, and his eyes were extremely sharp. Don't enter the blood-colored heavenly palace. When we come out, it will be the time of your death. Ling Feng waved his hand and let all the Ling clan disciples enter. Then, he stopped the transmission of spiritual power, and the whole seal was quickly sealed. Swoosh! The entrance gradually became smaller. Everyone had entered, and only Lin Xian remained outside. Lin Xian did not make a move. Facing so many spiritual Sea Realm disciples, he had no confidence. However, it was impossible for him to sit and wait for death. When I enter, I will cut you all down with my sword. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with coldness. Not long after, the remaining disciples arrived one after another. When they learned that the top disciples had entered, they cried to the sky, "Damn it, I was so close to entering early." Someone was angry. Some did not believe it and gathered people to attack the seal. However, the highest cultivation among these people was only at the early stage of the first sky of spiritual Sea Realm, and there were very few of them. They could not break the seal at all. Is there no other way to enter? Some disciples were not convinced. There is. I estimate that after 10 days, the seal of the blood-colored heavenly palace will weaken. At that time, we will all be able to enter. 10 days. Everyone inside has already entered. What will be left after 10 days? Not necessarily. This blood-colored trial ground has a few hundred years of history. Even now, there are still countless treasures. So what if we are late for 10 days? Lin Xian stood in the crowd and listened quietly, not saying a word. Actually, besides these, there is another way. Someone whispered, "That is the western entrance." Western entrance. Many disciples' faces changed, and they shrank back in fear. I will wait for 10 days. Anyway, this little bit of time is not important. Many people decided to come back after 10 days. There were also some who were meditating, unwilling to leave. Western entrance? What is that place? Lin Xian was puzzled and asked. The information he received did not explain the entrance in detail. Someone glanced at him and then explained, "The blood-colored heavenly palace is divided into 4 entrances: east, west, north, and south. The other 3 entrances are sealed by powerful seals and can only be entered at a specific time. The western entrance is an exception. There is no seal there, so you can enter and exit as you wish. However, no one has ever dared to go there." Why? Lin Xian did not understand. Because no one has ever come out from where they entered. In the past 100 years, no one has taken that path. Chapter 122. Lin Xian was very curious about the mysterious western entrance. Let's go and take a look. We can't wait here for 10 days. He was unwilling to give up and decided to give it a try. Hey, where are you going? Are you really going to the western entrance? A disciple shouted. Lin Xian waved his hand without turning his head and said goodbye to the group of people. Damn, he's really going there. He's crazy. He's courting death. No one can come out alive. Humph, maybe he's just pretending. If he really goes there, he'll be so scared that his legs will go soft. Many disciples sneered, ready to see Lin Xian make a fool of himself. Lin Xian didn't care about what the others thought. He went to the western entrance and observed it with Wine Lord. There was a square entrance in front of them. There was no sealing power around it. Lin Xian activated his purple spirit eyes and found that it was pitch black inside. He couldn't see through it at all. This place isn't as simple as it looks. It's maintained by a formation, Wine Lord said in a deep voice. This should be a trial. A trial? Lin Xian was puzzled. If that's the case, why did so many people disappear? This is indeed a trial. The consequence of failure is death. Wine Lord's voice was grave. Whether you want to enter or not is up to you. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. His eyes were very determined. Let me see how difficult this trial is. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian walked into the western entrance. Whoosh, whoosh. Bloody forest, Bat Cave. In the huge cave, the Bat King's corpse was split in half and fell to the ground. Fresh blood and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. A pungent smell filled the air. The Zixia sect disciples searched the cave and didn't miss a single spot. However, they didn't find anything useful. Zixia Fairy and the others looked at the beautiful figure in front of them in awe and waited patiently. There's nothing here. Could it be that my deduction was wrong? The beautiful figure whispered. Her limpid eyes scanned the area again. Finally, she sighed softly. How many more forbidden areas like this are there? The mysterious woman asked. There's also a mysterious valley. No one has ever entered it, Xisha Fairy said respectfully. It's said that there's also a mysterious place inside the bloody heavenly palace. I can use the deduction technique again. The mysterious woman took out a tortoiseshell and continuously released her spiritual energy. After a moment, a bloody red shadow of the tortoiseshell. It was hovering in the air. This should be the blood heavenly palace. The mysterious woman put away the turtle shell and said calmly, "Let's go to the blood heavenly palace." The expressions of the Xixia sect disciples revealed a hint of excitement. They impatiently turned around and prepared to leave. "Hee, you want to leave? I'm afraid it won't be that easy." Several black figures blocked the way, black fog rolling around their bodies. "Who are you? Quickly get out of the way." Fairy Xia shouted. 2. Soon, that person opened his eyes and said coldly, "I didn't find what I was looking for." The leading black-robed person looked at the Xixia sect's disciples and said, "Hand over what you found. Otherwise, you'll die without an intact corpse." "You're also looking for something?" The mysterious woman frowned. "Did the information leak?" "It seems you already know." The black-robed leader's voice was hoarse. "Hand it over, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse." Then, the black mist on his body surged and condensed into a ferocious demonic beast above his head. Netherworld Death Chi? The mysterious woman was stunned. Soon after, she sneered, "I didn't expect you to come back from the ashes. I wonder how many of you are still alive?" The mysterious woman's words startled the 5 black-robed people. The Xixia sect's disciples were bewildered. "Kill them all and bring them back." The black-robed leader's voice was cruel. Suddenly, the black mist filled the air and covered the whole cave. Flickering light passing shadow, the mysterious woman's figure danced. A translucent light rushed out and dispersed the black mist. "She's not from the state of Great Xia. Form a formation to deal with her." The black-robed leader was alarmed and shouted hastily. 5 streams of black mist flew out from the black-robed people and intertwined in the air, forming a 5-pointed formation that surrounded the group. 5th Netherworld Formation. Open. The black mist surged and transformed into a huge beast claw. Endless murderous aura filled the air and filled the whole space. The mysterious woman frowned and said hatefully, "If it weren't for the suppression of cultivation in this damned space, you wouldn't have been able to act so presumptuously." Soon after, her body bloomed with rays of multicolored light that welcomed the black-scaled claw. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed in the surroundings, creating overlapping sounds. Lin Xian's body bloomed with light, but it was only enough to illuminate the path under his feet. Wherever he passed, the darkness receded like a tide and surrounded him violently. Lin Xian didn't know how long he had been walking. It was as if there was no end in sight. There was no sound, no figure. Only the sound of his heartbeat and the echoing sound of his footsteps could be heard. It continued until eternity. An illusory formation? He stopped in his tracks. The orange light in his eyes flickered like 2 divine lights that streaked across the darkness. Not far away, a light lit up. It looked like a door, but it was blurry. Lin Xian lifted his feet and walked toward the door. However, after a while, he realized that the door had deviated from its direction and appeared on his left side again. He adjusted his direction, but the door was always on his side. It was as if he had never walked in the right direction. Lin Xian smiled. He knew that he had fallen into an illusory formation. But so what? The path I walk, even if there is darkness in front of me, I will use the sword in my hand to cut out a path of light. The sword intent seed in his body trembled, and the shadow of a huge golden sword appeared behind him, towering between heaven and earth. The blurry door of light disappeared, and a sword ray rushed out from Lin Xian's body and cut through the void. Like a broken mirror, the boundless darkness turned into bits and pieces and disappeared in the air. The surrounding scenery changed drastically. Under a pink curtain, the air was filled with the rich fragrance of flowers and a faint body fragrance. A graceful figure was faintly discernible, a peerless face, and a devilish figure. This was a cave of beauties. If it were anyone else, they would have been spurting blood. However, Lin Xian was expressionless. The orange light in his eyes flickered with a faint red light. His gaze was firm, and his expression was calm as he walked past. Behind him, the pink turned into a skeleton and disappeared. "You're here. You're finally here." The surrounding scenery changed again, and a person appeared in front of him. The figure in front of him was blurry, as if it was covered by fog. Lin Xian walked forward and finally saw the other person's appearance. Young, delicate, black hair fluttering, eyes full of confidence. It was as if another him was standing there. Chapter 123. Lin Xian looked at his other self in front of him and smirked. What is it this time? Was it still an illusion? No, I am you. I really exist, the figure said slowly. Is that so? Lin Xian's aura suddenly changed. Sword and tint surrounded him, making him look like a sword god. A powerful sword aura cut through the ground and rushed towards the figure. The 9 spiritual veins in his body resonated. Pure spiritual energy was attached to the sword, forming a 7-meter-long sword aura that slashed towards the figure. Boom! On the other side, a shocking aura also rushed out of the figure, as if it was going to cut through the void. Sword and tint. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to know this as well. So strong. This sword and tint seems to be even stronger than mine. Lin Xian whispered. Could it be true sword and tint? His sword and tint was still at the half-step sword and tint stage, but the other party had probably passed this stage and entered the true sword and tint stage. The figure smiled and raised his right hand. Then, he suddenly slashed down. A 7-meter-long sword aura flew out, but the aura on it was even sharper. Rumble, the 2 sword auras collided. Like a volcano erupting, the air waves rolled and the invisible energy hit Lin Xian. Phantom thunder step? Lin Xian kept jumping. At the same time, a red protective sword aura condensed on his body to offset the aftershock of the sword aura. Whoosh! He floated to the ground. Orange light flashed in his eyes as he looked forward. There, the figure stood quietly. The sword and tint on him was even stronger. Kill! Lin Xian didn't hesitate and rushed over again with his sword. He had bronze gauntlets and talismans. It wouldn't be difficult to kill this figure. However, he didn't. He faintly felt that he had to use his own strength to kill this figure. Otherwise, even if he killed it, he might not be able to walk out. Lin Xian turned into a golden light and arrived in front of the figure in an instant. The red flame sword in his hand pierced out like thunder. He used the thunder sword technique, but the other party also used it. Not only were the moves the same, but the power was also stronger than Lin Xian's. 3 gale thrusts. Lin Xian's body moved along with his sword, turning into a green rainbow that flew out like a gust of wind. That figure also flew out, turning into a hurricane. Ding ding ding. The long swords clashed, creating sparks in the air. Every time, the tip of the sword clashed against the tip of the sword. It was extremely dangerous. After 3 clashes, Lin Xian decisively retreated. He realized that the figure in front of him was too strange. Not only did he use the same moves as him, but his sword and tint was also superior to his. What should I do? He kept thinking. This time, the figure opposite him took the initiative to attack. Lin Xian met the attack head-on. Their figures intertwined, and in the blink of an eye, over 100 moves had been exchanged. Something's not right. Lin Xian dodged his opponent's sword chi, but his body suddenly trembled. If his sword and tint was stronger than mine, I would have died long ago. But the situation now is that neither of us can do anything to the other. Lin Xian's eyes gradually lit up. I have been under his illusion since the beginning. Inside his body, Wine Lord was paying close attention to this battle. When he saw Lin Xian wake up, a smile appeared on his face. Defeat him, and you will be able to condense the true sword and tint. Wine Lord said to himself. Lin Xian did not hear Wine Lord's words, but his thoughts were the same as Wine Lord's. As long as I can condense the true sword and tint, I will be able to defeat him. Lin Xian saw hope. But how can I condense the true sword and tint? He had been stuck at the half-step sword and tint stage for too long, and could not break through for too long. My opponent has the concept of sword intent, but he does not have the power of sword intent. Maybe I can comprehend it from him. Thinking of this, Lin Xian attacked again. This time, other than fighting with the figure, Lin Xian also used his purple spirit eyes and soul force to comprehend the sword intent. Analyzing, verifying, and absorbing, Lin Xian improved rapidly. 2 hours later, the sword intent seed in Lin Xian's body shone brightly, releasing a shocking aura. A sword of thunder was faintly discernible, stirring up the wind and clouds. Lin Xian felt a powerful force, as if he could destroy everything with a single glance. Is this sword intent? He raised the sword with one hand and pointed it at the sky. With a swing of the sword, the air in front of him was sucked away, and the figure seemed to be fixed, unable to move. The golden sword light was extremely sharp, as if it could cut open the void and slashed through. A huge sword mark cut across the ground, leaving a deep ravine. The figure that looked like Lin Xian, with blood flowing out from between his eyebrows, fell down powerlessly. You shouldn't have killed me, the figure said weakly. Humph. Lin Xian snorted, and 2 sword lights shot out from his eyes, directly piercing through the figure. Bang! The figure was completely disappointed, and the light on his body disappeared, revealing his original form. A wooden figure fell to the ground, its head split in half, with golden arcs of electricity jumping around the cracks. This battle actually allowed me to comprehend the true sword intent, as expected of the trial road. Lin Xian was extremely happy. His battle power had increased by a large margin, and even if he were to face Ling Kuan, he would be able to kill him directly. Let's go. The trial road isn't over yet. Wine Lord reminded him. Lin Xian nodded and walked towards the light door. Swish! A white light flashed, and the scenery changed again. This was a bluestone path, and in front of it was a vermilion door, with various sceneries on both sides. Leave this to me, Wine Lord said. Just do as I say. Next, Lin Xian began to move forward under the guidance of Wine Lord. This process might seem strange to outsiders, but only Lin Xian knew the thrill. Finally, Lin Xian passed through the bluestone path without any mishaps and walked through the vermilion door. Inside was a large hall, supported by 4 pillars. In front of it was a stone statue, standing proudly. Although it didn't move, it had an aura of disdain for the world. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to withstand this aura. Fortunately, Lin Xian had comprehended the sword intent, so he wasn't affected. Under the stone statue was a stone table, and on it were 2 items. One was a stone token, and the other was a palm-sized key. That stone token should be a status symbol, and that key could be an important clue to open an important place. Keep it first, Wine Lord said. Hearing this, Lin Xian quickly put the 2 items into his storage ring. Although I don't know Senior's name, this trial road has indeed benefited me greatly, Lin Xian said seriously, and then he bowed deeply. Thank you, Senior. Rumble. As if sensing Lin Xian's respect, the tall stone statue's aura surged, as if it had come to life. Fated One. A deep voice rang out, reverberating in the hall. The surrounding air seemed to have frozen. Lin Xian felt as if he was in the air, floating with the wind. In front of him, there was a majestic figure standing in the void. The sword was drawn, and the wind rose. Lin Xian didn't understand the concept behind it, but the scene of destruction shook his soul. Chapter 124. Wind Emperor's Sword. A voice filled with vicissitudes of life echoed in Lin Xian's mind. In the end, all the light and shadow turned into a sword and entered the space between Lin Xian's eyebrows. After a long time, Lin Xian opened his eyes. That sword, if I'm not wrong, it should be a kind of inheritance, Wine Lord said indifferently. Lin Xian nodded. There was indeed some information in his mind, but it wasn't complete. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stayed in the hall and silently digested the information in his mind. Although it was only a sword, it contained too many things. It was ever-changing and could derive many things. Lin Xian only memorized the most basic parts. He would slowly study the rest when he had time. After tidying up, Lin Xian quickly left the place. At this moment, outside the blood-red sky, a group of female disciples hurriedly rushed over. "It's the people from Zixia sect," someone exclaimed. "Why did they only arrive now? They're all injured. What happened? Who dared to attack them?" The surrounding disciples whispered. The people from Zixia sect didn't pay attention to the crowd. They directly rushed toward the entrance. The leader was a mysterious woman. She didn't hesitate. She gently raised her lily-white hand and pressed it on the seal. Bang! With a loud sound and a dazzling light, a big hole was blasted open in the seal. If the direct disciples of the three sects were here, they would definitely go crazy. They had attacked the seal for an entire incense stick's worth of time. However, this mysterious woman had completely blasted open the seal with a single attack. With a flash, the mysterious woman disappeared in front of the seal. The other Zixia sect disciples also entered one after another. It actually opened. The surrounding disciples stared blankly ahead as if they were dreaming. "Charge!" someone shouted, and the group of disciples rushed forward like locusts. With a flash of white light, Lin Xian appeared on the street. There were tall buildings all around him. Every once in a while, there would be a fork in the road. It was like a maze. The sound of fighting came from the front, accompanied by violent fluctuations of spiritual power. Lin Xian keenly felt that this situation wasn't just happening in one place. "Looks like the treasure hunt has only just begun," Lin Xian muttered. "Stop sighing and let's go. I found a good place." Wine Lord urged. "Turn right at the 3rd Street. It's the second door inside, quick." Lin Xian tapped the soles of his feet lightly. Like a wisp of green smoke, he quickly floated past. Now that he had comprehended a trace of the Wind Emperor's sword, he had a new understanding of the usage of wind. It could be said that he now possessed the wind and lightning attributes. As long as he could perfectly fuse the two attributes, his strength would skyrocket. During this time, many people looked in Lin Xian's direction. However, when they saw the thick stone gate and the 5-colored seal, they all sighed and quickly left. There were many places like this in the blood-colored Heavenly Palace. Ordinary people couldn't open them. As for Zheng Jun, Xie Changfeng, and the others who had the ability to open this kind of seal, they had already entered deeper. However, Lin Xian was different. He had some knowledge of Wine Lord, so this kind of seal wasn't difficult for him. Just as he approached the stone gate, Lin Xian sensed a thick, medicinal fragrance. His soul power could even capture the energy contained within. So fragrant. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. "Good wine." Wine Lord chuckled. "This seal has been sealed for so long that even the fragrance has leaked out. But that's good. Breaking it won't take much effort." Lin Xian followed Wine Lord's instructions. He extended his soul power and carefully broke the seal. Ka, ka. With 2 soft sounds, the stone gate slowly opened. The ground trembled slightly. Whoosh! Lin Xian flashed and directly entered. He had already used his soul power to investigate. There was no danger inside. This stone room wasn't very big. There weren't any weapons or cultivation techniques inside. Instead, there were rows of wine jars. The biggest one was the size of a water jar. The smallest one was made of bronze. They were scattered on the table. "What kind of wine is this? It smells so good." Lin Xian took a deep breath. The 9 spirit veins in his body shook and quickly revolved. "Start with the small ones." Wine Lord was obviously an expert. Lin Xian waved his hand and collected the 3 bronze jars on the table. Then, he began to collect the other jars. The stone gate is open." Someone outside exclaimed. Suddenly, countless figures rushed over. "Damn! Spirit wine." Several figures rushed in and greedily smelled the wine. The spirit chi contained within it loosened his bottleneck. Attack! The warriors' eyes were filled with madness as they pounced on the jars. Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to them. He had already cleaned out the best wine in the room. The rest of the wine was nothing to him. Lin Xian's gaze landed on a dark red wine cabinet. There was a wine cup inside. Lin Xian tried to take it, but found that it was blocked by a seal. Why is there only this kind of wine? A few Sea of Soul Realm warriors found that some places were empty. Kid, did you take it? If you know what's good for you, hand it over. 3 Sea of Soul Realm warriors looked at Lin Xian with unkind eyes. A pulse condensation realm trash. Take him down and take his storage ring. One of the Sea of Soul Realm warriors sneered. Okay. The other 2 agreed. Their auras gushed out like 3 mountains, filling the entire space. Not good, retreat. Some of the pulse condensation realm warriors' faces changed as they retreated. Although the spirit wine was good, one needed to be alive to enjoy it. These people retreated out of the stone room, but did not go far. Instead, they looked around the door. Hey, that kid inside is dead for sure. Too greedy. Facing Sea of Soul Realm warriors, he still dares to act like this. He deserves to die. The 3 Sea of Soul Realm warriors were proud. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the spirit wine, or die. Lin Xian turned around and glanced at the 3 indifferently. I've killed quite a few Sea of Soul Realm warriors. If you don't want to die, scram. The 3 stared blankly, then laughed arrogantly. Haha, what did he say? He's killed Sea of Soul Realm warriors? You dare to tell us to scram? Today, no one can save you. Fleeting Blade. Jade Hand. Light Fist. The 3 attacked fiercely, shaking the entire stone room. Lin Xian stretched out his palm and drew a circle in front of him. A clear blue stream rotated, producing a gust of wind. However, this wind was very gentle, like a pair of invisible hands, guiding the 3's moves. Pong, pong, pong. The attacks of the 3 Sea of Soul Realm warriors were guided by Lin Xian, crashing into the seal of the wine cabinet. The ground trembled, and cracks appeared on the surrounding walls. Some of the wine jar's surfaces were suffused with white light. There was clearly some kind of power protecting this blood-colored, heavenly palace. Otherwise, these attacks would have destroyed the entire stone room. Pacha! The seal on the wine cabinet shattered, and the thing inside appeared. A thick fragrance wafted out of the wine. The fragrance was mesmerizing. Lin Xian moved his arm and quickly took out the wine cup. You dare. Put it down. You're courting death. Chapter 125. The 3 Sea of Soul Realm martial artists were like 3 angry beasts. Their eyes were bloodshot as they pounced toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed heartily and drank all the spirit wine in his cup. Die! The 3 carried a fierce aura and attacked Lin Xian fiercely. Lin Xian sneered and slashed out with his sword. A powerful sword intent raged like a heavenly sword, stabbing at the 3's weak points. Puff, puff, puff. The sword light flashed and the 3 retreated in horror. Their attacks were disintegrated in an instant, and the one who did this was only a 9th rank condensing meridian martial artist. Sword intent. This is sword intent. The 3 sucked in a breath of cold air. Misunderstanding. This is an abnormal misunderstanding. We will leave now. Then, the 3 turned into afterimages and quickly fled, leaving the group of martial artists at the door in a daze. Lin Xian didn't kill them. After all, there was no great enmity between them. Moreover, after leaving, he would have to face their elders. If he killed them, it would be troublesome. Of course, if they were from the Ling family, it would be a different story. Lin Xian wouldn't let his enemies go. He used his soul power to search again, but didn't find anything else. He didn't touch the 2 jars of spirit wine in the corner because he didn't need it. Moreover, he already had enough. There was nothing wrong with leaving some for the remaining people. Retracting his gaze, Lin Xian walked out of the door. Hua! The people who were blocking the door immediately dispersed and looked at him in awe. They were afraid that if he was unhappy, he would start a massacre. Lin Xian found that there were also Black Sky sect disciples in the crowd. He nodded and said slowly, "The spirit wine inside is enough for you to distribute. Take it one by one. Don't fight and don't fight." The group nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Who would dare to disobey? The 3 Sea of Soul Realm martial artists had already escaped, so no one dared to act wildly. Lin Xian did this mainly because he was afraid that the Black Sky sect disciples would be at a disadvantage. After all, there were many disciples of other forces here. His body swayed and turned into a breeze, floating away. The remaining disciples began to walk in silently and distribute the spirit wine according to the number of people. This was probably the only place in the blood-colored heavenly palace where such a harmonious scene could be found. Lin Xian's figure quickly moved. He found a remote corner and sat down. The spirit wine in his body had already started to take effect. Actually, the best thing to do would be to wait until it was safe before drinking the spirit wine. However, there were too many Sea of Souls realm warriors in this bloody palace. Moreover, he could meet Ling Feng or Zheng Jun at any time. Both of them were martial artists at the second sky of the spiritual ocean realm. In this place where opportunities were everywhere, breaking through to the next level was not difficult. He had to quickly increase his strength so that he could obtain more resources. The spirit wine in his body turned into a warm current and began to rush through his meridians. Lin Xian took out the crimson flame greatsword, activated tenfold gravity, and stabbed it in front of him. As for himself, he closed his eyes and began to activate the longevity secret art. From the meridian's condensing stage to the spirit sea stage, one had to gather the power of the 9 spirit meridians in the dantian to form the spirit sea. Lin Xian thought about it thoroughly before he began to act. Without deliberately suppressing it, the spirit power in Lin Xian's body surged without stopping. Under the effect of the spirit wine, the circulation of his spirit power was several times faster than usual. The 9 spirit meridians were like a vast river, constantly circulating. Following the chant of the longevity secret art, Lin Xian began to gather the spirit sea in his dantian. His abnormal actions finally attracted the attention of others. Many disciples looked over, but most of them only gave him a quick glance and ignored him. After all, the most important thing now was to find the treasure. Who would care about other people's business? However, there were exceptions among these people, and they were the disciples of the Ling family. 2 Sea of Souls realm disciples of the Ling family looked at Lin Xian's figure and revealed a puzzled expression. Wasn't he blocked outside? How did he come in? There are more and more martial artists here. I'm afraid something happened outside that we don't know about. One of the Ling family disciples said, but that's not important. Who cares how he came in? We just need to kill him. The 2 laughed nastily. With a stomp of their feet, they turned into rays of light and flew over. It looks like he's about to enter the Sea of Souls realm. How long has it been? He went from the 8th level of the Meridian's realm to the Sea of Souls realm. He must have had a fortuitous encounter. After we kill him, we'll take his storage ring. Let him die from chi deviation. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The 2 arrived in a flash and stretched out their palms arrogantly. Wong. In front of them, the red flame sword trembled. 10 times the pressure appeared and crashed down. The 2 Ling family disciples' bodies suddenly fell. Their eyes revealed a horrified expression as they retreated in panic. What's going on? After retreating 3 zhang away, the 2 were still in shock. That sword is strange. It seems to be able to create a special gravity. The 2 were both Sea of Souls realm experts and quickly understood. Attack from afar. Mountain suppressing hand. Pushing out a palm, the spirit power in his body surged out and gathered in front of him into an ancient small mountain that quickly flew over. Rumble. Wherever it passed, the ground caved in by 3 layers. One could imagine the terrifying power contained within. However, 10 times the gravity was no joke. Soon, the small mountain of spirit power was worn down. Then, the sword lightly trembled and absorbed the spirit power. I don't believe it. Again. The 2 didn't want to miss this good opportunity, so they both used mountain suppressing hand. 2 mountains of spirit power flew out and crashed into Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian was trying to break through to the Sea of Souls realm, he still left some of his consciousness to observe the outside world. Seeing the 2 mountains of spirit power fly over, he frowned. Don't worry about breaking through. I'm here, Wine Lord said with a smile. Although you can't directly attack, you can still control a sword. With Wine Lord here, Lin Xian was completely at ease. He began to break through to the Sea of Souls realm with all his strength. Outside, the 2 mountains quickly rushed over and broke into the 10 times gravity zone. However, this time, the dark red rune on the red flame sword bloomed with light. The The two mountains of spirit power entered the gravity zone and strangely turned in a circle. Then, they flew back without moving. This scene made the two's faces change again. They cursed and spread out to the sides. Pong, pong. The two mountains of spirit power hit the wall behind them, causing a tremor. Fortunately, the inside of the blood-colored palace was extremely hard. Only some stones fell. The two gritted their teeth. They couldn't break through no matter what they did. They could only watch as Lin Xian broke through bit by bit. No, we can't let him off so easily. I'll go find Ling Yun. He should be nearby. One of them quickly left. The other stared at Lin Xian, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. When Big Brother Ling Yun comes, you're dead meat. He was very confident because Ling Yun was a martial artist in the late stage of the first layer of the spiritual sea realm. He was very powerful, far more powerful than the two of them. Just as the Ling family disciple called for reinforcements, Lin Xian's body also underwent an earth-shattering change. In his dantian, there was a ball of green liquid that kept spinning like a whirlpool. Lin Xian broke through to the spiritual sea realm very smoothly and in a very short time. If he told others, no one would believe him. However, this was all thanks to his cultivation method, the art of longevity. In addition to the domineering name, this cultivation method once again showed its power. In fact, Lin Xian didn't know that his spiritual sea was bigger than others. It didn't look like he had just entered the spiritual sea realm. After knowing that the Ling family disciple called for reinforcements, he sneered. If he could make use of this situation to kill a strong opponent, that would be the best. Chapter 126. Seeing Lin Xian's pained expression, the Ling family disciple sneered. Do you really think the spirit sea realm is that easy to break through? Back then, he had spent a lot of effort to break through to the spirit sea realm. Now that he thought about it, he was still a little scared. Seeing Lin Xian's appearance, he had a gloating expression on his face. Not long after, the Ling family disciple who had left returned. Beside him was a stern-looking young man and a youth, Big Brother Yun. The Ling family disciple who was guarding Lin Xian shouted happily. The young man was Ling Yun, and the youth beside him was Ling Zhe. Ling Yun looked at Lin Xian with a gloomy expression. The two of you are really embarrassing. You can't even take care of someone who can't move. The two trembled in fear and hurriedly explained. The black sword in front of that kid is strange. It can produce an extremely strong gravitational force. Big Brother Yun, you have to be careful. Go back and practice hard. Don't embarrass the Ling family, Ling Yun said in a low voice. The two of you have done a great service by discovering him. I will report this to the family head when I return. Thank you, Big Brother Yun. The two were ecstatic. Ling Yun smiled faintly. He had first shocked the two of them so that they didn't dare to claim credit. Then, he prepared to deal with Lin Xian. Getting rid of a genius who had comprehended sword intent was definitely a big deal. He would probably be rewarded handsomely. Ling Yun used his fingers like a knife and sent out a resplendent blade aura. It fell into the gravitational field and gradually disappeared. There is indeed something strange. The gravitational force is about 10 times stronger than normal. Ling Yun was much stronger than the other two and had more experience. With Big Brother Yun's strength, forcefully breaking through is no problem. The two complemented. Ling Zhe was also looking forward to it. He wanted to see Lin Xian die with his own eyes. Ling Yun sneered. There is no need to go through so much trouble to kill a brat. Today, I will show you my new martial technique. Letting a genius die from chi deviation is far more satisfying than killing him myself. Ling Zhe's face was full of pride. He looked at Lin Xian as if he was looking at a dead man. Ling Yun slowly walked in front of Black Sword, his cold gaze fixed on Lin Xian. Brat, since you dared to offend the Ling family, you shall atone for your sins with your death. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He didn't act rashly. He wanted to wait for Ling Yun to let his guard down completely. Roar! Ling Yun channeled his spiritual energy, leaned forward, and roared. His deep voice, combined with his spiritual energy, formed a powerful sound wave attack that rushed towards Lin Xian. Crack! Crack! The nearby walls, ground, and all the places that were enveloped by the sound waves were all covered with scars that looked like they had been slashed by swords. It was extremely terrifying. Some of the warriors who were passing by were even more terrified. The weaker ones were spitting out blood non-stop. Even the two Sea of Souls realm warriors from the Ling family were pale and dizzy. Soundwave attacks are indeed sinister. Lin Xian cursed in his heart. This kind of attack was impossible to defend against. It could penetrate the body and directly injure the internal organs. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. His soul power was stronger than sound waves, and his defense was more effective. However, he couldn't make it too obvious. He had to lure Ling Yun closer so that he could attack. Secretly communicating with Winelord, he had Winelord control the red flame sword and make it look like he was defending. At the same time, he used his soul power to neutralize the soundwave attack, but he pretended to be injured. From an outsider's perspective, Lin Xian's face was pale, and he was on the verge of collapsing. The dark red sword in front of him trembled slightly, blocking most of the soundwave attack. You can actually block it? Ling Yun was shocked. His face turned ugly. He used the soundwave technique again. It was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Xian's face only turned paler, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Other than that, there were no other changes. Big Brother Yun, you improved so quickly. You must have had a fortuitous encounter. Maybe you have some treasures on you. Behind him, two disciples of the Ling family said. Ling Yun's face relaxed. Treasures? That's even better. Fine, let me deal with you personally. This is your honor. Ling Yun laughed coldly. A layer of spiritual armor appeared on the surface of his body, covering his body. Then, his body flashed, and he charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian used his soul power to sense everything. He decided to use his strongest sword in 10 attack. He was even prepared to use his bronze gloves. This time, he had to kill Ling Yun. Whoosh! Ling Yun flashed and quickly arrived beside Lin Xian. The spiritual armor on his body changed slightly due to the effect of 10 times the gravity. He looked down from above and placed one hand on Lin Xian's head. There was a trace of contempt in his eyes. Die, ant. However, before he could use his strength, the situation changed drastically. Lin Xian, who seemed to be injured like an ant, suddenly opened his eyes. Two golden electric arcs were as sharp as divine swords. The sword intent on his body surged, and his aura was shocking. Sword chi that was close to 10 feet long appeared in his hand, and he slashed with all his might. The complete form of the sword intent, coupled with the cultivation of the spiritual sea realm, made this sword extremely fast and breathtaking. Ling Yun's face was still filled with disdain, but his body suddenly split into two. Even in death, he couldn't believe that he would die at the hands of Lin Xian. This scene was too sudden. Ling Yun's carelessness and arrogance, coupled with Lin Xian's advancement, caused all of this to happen in an instant. The faces of the Ling family disciples in the distance were distorted. They couldn't accept the scene before them. Ling Zhe bit his lips tightly, and his body trembled non-stop. Impossible. Big Brother Yun can't die. Ling Zhe and the rest kept pinching themselves to wake up from their dreams. However, this was reality, a bloody reality. Lin Xian's body flashed, and he appeared in front of the three of them. With a wave of his arm, 2 rays of sword light flew out, carrying a sharp sword intent, and killed the 2 spiritual sea realm martial artists. After entering the spiritual sea realm, not only could one transform their spiritual energy, but they could also release sword chi. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly as he looked at Ling Zhe. No, don't kill me. Ling Zhe was so scared that he lost control of his bladder. His legs went soft, and he knelt on the ground. If he could turn back time, he definitely wouldn't have provoked Lin Xian. Ling Zhe was filled with regret. He was the one who brought disaster to the family. However, there were no ifs in this world. Lin Xian wouldn't let this person who had tried to kill him multiple times go. The sword light flashed, and a bloody hole appeared between Ling Zhe's eyebrows. He died with boundless regret. Lin Xian took the storage rings of the 3 people and left quickly. Fortunately, he had used the lion's roar technique earlier, scaring away everyone nearby. Therefore, No one saw Lin Xian kill anyone. It took a long time for someone to come over. However, they all ran away quickly when they saw the corpses on the ground. Lin Xian slowed down after leaving the scene. He took the storage rings of the 3 people in his hands and began to inspect the items inside. Ling Zhe and the rest were very ordinary. Other than some spiritual stones and pills, there was nothing else. However, he was still very satisfied with Ling Yun's storage ring. There were close to 100 mid-grade spiritual stones, a box of low-grade spiritual stones, and 2 martial arts manuals. One was the Ling family's secret technique, the mountain suppressing hand. The other was the sound wave technique. Lin Xian looked at the sound wave technique first. To be honest, he was very interested in this kind of attack. If not for his strong soul power, he would have died under the sound wave technique. Chapter 127. Lion's Roar, a high-grade mystic class martial technique. Using vibrations to generate sound waves, combined with spiritual power attacks, it could kill without leaving a trace. Lin Xian was getting more and more excited. He had a vague idea that if the sound waves were combined with soul power, it would be even more lethal and difficult for the opponent to defend against. After all, soul attacks were too rare, and martial artists who cultivated soul power were even rarer. At least until now, Lin Xian had not seen anyone use soul attacks. He could be said to have an eidetic memory. After a quick glance, he imprinted all the contents in his mind. Roar. Lin Xian operated according to the method. The air vibrated and rippled like water. Terrifying cracks appeared on the wall in front of him. Seeing the effect, he smiled with satisfaction and then looked at the mountain suppressing hand. This was the Ling family's secret technique, a low-grade spiritual martial technique. Its power was unimaginable. However, the Ling family disciples' cultivation was too low, so they could not display its full power. According to the manual, at the highest level, one could condense 5 giant mountains. The power was no different from a real mountain, or even stronger. Lin Xian studied it seriously and found that he could use the first level, which was to condense a giant mountain. However, he did not dare to use it in this blood-colored palace. If someone found out, the Ling family elders would not let him off. No matter how powerful he was, he did not think that he could compete with an elder. Therefore, it was better to be cautious. Lin Xian searched along the way. Under the guidance of Wine Lord, he came to a herb garden. There were obviously more martial artists here than in other places, but most of them were in the periphery. Not many could go deep. Lin Xian used his purple spirit eyes to look and found that the entire herb garden was protected by a defensive array. However, due to the passage of time, the defensive array had become dilapidated. There were many loopholes in many places. Even so, it was not a place where ordinary martial artists could casually enter. However, there were many spiritual herbs in the herb garden, which were too attractive to martial artists. Even if their lives were in danger, they still wanted to take the risk. Saffron flower. Someone exclaimed not far away. Everyone looked over and saw a disciple with a flushed face. He was extremely excited. In front of him, there was a blue flower. It was very beautiful, like a sapphire. So it's this kind of spirit medicine. It's almost extinct in the cloud state. It can only be found in the depths of the Taihang Mountains. Lin Xian was also slightly moved. An orange light flashed in his eyes, and then he frowned. Under the effect of his spirit eyes, he could see things that ordinary people could not see. There were some deadly traps around that navy blue flower, which were powerful enough to kill a Sea of Souls realm warrior. Don't pick it, it's a trap? Lin Xian warned in a low voice. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Some people were bewildered, but most of them were sneering. Who do you think you are? You found a trap just by looking at it? Someone sneered. What a joke. He must have said it on purpose because he was jealous. The disciple in the herb garden also sneered. Don't bother, I'm going to pluck this flower. Lin Xian sighed inwardly and stopped paying attention. As for that disciple, he slowly stretched out his hand in front of everyone's envy. His hand was getting closer and closer. When it was 3 feet away from the navy blue flower, ripples appeared in the air. A bolt of blue lightning appeared out of nowhere and struck that disciple directly. The powerful electric current killed him instantly. Puff. The charred corpse fell to the ground, with wisps of black smoke still rising from it. Hiss! Everyone gasped, and their backs were drenched in cold sweat. It was too terrifying. Nothing happened a moment ago, and the next moment, he died in a strange place. Such a strange method was terrifying. Apart from the fear of the herb garden, everyone was more impressed by Lin Xian. Not only was he able to detect danger, but he was also kind enough to warn them. This kind of warrior was really rare. Many disciples blushed. They were just mocking Lin Xian not long ago. Who knew that they were the ignorant ones? Many disciples began to look for Lin Xian, but they found that he seemed to have disappeared. He's there. Finally, someone found Lin Xian's figure, but even more people were disappointed. They originally wanted Lin Xian to give them some pointers, but he had already gone into the depths of the herb garden. It was too late to say anything now. Many people secretly gritted their teeth and regretted it. Lin Xian stood in the herb garden and walked carefully. He would occasionally reach out and pluck some spiritual herbs. Every time he plucked, he would leave some roots or seeds so that these spiritual herbs could continue to grow. In the blink of an eye, he had already plucked 5 spiritual herbs. Gradually, Lin Xian left the herb garden and walked inside. There were some houses and some figures. Among them, Lin Xian found Wang Jianxing, Yuan Fei, and other disciples. However, the personal disciples were not here. Lin Xian's arrival only made these people turn around to take a look before turning back. It couldn't be helped. Although Lin Xian had killed many Sea of Soul Realm warriors, he was still not famous in these people's eyes. However, he didn't care. Under such circumstances, the less attention he had, the easier it was for him to move. If I'm not wrong, this should be a place to refine pills. Someone analyzed, I don't know why, but every once in a while, some pills will be spewed out. Can we break the seal and enter? The people here were all elite disciples with high cultivation and status. They didn't want to wait and tried all kinds of methods to enter. However, so far, no one had succeeded. Lin Xian stood at the side and understood the situation clearly. Is there really no way to enter? Lin Xian asked Wine Lord. Difficult. If your cultivation was higher, maybe you could. But now, it's too difficult. Wine Lord said slowly. Lin Xian sighed softly. At this moment, the house in front emitted a light and several rainbows flashed out. Pills are coming out. With a cry of surprise, the nearby warriors all became alert and stared at the few rays of light in the sky. Lin Xian used purple spirit eyes and found that each ray of light was wrapped around a pill. Every pill was different. Some were white, some were red, some were as big as a longan, and some were smaller than a grape. Grab the one on the far left, Wine Lord reminded. Lin Xian looked up and was puzzled. The pill that Wine Lord mentioned was the smallest among all the pills, and its color was dim, as if it was a waste pill. Someone had already jumped up and pounced on the largest pills. Although Lin Xian was puzzled, he still ran toward the dim pill. There were a total of 5 elixirs in the air. Among them, the largest one, a vermilion elixir, was being fought over by the crowd. Many cultivators also bid for the other elixirs. Only the elixir that Lin Xian had his eyes on had the fewest people, with only 3 people bidding for it. Lin Xian was one of them. As for the other 2, one was a disciple of the Lotus Glory sect, and the other was a disciple of the Chen family, one of the 4 great families. Both of them were in the middle stage of the first layer of the spiritual ocean realm, and their powerful auras shrouded the surroundings. Chapter 128. The 5 pills in the air attracted a lot of people to fight for them. Lin Xian jumped up and rushed towards the smallest pill. At the same time, 2 other spiritual sea realm martial artists made a move as well. His eyes flashed. Under the effect of the purple spirit pupil, he could clearly sense the cultivation of the other 2. In the eyes of outsiders, the 2 were at the first layer of the spiritual sea realm, but in front of Lin Xian, they were not strong enough. Golden electric arcs jumped under his feet. Lin Xian's body was covered with the power of wind and thunder. He quickly rushed towards the pills in the air. His speed was much faster than the other 2. Let go. How dare you? 2 angry shouts came. Their arms shook, and fierce spiritual power surged towards Lin Xian. They were all young men in their 20s. How could they tolerate a young man running in front of them? Feeling the energy behind him, Lin Xian sneered. He did not look back, but hit out with a backhand chop. A bright sword ray flew out and turned into a waterfall in the air. With a fierce aura, it crashed into the attack from behind. At the same time, Lin Xian flicked his forefingers. For green sword chi, containing supreme sword intent, broke through the air and flew towards the two behind him. Pong, pong. 3 bursts of energy collided, emitting a dazzling light. What followed was a violent vibration. Whoosh, whoosh. Before the vibration subsided, sword rays shot out from the inside like 4 divine swords, piercing towards the two. The 2 martial artists who were fighting for the pills felt the fierce aura. Their scalps went numb, and they hurriedly formed a defense in front of them, hoping to block the horrifying sword chi. They never thought that the thin young man in front of them could release such a powerful sword ray. The aura on it made them tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Just as the two were in a hurry to defend, Lin Xian had already arrived in front of the pill. He grabbed it with his right hand. After getting it, he quickly retreated. All of this happened in an instant. When Lin Xian landed, the fight for the other pills had also ended. Wang Jianxing and Yuan Fei each got one, and the other 2 were taken by the 2 spiritual sea realm youths. After Yuan Fei received the elixir, he quickly put it away and turned to look in Lin Xian's direction. Actually, what he wanted to see was not Lin Xian, but that nearby Lotus Glory sect disciple. However, when he saw Lin Xian holding the dandan, he was slightly stunned. He narrowed his eyes and carefully stared at Lin Xian. When he sensed Lin Xian's cultivation in the early stage of the first layer of the spiritual ocean realm, his eyes lit up. To be able to snatch the elixir pills from the hands of 2 middle-stage martial artists when he's only in the initial stage of cultivation, I'm afraid his means are not simple. Yuan Fei's eyes had a hint of curiosity, but that was all. Sensing Yuan Fei's gaze, Lin Xian raised his head and smiled. Then, with a flip of his hand, he swallowed the pill. This guy. Yuan Fei raised his eyebrows in astonishment. The medicinal effect of this kind of elixir was very strong. Usually, one would need to cultivate in seclusion to maximize its effects. Who would swallow it casually like Lin Xian? Lin Xian seemed to be reckless, but he had already secretly asked Wine Lord. When he found out that this was a kind of elixir that strengthened the essence, he swallowed it without hesitation. So bitter. Lin Xian frowned and muttered in dissatisfaction. A few cultivators who were closer to him swayed when they heard this. They were so angry that they couldn't help but tremble. This was a spirit elixir. It's fine if you casually eat it like candy, but you actually think it's bitter? Don't be so infuriating. The few of them had strange expressions and walked away angrily. Lin Xian shrugged, took out the red flame sword, and inserted it into the ground beside him. Then, he took out a cup of spirit wine and drank it in one gulp. Then, he closed his eyes and started cultivating. Many people asked about the spirit chi and looked at Lin Xian with cold gazes. However, when they saw his Black Heaven sect uniform, they suppressed their ill intentions. The Black Heaven sect's top disciple, Wang Jianxing, was still here. They did not dare to openly snatch something from a Black Heaven sect disciple. Looks like the Black Heaven sect has produced another outstanding disciple. Yuan Fei glanced at Wang Jianxing and said casually. Wang Jianxing also glanced at Lin Xian. His eyes flashed, and no one knew what he was thinking. I heard that he has comprehended sword essence. I will fight him sooner or later. So, you don't have to provoke me. Wang Jianxing said coldly. Sword essence? Yuan Fei was surprised and looked at Lin Xian again. He did not expect this young man to be the disciple who had comprehended sword essence. In fact, he was not the only one. The martial artists nearby all looked at Lin Xian with vigilance in their eyes. Regardless of this young man's current cultivation, just the fact that he had comprehended sword essence was enough to shock them. Lin Xian did not know what these people were thinking. He was digesting the energy contained in the elixir and spirit wine. With the elixir that he had just snatched, the spiritual sea in his body had been completely stabilized. The green spiritual sea spun continuously and produced an endless amount of energy. From afar, it looked like a piece of crystal-clear jade. Above it was a mysterious glazed small sword. Lin Xian could clearly feel the seed of sword essence inside. It had grown from the size of a bean to more than an inch tall. After fully comprehending sword essence, Lin Xian realized that sword essence was divided into many levels. He had only comprehended 10% of sword essence. The art of longevity circulated quickly. Lin Xian absorbed the energy crazily. With Winelord around, he did not have to worry about the situation outside. After an hour, he slowly opened his eyes. There was an invisible sword radiance shining in his pupils. He stood up and realized that everyone was waiting with rapt attention. Their bodies were faintly glowing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After a while, more elixirs were spat out. One of them was colorful. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a strong medicinal fragrance, attracting everyone's attention. It's this elixir. Winelord was also surprised. Little Xian, if possible, get this elixir, Winelord said in a low voice. It might be useful to me. Lin Xian nodded. Although he did not know Winelord's actual situation, he vaguely knew that Winelord seemed to be severely injured and trapped in the mysterious small sword. Don't worry. It's just an elixir. It's easy. Lin Xian grinned. With a stomp of his feet, he soared into the air and flew towards the five-colored pill. The other warriors also moved. Most of them were heading toward the colorful elixir. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The warriors' bodies glowed as they attacked each other to fight for the elixir. A warrior stretched out his palm and turned it into a giant hand of spiritual energy. It was the size of a millstone and covered the colorful elixir. Open, Yuan Fei shouted. His body was as powerful as a horned dragon. He shattered the spiritual energy hand with a punch. In another direction, Wang Jianqing stabbed out with his sword. It was like a falling star, repelling several warriors. His cold gaze shone in all directions. However, more warriors rushed forward. They did not know the use of the elixir, but they knew that it was extraordinary based on its aura. Although they might not be able to consume it, if they took it out and handed it to their families or sects, they would be rewarded handsomely. Even if they did not hand it over, they could sell it at an auction and make a lot of money. Chapter 129. A sword chi, more than 10 feet long, thick and sharp, slashed towards the crowd as if it was going to crush the void. The martial artists, including Yuan Fei and Wang Jianqing, were all shrouded by the sword. Some of the people in the distance were shocked. Who was this guy? How could he be so arrogant as to slash at so many people? Yuan Fei and Wang Jianqing were also stunned. Then they were enraged. They were the top fighting force here, and no one dared to provoke them. Even if they did, they would act as if they were facing a great enemy. They would not be like this, slashing at everyone. They landed on the ground with gloomy faces. The five-colored spiritual pill was trapped in the air by their spiritual power and kept hovering in the air. In front of the alchemy room, the atmosphere was heavy, and many martial artists looked at one person. The person who had attacked was Lin Xian. He had slashed his sword at the five-colored elixir. Therefore, any warrior who approached the elixir would be attacked. What do you mean? Wang Jianqing's body was full of sword chi, as if he was going to attack at any time. Yuan Fei and the others also stared at Lin Xian unkindly. It's simple. This pill is mine. Lin Xian's voice was calm, as if he was talking about something normal. However, when these words fell into the ears of the crowd, it was like a stone falling into a lake, causing a huge uproar. Yuan Fei narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Xian unkindly. His eyes were like a ferocious beast, as if he was going to eat someone. Since we are from the same sect, I'll spare your life. Get out of here. Wang Jianqing sneered. The other martial artists also laughed. If a martial artist at the second sky of the spiritual sea realm said this, they might be afraid. However, they would not take a brat who had just entered the spiritual sea realm seriously. Brother Wan, I'm sure the Black Heaven sect won't mind if I teach this kid a lesson. A young man in blue smiled evilly. Wang Jianqing did not say anything. which meant that he acquiesced to this action. He also wanted to see how powerful the legendary sword intent was. The young man took a big step forward, and his body emitted crackling sounds. Fiery red spiritual power pulsated like real flames. Kid, let me see what kind of ability you have to say such big words. What's your name? Lin Xian's expression was calm. I don't beat up nameless people. The young man's face instantly turned red from anger. My name is Chanin. You'll remember it. The blue-clothed youth used his spiritual power to condense 2 fire snakes, which wrapped around his arms. Then, he blasted out with both palms. Spirit snake palm. Light and shadows warped, and the air emitted scorching heat. Several snake shadows danced about, crisscrossing as they advanced. In an instant, a terrifying heat wave rushed over. If it weren't for the protection of the surrounding array formation, everything within a radius of 10 feet would have been roasted dry. This is the Chun clan's spirit snake palm. It looks like he has reached the second stage of spirit snake emergence. Someone recognized the martial skill used by the young man and whispered, "Let's see how that brat deals with it." Many martial artists sneered. Even a martial artist in the middle stage of the first layer of the spiritual ocean realm would have to take this temperature seriously. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the crimson flame greatsword appeared. He waved the greatsword and pointed it at the fire snake's head. Crack! Crack! The 10-meter-long flame spirit serpent was suddenly covered with cracks. Under everyone's astonished gazes, it shattered into pieces. So accurate. Could it be that he knows the flaw of the spirit snake palm? The onlookers were shocked. The young man Chenan's face was ashen. He didn't expect his ultimate skill to be so weak. Die! Waving both palms, for fiery red spirit serpents left his body and pierced towards Lin Xian from different directions. Dance of the wind and moon. Holding the long sword horizontally, Lin Xian spun like a top, forming a green light screen of sword qi in the area of 10 feet in front of him. Qi, qi, qi. Like a meat grinder, all the flame serpents that approached him were all killed by the sword light. What other moves do you have? Come on out, Lin Xian said in a low voice. If not, then it's my turn to attack. Don't be too proud. I'll let you see my ultimate skill. Chunan's face was burning. He couldn't beat a young man, which made him go crazy. Fire devours the world. Chun twisted his body, which was unbelievably soft. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the spirit energy in his body condensed into a huge serpent. It was over 100 feet long, and its entire body was made of spirit energy. The huge red serpent covered Chanin, and its tail continuously slapped the ground, forming a sea of fire and heat waves. With a twist of his body, Chanin charged out with the red serpent. The serpent's head was the size of a house, and it had a fan-shaped mouth that bit towards Lin Xian. Wind Thunder Cut. Lin Xian held the large sword in a reverse grip and forcefully chopped up, and his body soared high into the air. Everywhere it passed, it brought along a dazzling sword light. The golden sword light flashed, and it seemed to cut open the air. It was fast to the extreme. Everyone only saw the sword light flash, and Lin Xian arrived before Chun. The icy cold sword edge was pressed against Chan-An's neck, and the huge red serpent was cut into 2 and disappeared in the air. Chunan didn't dare move. His body maintained a strange posture, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on his neck. He was sure that if he dared to move now, his head would be separated from his body. I've lost. Chun-An's face was pale, and his voice was weak. Lin Xian put away his long sword, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Chun-An. He looked up at the 5-colored pill in midair, and a strong sword intent burst forth from his body. The sword intent was monstrous, and it pierced through heaven and earth as if it wanted to tear everything apart. What kind of power is this? Could it be that he didn't use his full strength just now? God, what kind of monster is he? The group of people's expressions changed drastically, and they all retreated. Chunan smiled bitterly as he retreated. He realized that his loss was not unjustified. Against such a freak, perhaps only Wang Jianqing and the others could defeat him. Only 4 figures were left in the field, and they could withstand Lin Xian's sword intent. Is this sword intent? Wang Jianxing felt the piercing cold in the air, and he was excited. But if you want to take away the pill, this is not enough. The aura on his body changed drastically, and it was as if there was a meteor behind him. Sword intent against sword force. Although sword force was not as strong as sword intent, Wang Jianxing's cultivation was far superior to Lin Xian's, so the two of them were on par. On the side, Yuan Fei's body seemed to have doubled in size, and his muscles were exposed, making him look like a ferocious beast. The other two also used their body defenses to resist the sword intent. Lin Xian looked at the four of them, and he was fearless. He did not want to defeat the four of them, but he wanted to take away the pill. He knew this very well. It was difficult to defeat the four of them. At least with his current cultivation, it was impossible. However, if the four of them managed to snatch the pill and escape, there was still a high chance of success. His battle intent was high, and his sword intent surged. He looked like he wanted to fight, but he secretly used his soul power to investigate and plan his escape route. Wine Lord, I'll leave the array to you, Lin Xian said. Don't worry, I'll make sure you'll be fine, Wine Lord replied. The surrounding people watched anxiously. This might be an earth-shattering battle, and they had to watch carefully. Maybe they could get some inspiration. In the next moment, Lin Xian moved. He waved his long sword and slashed out a few times. Each slash carried a huge amount of sword qi, and it was like a ferocious dragon coming out of the sea. Chapter 130. Sword qi filled the sky and slashed towards the four of them. Arrogant. You're courting death. The four of them attacked and dispersed the sword qi. Then, they rushed towards Lin Xian. Everyone thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant. It was impossible for him to fight one against four, two of whom were the chief disciples of the sect. Lin Xian did not take the attack head-on. His body swayed, and he used the power of wind and thunder to leave countless shadows on the ground. Every one of them looked real, and no one could tell which one was real. Child's play. Wang Jianxing sneered and swung his sword. Like a shooting star, dozens of sword qi quickly attacked Lin Xian. Poof, poof, poof. Those shadows were slashed one by one and turned into green smoke. There were fewer and fewer shadows in the field. The four of them gradually surrounded the remaining shadows. Like I said, no one can resist the joint attack of the four of them. Many martial artists sneered and looked like they were watching a show. However, when the last shadow disappeared, Lin Xian's real body had yet to appear. Wang Jianxing and the other three's faces darkened. Then, they looked up. In the air, Lin Xian was like a big bird. Wind blew under his feet, and he was already in front of the five-color elixir. Damn it, we were fooled by him. Yuan Fei's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian grabbed the five-color elixir. With a flip of his palm, he gave it to Wine Lord. Then, his body swayed and he fled into the distance. Chase him. We can't let him escape. Wang Jianxing, Yuan Fei, and the other three locked onto Lin Xian and chased after him desperately. It was only then that the crowd realized that Lin Xian did not want to fight with the four of them. His goal was only the five-color elixir. However, Lin Xian's aura was too strong. No matter who saw it, they thought that he would fight. Lin Xian, stop right there if you have the guts. Do you dare to fight one-on-one? Wang Jianxing and Yuan Fei were so angry that they wanted to tear him apart. Haha, Lin Xian laughed heartily. You don't have to provoke me. There's still plenty of time in the future. When the time comes, I'll be able to beat you down with one hand. Arrogant. This is infuriating. The four of them cried out in anger, but there was nothing they could do. After entering the medicinal garden's array formation, their speed slowed down, while Lin Xian sped up. Damn it, how can he be so fast? Could it be that he knows about formations? The four of them were puzzled and could not understand. They could only grind their teeth. Seeing this, Lin Xian slowed down and began to stroll around the garden. From time to time, he would reach out and pluck the spiritual herbs. With Wine Lord's guidance, every time Lin Xian made a move, he would pluck precious spiritual herbs. Before long, He had already plucked a dozen or so stalks, while Wang Jianqing and the others could only eat the dust. This won't do. If this goes on, we'll fall into their trap. Wang Jianqing stopped and regained his composure. Not only will we not be able to catch him, but we won't be able to get the spiritual pills in the future either. The other three also stopped. They calmed down and glanced coldly at Lin Xian. Then, without looking back, they ran toward the alchemy room. Just as Lin Xian had said, there was still plenty of time in the future. The four of them were not in a hurry to fight with Lin Xian. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He was not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight. Even if the four of them joined forces, he could still win if he went all out. That was because he had the bronze gauntlet and other trump cards. Even if the four of them joined forces, they would not be able to defend against such an attack. After the four of them left, Lin Xian did not leave immediately. He guarded the large medicinal garden and began to cultivate. There were countless spiritual herbs here. In addition to Wine Lord's wine refining skills, it was not inferior to the alchemy room at all. He gave all the spiritual herbs he had plucked to Wine Lord. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to drink the spiritual wine. The array here was like a natural defense that protected him. Ordinary people who did not understand the array would not be able to enter at all. After drinking a mouthful of spiritual wine, Lin Xian closed his eyes and began to cultivate using the longevity secret art. Lin Xian spent the next 2 days here. Other than cultivating, he also plucked spiritual herbs. His days were very comfortable. In other places of the blood-colored heavenly palace, many disciples found their own opportunities. In a secret room, Murong Qinling was holding a yellowed scroll with excitement in her eyes. In a room not far away, Zhang Jun was holding 2 bottles of pills with a wild smile on his face. Like Lin Xian, he directly swallowed the pills and meditated, digesting them on the spot. Ling Feng also had some gains. Not only did he obtain some cultivation techniques, but he also obtained a few bottles of spiritual spring water. All the disciples of the Ling family could not stop laughing. Outside the trial grounds of blood, the elders of various forces were waiting. Half a month has passed. I wonder how they are doing. Black Heaven Sect's elder Duanmu's eyes flashed. With their strength, they should have entered the blood-colored palace long ago. Lotus Glory Sect's great elder stroked his beard and said, "Everything else is easy, but I wonder if they have the chance to obtain the inheritance." It's difficult. The elders of several aristocratic families sighed. Even if they can't obtain the inheritance, it's not bad to be able to advance. The Ling family's elder was proud. Feng is already at the 2nd sky of the spiritual sea realm. If he enters the 3rd sky of the spiritual sea realm, he will have the chance to enter the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. According to past experiences, advancing to the 1st sky of the spiritual sea realm is a sure thing. I wonder if they had any other fortuitous encounters? The elders conversed with each other and looked at the seal vortex in front of them from time to time. Only the Zixia sect's elder was silent. No one knew what he was thinking. The Ling family's elder glanced at Black Heaven sect's elder Duanmu and sneered in his heart. If nothing unexpected happened, the sword disciple you care about is already dead. Daring to offend the Ling family, even if he is a genius of the Black Heaven sect, he will still die. Inside the blood heavenly palace, Lin Xian opened his eyes again. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 1st layer of the spiritual sea realm and would soon reach the middle stage. At that time, he would have the power to fight against a martial artist in the 2nd layer of the spiritual sea realm. Slowly standing up, Lin Xian decided to leave this place. In a short period of time, he couldn't increase his cultivation, and he also wanted to find other fortuitous encounters. Wine Lord used the 5-colored medicinal pill and felt much better, which made Lin Xian very happy. "Hey, there's a little guy waiting for you," Wine Lord said with a smile. Lin Xian raised his head and saw Yuan Fei looking at him coldly from the exit in front of him. "Just nice to stretch my muscles." Lin Xian's expression was calm. His body turned into a flash of lightning and flew out. "Do you dare to fight me?" Yuan Fei's voice trembled, as if metal and stone were clashing. "Why wouldn't I?" Lin Xian was fearless. "Good, you've got guts." Yuan Fei laughed and threw out a punch. The wind blew, and the air trembled as if a mountain was crashing down, causing the ground to collapse. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. Sword chi surrounded him and hit Yuan Fei's fist, making a clanging sound. So hard. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. Yuan Fei's fist was harder than metal, and normal swords couldn't hurt him at all. No wonder he was the chief disciple. Lin Xian exclaimed, and at the same time, sword intent burst out from his body. The sharp sword chi emitted a golden light. Take my sword. With one sword strike, the air on both sides flowed backward and attached to the sword chi. This sword was comprehended from the Wind Emperor's sword, and he called it the Wind Fusion style. The air swirled and formed countless wind blades in the air, slashing at Yuan Fei along with the sword chi. Golden body release. Yuan Fei shouted, and a golden color appeared on the surface of his body, blooming with light. Soon, he turned into a golden body. Under the sunlight, he shone with a dazzling golden light, like a sun. Chapter 131. Sword chi that was close to 30 meters long rushed towards Yuan Fei like a dragon. Yuan Fei didn't dodge. Instead, he used golden body arts to block the sword light. Rumble. Sword chi surged and slashed onto Yuan Fei's body with great force. In an instant, there was a loud rumble. Within a radius of 30 meters, energy overflowed and wild winds blew. The nearby disciples frantically retreated, afraid that they would be caught in the terrifying storm. So terrifying. This guy's strength is almost on par with the chief disciple. Some martial artists' voices trembled. In the distance, Wang Jianxing looked at the sword. His eyes flickered, and his battle-intent soared. When the light disappeared, the crowd could see the situation clearly. The ground was split open, and there was a terrifying crack that extended into the distance. Yuan Fei, who was in the center, stood proudly like a golden giant. He's fine. The nearby disciple's eyes almost popped out. Is he still human? He took a hit and he's fine. Golden Body Arts is a low-level spirit class martial art. Rumor has it that when practiced to a high level, it can achieve perfect defense and ignore all attacks. In the crowd, a few high-level disciples whispered as they looked at Yuan Fei with a trace of fear. If two people fought and one of them ignored the attack, it could be said that they were in an invincible position. Fighting with such a person, there was almost no chance of winning. At most, it would be a draw. Yuan Fei was 20 meters tall and looked like he was cast in gold. His entire body was shining with light. He looked at Lin Xian and said proudly, "What else do you have? Use it. You can't break my defense." Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he used purple spirit eyes to observe. He found that Yuan Fei's body was as hard as gold. His defense was insane, but his insides were the same as a normal person's. Looks like he hasn't practiced to a high level, or golden body arts can't refine his body. Lin Xian thought. Lin Xian didn't hesitate anymore. His body flashed and rushed towards Yuan Fei. Under his sword, there was no absolute defense. Everything could be cut open. Like lightning and wind, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. Even a martial artist at the second sky of spiritual ocean realm might not be able to catch up with him. After a few flashes, he arrived in front of Yuan Fei. The red flame sword in his hand emitted a cold sword light. Sword intent surged and sword light danced. The long sword in Lin Xian's hand was like a gust of wind and lightning, thrusting out rapidly. Streaks of blazing sword light slashed towards Yuan Fei. The attack contained within could easily shatter a martial artist in the first layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal rang out, and the air buzzed. Everyone's faces turned pale, and they kept retreating. Yuan Fei used his bare hands to block the longsword. Each of his attacks had the power to split mountains. The two of them fought at high speed, and the sky was filled with afterimages. So fast, so strong. Everyone was shocked. This kind of battle had already surpassed the normal first sky of the spiritual ocean realm, and could even be compared with the second sky of the spiritual ocean realm. Yuan Fei is a genius on the hidden dragon rank. Who is that guy? Is he a genius from the rising star? Looks like he's the rumored sword intent genius of the Black Heaven sect, Lin Xian. Sword intent? Did someone really comprehend it? No wonder he's so strong. While everyone was discussing, Lin Xian and Wang Jian attacked quickly. Close to 100 moves had already passed. As expected of the chief disciple, although I didn't intentionally activate the sword intent, this kind of attack isn't something normal people can block. Lin Xian exclaimed in his heart. But there are still flaws. A smile appeared on his lips. Your defense is strong, but it can't stop me. Lin Xian laughed. The light on the long sword in his hand faded, and the blade appeared. What's going on? Where's his sword intent? Many people didn't understand. Only Wang Jianqing frowned. The sword light didn't disappear, but condensed into a line and gathered on the blade. This Lin Xian, what exquisite control. Peng. Lin Xian swung the red flame sword and smashed it directly, as if a mountain fell from the sky. Sun opening fist. Yuan Fei not only had a strong defense, but his strength was even more terrifying. His fist was like a sun, shining in all directions and blasted towards Lin Xian. Clang, clang. Sparks flew in all directions, like raging waves crashing on the shore, deafening the ears. Every strike shook the ground, and that kind of power made people's hearts palpitate. What? Yuan Fei is retreating? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. If Lin Xian had defeated Yuan Fei with a peerless sword technique, they could still accept it. But now, Lin Xian had directly competed with Yuan Fei in strength, and even won. This was unbelievable. Impossible. Yuan Fei's arm was numb, and his heart was in turmoil. His defense and strength were unmatched in the younger generation, but now he was being suppressed. Moreover, the person suppressing him was a sword cultivator. In the distance, Wang Jianqing also had a strange expression. He didn't see the sword intent that he expected, but he saw a scene that surprised him. Based on his experience, he could see that Lin Xian's every strike was aimed at the same place, and there was no difference. Even Yuan Fei couldn't withstand such a crazy attack. Open. Yuan Fei was furious. He felt that Lin Xian was provoking him. Sun-splitting sky. He punched out with both fists, and the terrifying power seemed to have doubled. Lin Xian was pushed back, and his body floated backward like duckweed. Looks like Yuan Fei is angry. Someone exclaimed. I knew it. No one can suppress Yuan Fei. Lin Xian is in danger. Yuan Fei defeated the sword genius Wang Jianqing, and he has a special ability to suppress sword techniques. Indeed, ordinary sword cultivators' skills were all in the sword, and their attacks were incomparably fierce and focused on killing with one strike. However, when facing a martial artist with strong defense like Yuan Fei, sword cultivators would often lose their advantage and become passive. Would Lin Xian follow in Wang Jianqing's footsteps? Everyone focused, waiting for the answer. Let's end this, Lin Xian said in a low voice. The battle just now made him understand that without using sword intent, his strength was on par with the chief disciple. Let's test sword intent again. His eyes became deep, and the aura on his body became fierce again, as if a peerless divine sword had been unsheathed. A trace of sword intent gushed out, as if it was 10,000 years old ice, making people's hearts tremble. So cold. What's going on? I can't move my body. Many people turned pale with fright. The chill was bone-chilling, as if there was a heavenly sword hanging above their heads. It's here, sword intent. Wang Jianqing's eyes were burning, and he held the long sword at his waist tightly. There, his 7-star sword was trembling slightly, as if it was out of control. Yuan Fei's expression was solemn. He felt an unprecedented danger, and his body instinctively defended, shining with golden light. Is this sword intent? I'd like to experience it. Yuan Fei laughed, and his body rushed out like lightning. He raised his hand and swung his sword. Although it was a simple movement, it condensed all of Lin Xian's strength. At this moment, his essence, energy, and spirit had reached an unprecedented height, perfectly fusing together. Wind fusion style. The green sword shadow flashed and disappeared in a flash, as if it had merged with the wind. There was no earth-shattering sound, nor was there a dazzling light. This wind fusion style, which contained sword intent, was completely different from the one he had just used. However, its power was stronger. Yuan Fei's pupils constricted, and he suddenly fell. He activated his strongest defense, and his body was like a golden furnace. At that moment, he dared to feel the aura of death. This aura made his heart tremble. Without a sound, a sword radiance flew out of the wind and slashed his body. Poof! The blade of the sword slashed, and bright red blood splattered, rolling in the air. Chapter 132. That slash seemed to have severed everyone's minds. Wang Jianxing's body stiffened, and his hand that was holding the sword trembled. Cold sweat trickled down his face. There was no way he could have dodged that slash. The scariest thing was that he did not even see the slash's trajectory clearly. Drip, drip. Bright red blood splattered on the limestone floor. Yuan Fei's face was pale. There was a wound on his chest that extended from his left shoulder to his abdomen. He looked at Lin Xian in horror, only to find that the latter had turned around and walked away expressionlessly. Lin Xian. Yuan Fei clenched his fists and growled. Ever since he defeated Wang Jianxing, he had looked down on sword cultivators. He thought that any sword cultivator who went against him would lose without a doubt. However, Lin Xian's slash had shown him how terrifying sword cultivators were. If it had been a battle of life and death, he would have died by now. After a long while, the martial artists nearby finally reacted. Many of them were excited. Too amazing. I wonder if he can enter the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon Roll? Many of the disciples were excited. If Yunzhou could have such a genius, they would be proud too. Top 100? Wang Jianxing muttered. No one knew what he was thinking. In the next few days, more and more people entered the blood-colored palace and began to search for treasures. There were people everywhere, but only a few managed to obtain treasures. As time passed, the crowd gradually came to the depths of the palace. The surrounding atmosphere became oppressive, as if there was an invisible force that shrouded the area. Although the atmosphere was much heavier, the treasures were also more precious. All kinds of rare treasures appeared, making it difficult for the crowd to resist. Lin Xian kept running, feeling more and more shocked. The palace was huge. Not only were there all kinds of buildings, but there were also some caves and secret rooms. It was like a small world. Of course, the most intense place was the main hall. There were 3 dazzling treasures that attracted everyone's attention. Around the 3 treasures, there were colorful seals that kept the crowd outside. Almost 70% of the disciples were gathered here. Their eyes were burning with excitement, as if they had seen a beauty. Lin Xian retracted his aura and blended into the crowd, silently observing. He realized that Murong Qianling, Zhang Jun, Xie Changfeng, and the others were not here. Instead, Yuan Fei, Wang Jianxing, and some people from the 4 great clans were here. Among them, he found the disciples of the Ling family. 4 of them were gathered together with fanatical expressions on their faces. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. Of the 10 people from the Ling clan who came in, half of them had died at his hands. Of course, this was the result of their own actions. If you want to kill someone, you have to be prepared to be killed. He did not attack immediately. Instead, he waited quietly in the crowd. The 3 treasures in the sky were constantly floating, emitting incomparable rays of light. Lin Xian activated his purple spirit eyes and observed carefully. Then, disappointment appeared in his eyes. Among the 3 treasures, there were no swords, but other weapons. His Crimson Flame Sword was essentially a support-type weapon. Wine Lord had once told him that the Crimson Flame Sword's effects were reflected in cultivation and formations. During cultivation, he had already experienced 10 times the gravity, which benefited him greatly. As for the others, he would have to wait for his cultivation to increase before he could use them. What he lacked now was a good offensive sword. Among the 3 treasures, there was a light purple armor with complicated patterns on it. The one on the left was a long spear. Its entire body was red, and the spearhead was suffused with cold light. It was like a dragon from the abyss, about to soar into the sky. On the right was a long blade. Its beautiful arc was like a crescent moon, mesmerizing people. I wonder what grade these 3 treasures are. Lin Xian was curious. Although there was no long sword, if he could get one, the benefits would undoubtedly be huge. Regardless of whether it was an exchange or an auction, he would be able to obtain a considerable amount of wealth. Winelord squinted his eyes and said indifferently, "All three of them are profound grade treasures. They are completely sufficient for the Sea of Soul realm." Treasures were divided into 5 ranks: human, profound, spirit, earth, and heaven. Each rank was further divided into 3 grades: high, medium, and low. Among them, the earth and heaven grades were almost impossible to find, as if they only existed in legends. At present, the highest grade treasures were spirit grade treasures. As long as it was a treasure of a sect, it would be difficult for ordinary people to obtain it. Like this mid-profound grade treasure, if placed outside, even some elders would be tempted. The light purple armor in the middle is the highest grade. It is a mid-profound grade treasure. The other 2 are low-profound grade treasures. Winelord said, "How does the purple armor compare to the one I'm wearing?" Lin Xian asked. "The grade of yours is obviously higher, and the technique is also better. Its weakness is that it breaks too quickly, and most of its functions are missing. As for the purple armor in the air, although the material and technique are ordinary, it is still in perfect condition. In general, they are about the same." Winelord analyzed. Lin Xian's eyes blossomed with an orange light. He could see that the 3 treasures had strange runes on them. He curiously asked, "Are those patterns inscriptions?" "Barely." Winelord curled his lips, obviously disdainful. "Strictly speaking, they are still a bit away from a first-grade inscription." Lin Xian scratched his head. It seemed that inscription masters were more powerful than he had imagined. "Which one should I grab?" Lin Xian was worried. If others knew what he was thinking, they would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. This was too infuriating. With so many masters present, no one could guarantee that they would be able to obtain one, but he was actually worried about which one to grab. This was a blatant gap between them. Forget it. Of the 3 treasures, only the long saber is pleasing to the eye. "I'll take that one," Lin Xian decided, and began to rub his palms together. Lin Xian's actions did not attract any attention. In the hall, there were many people who were doing the same thing. This kind of treasure, if they could grab one, they would be rich. Finally, someone could not bear it any longer and launched an attack on the seal. The attack crashed into the seal, causing layers of ripples. In the next moment, a violent aura spread out. The 3 treasures shot into the sky, trembling incessantly. As if enraged by the attack, the 3 treasures began to display their might, and a terrifying attack came from above. The purple armor in the middle emitted a hazy shadow that gradually grew larger, as if it wanted to hold up everything. The spear on the left emitted thousands of spear lights, each as thick as a water tank. It was as if countless flood dragons were soaring in the sky, and the momentum was terrifying. The long saber on the right faintly emitted a tiger's roar, and the pressure constantly attacked everyone's soul. Some of the weaker martial artists vomited blood and retreated. The 3 treasures emitted a shocking power, and as they crashed into the seal, a cracking sound rang out. Finally, the broken seal could not withstand the power and broke apart. The 3 treasures were completely exposed in front of everyone. Chapter 133. The 3 artifacts ignited the atmosphere in the hall as countless figures rushed up. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he shuttled through the crowd like a wisp of smoke. He spread out his soul power and sensed the situation around him. The 3 artifacts floated in the air, each attracting the same amount of people. However, if one looked closely, they would notice that there were more martial artists rushing toward the long blade. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he saw the Ling family members surrounding the long blade. Ling Feng even released a powerful aura, intimidating everyone. Chi. In the chaos, there was a hurried sound as a sharp aura rushed toward Lin Xian's back. "Humph!" Lin Xian sneered. With his soul power, he had already noticed this change. A sword chi rushed out from his body and cut the incoming hidden weapon in half. Several figures quickly dispersed from the crowd. These people all had their gazes fixed on Lin Xian. In their eyes, although the blade in the air was valuable, there were too many people fighting for it. It would be better to rob some martial artists. Because, among them, there were people who saw Lin Xian pick dozens of spirit herbs, each of which was worth a lot. Seeing that their attack had failed, several people concealed themselves and were about to leave. However, Lin Xian would not give them the chance. With his soul power, these people were like fireflies in the dark, clearly distinguishable. Puff, puff. He flicked out a few sword chi and merged them into the wind. Then, he jumped and rushed toward the long blade. Several muffled groans were heard as the several people who attacked were all stabbed in the forehead and died on the ground. This scene was not the only one, so it did not attract the attention of the crowd. Because more people were injured and retreating, the scene was a mess. Clear the area. This was the thought of all the experts. Otherwise, if it was too chaotic, too many people would die, and there would be no end to it. Wong, Wong, Wong. Several powerful auras rushed into the sky and spread out. Those under the Sea of Soul Realm, retreat. All the martial artists issued the order. Moreover, these people joined hands to form an unparalleled pressure, driving away all the weaker martial artists. The rest were all Sea of Soul Realm martial artists, and there were more than 10 human figures in front of each artifact. Among these people, there were old warriors who had already reached the spiritual sea realm, and there were also new warriors who had obtained opportunities here. In short, these people were all very powerful. On Lin Xian's side, the four Ling family disciples had joined forces and became the largest force. The others were scattered and wary of each other. Ling Feng and the others smiled disdainfully when they saw Lin Xian. Everyone, I think it's better to get rid of these small fries. Ling Feng's voice was cold as he looked at Lin Xian. He didn't know that Lin Xian had already killed several Ling clan disciples, nor did he know about Lin Xian's performance in the herb garden. Thus, he still had that arrogant look on his face. The remaining warriors all had different expressions on their faces. A few of them had seen Lin Xian's methods, so they didn't dare to go against him even if they were beaten to death. However, there were also people who walked out and prepared to make a move on Lin Xian. No one explained. In this kind of situation, it was better to have as few people as possible. Do you want to leave on your own? Or do you want me to throw you out? The newcomer was a late-stage, first-layer spiritual sea realm martial artist, holding a saber in his hand. Get lost. Lin Xian didn't waste words. His powerful aura burst forth, and he sent the newcomer flying with one strike. The sword light was bright, and the cold light illuminated the surroundings. The Ling family disciples' expressions changed drastically, and they looked at Lin Xian in shock. They hadn't seen him for a few days, and they didn't expect their enemy to become so powerful, already surpassing them. Ling Feng's eyes were cold. Although he was surprised, he didn't care too much. He knew that everyone had their own fortuitous encounters, and he believed that his was better than Lin Xian's. You guys stop him. I'll go get the treasure, Ling Feng ordered. With a leap, Ling Feng rushed up, and the others also made their moves. The three Ling family disciples rushed up. Among them, Ling Xiao was at the late-stage first-layer spiritual sea realm, and the other two were at the middle-stage first layer. The three of them joined forces and blocked the others with great momentum. Spirit power surged, sweeping in all directions. The scene was very chaotic. Lin Xian's body burst forth with powerful sword intent, splitting everyone apart as he leaped into the air. Ling Feng was fighting against the treasured weapon, but he noticed that Lin Xian had rushed up. A bunch of trash. He was furious. One hand grabbed the long saber treasured weapon, while the other hand descended. Two mountain peaks materialized, as if they were real mountains. They pressed down and enveloped Lin Xian. Hurricane style. Lin Xian had comprehended many moves from the Wind Emperor's sword, and now he used them one by one. With a slash of the sword, wild winds danced in the sky, forming a green hurricane that crashed into the mountain's shadow. Rumble. The two collided fiercely, like a bolt from the blue. Fierce energy wreaked havoc in the air, sweeping in all directions. The martial artists on the ground dodged one after another. The overflowing sword chi struck the ground, creating terrifying cracks. It was frightening. With a slash of the sword, Lin Xian advanced again. Ling Feng's face was gloomy. Lin Xian's strength was stronger than he had imagined. However, he would not allow anyone to snatch the long saber treasured weapon. Brat, you're courting death. Ling Feng was furious. He pulled out the long saber at his waist and slashed. From his point of view, Lin Xian was obviously going against him by trying to snatch the saber-treasured weapon even though he was using a sword. The saber chi was like a waterfall, slashing towards Lin Xian like the Milky Way. Hurricane slash. Lin Xian merged the hurricane style with the gale sword art. With a slash of his sword, 3 green torrents rolled out, shattering the saber chi. Wind thunder cut. Lin Xian went against the flow. The green sword chi was wrapped in golden lightning. It was incomparably sharp as it slashed towards Ling Feng. Triple mountain suppressing hand. Ling Feng held the saber in his right hand and pushed out with his left. 3 giant mountain shadows pressed down. Bang! Bang! There was an explosion sound in the air. Water-like ripples spread out, and the terrifying energy spread out continuously. Lin Xian's expression changed slightly. Ling Feng's strength was very strong, already at the late stage of the second layer of the spiritual ocean realm. That surging spirit power made his heart palpitate. Phantom thunder step. His body kept jumping, flashing left and right, rapidly changing his position. After comprehending the Wind Emperor's sword, Lin Xian's understanding of the wind was even deeper. His current speed could be said to be extremely fast. Rushing out of the range of the mountain's pressure, the sword intent in his body kept rising, and the red flame sword appeared in his hand. Wind blending style. It was a silent and deadly strike. The bright sword chi blended into the wind. It was barely visible, as if it had not been slashed out. Ling Feng was a martial artist at the late stage of the second layer of the spiritual ocean realm after all. His experience and alertness were not ordinary. His heart beat violently, and he felt a fatal danger in front of his chest. Not good. Ling Feng quickly dodged, temporarily giving up on the treasured weapon. His body moved horizontally, appearing a few dozen feet away. Pooh! The air where he was standing suddenly rippled, and a long rainbow slashed out, cutting in all directions. Although Ling Feng had moved horizontally, this sword chi was too long and contained a supreme sword intent. In the end, it still cut him. The clothes in front of his chest were torn, and he retreated a dozen meters before stopping. Breathing heavily, Ling Feng's eyes burned with anger. If it weren't for his life-saving armor, this attack would have been enough to seriously injure him. Chapter 134. Lin Xian's sword had already threatened his life. If it weren't for his armor, he would have been seriously injured. He had always regarded Lin Xian as an ant, but now, this ant could already hurt him. Tearing off his clothes, Ling Feng revealed the armor underneath. He was ready to settle the score with Lin Xian, but found that Lin Xian wasn't even looking at him, but was trying his best to subdue the saber-type artifact. This gave him the urge to vomit blood. Ling Feng was furious, and the aura on his body exploded like a flood. Holding the saber in his right hand and using the mountain-suppressing hand with his left hand, he rushed forward with the spirit armor around his body. Boom! The saber light crisscrossed, and the mountain pressed down. Ling Feng showed his powerful strength and attacked Lin Xian. Whoosh! Lin Xian retreated quickly, leaving the saber-type artifact. His long sword shook as he fought fiercely with Ling Feng. The two exchanged dozens of moves, and the momentum shook the sky. It was hard to tell who would win. The surrounding people were all shocked. They knew how powerful Ling Feng was. With the cultivation of the second sky of the spiritual ocean tier, he could be considered a top fighter. However, Lin Xian's performance was out of everyone's expectations. With the cultivation of the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he could fight evenly with Ling Feng. This kind of battle power was shocking. As expected of someone who comprehended sword intent, the few people retreated in fear. The energy was about to reach them. Brother Feng will help you. 3 Ling family martial artists rushed forward together, ready to take down Lin Xian, their biggest enemy. Get lost. Lin Xian stabbed the illusory mountain with his sword, and the sharp sword intent pushed Ling Feng back. At the same time, he turned his head and roared. The sound waves spread out like water ripples, rushing towards the three who rushed over. Ah, the sound wave was like a huge wave, drowning the three. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The three of them kept retreating, spitting out blood. Mad lion roar? Ling Feng's face turned ugly. How do you know mad lion roar? What a joke. Lin Xian said disdainfully. This is thunder sound wave. What kind of lion's roar is this? It's so unpleasant to hear. Naturally, he wouldn't admit that he was the one who killed the Ling clan's people. After all, there were too many people here. If word got out, he would be hunted down by the Ling clan's elders. This was not what he wanted. Ling Feng was suspicious and his face was ashen. Other than the four of them, no one else from the Ling family had appeared. Could it be that he killed everyone? Although Ling Feng didn't believe it, the current situation forced him to believe it. No matter what, you're going to die. Ling Feng's face was gloomy. He couldn't do anything to Lin Xian at the moment, but he still had a trump card. You should be proud to die here. An octagonal stone appeared in his hand. In the middle of the stone, there was a vivid drawing of a mountain peak. The moment the stone was taken out, the atmosphere in the hall became somewhat stifling. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on everyone's hearts. Be careful, those are runes, Wine Lord warned. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect Ling Feng to have such an item. This was a real rune, different from the talisman papers he had seen before. When the three warriors of the Ling clan saw Ling Feng take out the stone, they calmed down. Great, with the talisman treasure, this brat is dead meat. That's right, once the talisman treasure is taken out, no one can survive. However, it's too easy for him to die at the talisman treasure's hands. We should grind his bones and scatter his ashes, and let him taste all the poisons in the world. The disciples of the Ling clan retreated into the distance with complacent faces and sneered. The surrounding warriors also changed their expressions and left the place as if they were fleeing. Although they hadn't seen the power of the talisman treasure, they had heard of the legends of the talisman treasure countless times. Even the warriors who were fighting for the two items carefully avoided them and moved to another battlefield. Kneel down and repent, and I might leave your corpse intact. Ling Feng held the talisman treasure and laughed arrogantly. You? Lin Xian sneered. If you kneel down obediently, I might consider sparing your life. How dare you? Insolent. The disciples of the Ling clan shouted angrily and then snorted. Reckless fool. The power of the talisman treasure is unimaginable. Killing you is as easy as squashing an ant. That's right. If you beg for mercy now and become a slave of the Ling clan, you can live. The few of them made a big fuss and were extremely arrogant. Ling Feng had a playful look on his face. He wanted to enjoy Lin Xian's frightened expression. He wanted to make the genius who comprehended sword essence kneel at his feet. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Lin Xian looked at him with disdain, as if he was looking at an idiot. So this is what you're relying on? Since you said it was so powerful, take it out and try. The surrounding warriors all changed their expressions. Lin Xian's reaction was too abnormal. Normally, when warriors saw the talisman treasure, they would either beg for mercy or run away. Who would be like Lin Xian, who looked down on it so mercilessly? Could it be that Lin Xian has a backup plan? Many people guessed. Ling Feng gnashed his teeth in hatred. This kind of talisman treasure would be damaged after each use. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to use it. He originally only wanted to intimidate Lin Xian and make him submit obediently. Who knew that the other party was not afraid at all and had an indifferent look on his face. If you're not going to make a move, I'm going to. Lin Xian slashed out with his long sword and hit the saber treasure, creating a clanging sound. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Feng's face was ruthless. After killing Lin Xian, he would obtain the treasured weapon. In this way, he would not lose out. Channeling his spiritual energy into the talisman treasure, Ling Feng's face turned serious. Although the talisman treasure was powerful, it consumed a shocking amount of spiritual energy. With his cultivation, he could only use it 3 times. On top of the octagonal stone, the black mountain peak began to glow. A monstrous pressure was emitted as if it was going to collapse the void. The surrounding warriors retreated again and again. This power caused their hearts to palpitate. Lin Xian also looked serious. He secretly held the bronze gauntlet, ready to attack at any time. Die. Ling Feng's face was filled with madness as he poured all of his spiritual energy into the talisman treasure. A black mountain peak floated out and gradually became bigger in the air. In the end, it became dozens of feet tall and carried a terrifying aura. Boom! The void trembled as if it was going to collapse. The black mountain peak fell mercilessly, enveloping Lin Xian. Die! The Ling family disciple laughed wildly. The surrounding warriors felt that it was a pity. A genius who comprehended sword intent was going to fall just like that. No! An anxious shout came from afar as several figures rushed over from afar. However, everything was too late. The Black Mountain Peak was less than 10 meters away from Lin Xian. The ground that was enveloped by it had caved in. Lin Xian's sword intent was overflowing and resonating as it resisted the pressure. He was not afraid at all. With the bronze gauntlet and ancient armor, he was confident that he could escape. Moreover, he was not in a hurry to use them. The pressure produced by the mountain peak was just enough to train him and help him break through. His cultivation had temporarily reached a peak and needed stimulation to break through. The pressure in front of him was the best motivation. Lin Xian's whole body glowed as he tried his best to resist. Haha, don't struggle, no one can escape. Ling Feng saw Lin Xian's appearance and laughed crazily. Who asked you to go against the Ling family? Die. No one will offend the Ling family for a dead genius, so even if you die, no one will avenge you. Junior brother Lin, run. A voice came from afar, extremely anxious. Lin Xian could no longer hear the voices outside. He used the art of long life to the limit and finally broke through to the middle stage of the first layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Broke through? But it's useless. The Ling family disciple was insolent. You'll still die. The surrounding warriors were regretful, but the distant figure had already arrived nearby. Mu Rong Qinling anxiously roared, Your Ling family actually dared to make a move. The Black Sky sect will not let you off. The Black Mountain Peak was already above his head and was about to crush Lin Xian. Mu Rong Qinling closed her eyes as tears fell from her eyes. At this moment, Lin Xian took out the bronze gauntlet. Chapter 135. Just when everyone thought that Lin Xian had no hope, a sudden change occurred. Green light like the moon enveloped the surroundings, and a terrifying energy surged out. Boom! As if the world was about to be destroyed, space exploded, and the entire hall shook incessantly. Seals lit up one after another, forming a defensive barrier that maintained the hall from destruction. Countless figures were blown away by the violent wind, rolling in all directions. After a long time, the hall regained its calm. Apart from the 3 artifacts in the sky that were unaffected, everyone else had been affected. Many martial artists were injured, but most of them were shaken to the core. This method was too terrifying. It could kill a group of Sea of Soul Realm martial artists with one blow. Everyone looked at the center of the hall, and then they were stunned like stone statues. In the center of the hall, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. He wore an ancient armor that emitted rays of light that wrapped around his body. On his left hand, there was a bronze gauntlet. Terrifying energy waves were emitted from it, and every trace of it made people's hearts tremble. A large hole several meters wide appeared on the Black Mountain Peak, and the entire mountain peak was pierced through. In the end, the Black Mountain Peak gradually disappeared, and a crack appeared on the octagonal stone that Ling Feng was on. It was very eye-catching. Impossible! This is impossible! Ling Feng yelled like a mad dog. Lin Xian was already suppressed, so how could he still resist? Moreover, his talisman artifact was destroyed. The other 3 Ling family disciples were so scared that they trembled and didn't dare to look at Lin Xian. The surrounding people had strange expressions as they looked at the youth in the center of the hall with some fear. I didn't expect him to also have a talisman artifact. Some martial artist hearts burned as they stared at Lin Xian's left hand. However, No one dared to act rashly, and no one dared to provoke Lin Xian at this time. Lin Xian's face was a bit pale. He didn't feel good from the previous blow, and his left hand was still numb. However, he didn't show any abnormalities. Looking up at the saber-shaped artifact in the sky, Lin Xian slowly walked over. He raised his hand and shot out a sword light. He began to use his sword intent to suppress the artifact. Seeing Lin Xian brazenly subdue a prized artifact, everyone's hearts tightened and they subconsciously rushed forward. Lin Xian coldly turned around and swept his gaze across the crowd. It was as if a sharp sword aura had passed by. Everyone felt a chill run down their backs and stopped in their tracks. With just a glance, everyone stopped in their tracks. No one could do such a thing. Ling Feng stood to the side, still in a state of great shock. It was not until Lin Xian subdued the saber-type artifact that he came to his senses. However, it was all too late. Lin Xian, who possessed a prized artifact, was even more powerful. It was likely that no one would be his match. Junior brother Lin, you're all right? That's great. Murong Qianling walked up to Qianling, her face filled with joy. Lin Xian's expression relaxed, and he nodded with a smile. He then inquired about the other party's situation. Whoosh, whoosh. Another few silhouettes rushed over at a frightening speed. In the blink of an eye, the two figures had already stopped in front of everyone. Senior brother Zheng, senior brother Xie. Many people shouted. The newcomers were Zheng Jun and Xie Changfeng. They saw the traces of fighting nearby and the remaining energy waves in the air, and their expressions changed slightly. Soon, the two of them understood what happened and looked at Lin Xian with surprise. Xie Changfeng was only curious, but a cold glint flashed through Zheng Jun's eyes. Junior brother Lin, you're a sword cultivator and have no use for a saber. How about you give it to Ling Feng? Zheng Jun said indifferently. What? Everyone was stunned as if they couldn't believe their ears. Even Ling Feng had a shocked expression. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at Zheng Jun, the coldness in his heart rising. Zheng Jun already knew that he had a talisman-type artifact and still dared to act like this. He probably had something to rely on. Lin Xian guessed that Zheng Jun probably also had a similar weapon. Little Xian, Z, the brat on the other side has reached the third layer of the spiritual ocean realm. You have to be careful, Wine Lord reminded. And there's also a saber-type artifact in his storage ring. And? Lin Xian was slightly startled. It seemed that Zheng Jun's luck wasn't small. Not only did he advance, but he also obtained many treasures. Everyone looked at Lin Xian, waiting for his answer. A glimmer of hope rose in Ling Feng's heart. Lin Xian said slowly, I heard that senior brother Zheng isn't a saber cultivator. So why don't you give away the saber-type artifact in your storage ring? Could it be that you can't bear to? These words didn't mean much to the others. Most of them thought that he was just spouting nonsense in retaliation. But Zheng Jun's heart trembled, and his pupils contracted. How does he know about me? Zheng Jun couldn't understand. Could it be that he saw it? He couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it, and could only snort coldly, what a joke. How could I have a saber-type artifact? Zheng Jun's face turned cold, and his aura overflowed. An extremely oppressive aura appeared, causing the surrounding martial artists to tremble. Third layer of the spiritual ocean realm. So, the martial artists were all shocked. They swallowed their saliva with difficulty, and then looked at Zheng Jun with fear. The gap between each layer of the seven skies of the spiritual sea realm was huge. Except for geniuses like Lin Xian, who comprehended sword intent, there were very few people who could fight above their level. Congratulations to senior brother Zheng Jun for breaking through. Many people congratulated him. Brother Zheng, congratulations. Ling Feng's heart was bitter. Not only did he lose to Lin Xian, but he also damaged his talisman treasure. It could be said that he was extremely unlucky, and the others were constantly improving, leaving him far behind. I think Brother Zheng's ranking on the Hidden Dragon ranking will rise quite a bit. Zheng Jun was previously ranked 97th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Now that his cultivation had greatly increased, he would probably rise quite a bit. When the congratulations stopped, Murong Qianling said in a deep voice, Senior Brother Zheng, the treasure was obtained by Lin Xian, so it should belong to him. I hope senior brother won't interfere. Mu Rongqianling also knew about the conflict between Lin Xian and the senior elder. However, she did not expect Zhang Jun to publicly make things difficult for Lin Xian. No matter what, Lin Xian was a disciple of the Black Sky sect. Moreover, he was a genius who comprehended sword intent. She would not let Lin Xian be threatened. Since junior sister Mu Rong has spoken, then let's forget about this matter. Zhang Jun said magnanimously. Lin Xian felt a wave of nausea. He really wanted to kick Zhang Jun to death. Damn, this is too annoying. Just because your cultivation is high, you can casually bully others? Humph. Lin Xian coldly snorted and put away the treasure. At this time, the battle between the other two treasures had also ended. However, the result was unexpected. Among them, the long spear was actually obtained by Shangguan Lu Yun. He held the spear in one hand and stood proudly like a mountain. As for the other armor, it fell into the hands of a mysterious woman. This woman's white clothes were whiter than snow, and her face was covered by a veil. She was filled with mystery. Her slender hands grabbed the purple armor, and then her spirit power surged as she put it on. The purple armor trembled slightly and disappeared. Many people had strange expressions. The owners of the three treasures were unexpected. Lin Xian and Shangguan Lu Yun were both rising stars. As for the woman in white, no one knew who she was. On the contrary, Ling Feng, Wang Jianqing, Yuan Fei, and the other experts that everyone was looking forward to did not obtain a single treasure. Lin Xian nodded slightly at Shangguan Lu Yun and greeted him. Shangguan Lu Yun put away his long spear and turned into a stream of light. Whoosh! He stopped and stood beside Lin Xian. Chapter 136. The white-clothed girl naturally came in with Zixia sect, but no one recognized her among the crowd. Miss, where are you from? You look unfamiliar. How did you enter this trial land of blood? Zhang Jun's cultivation was the highest, so he posed as the leader and asked. The white-clothed girl glanced at him indifferently. Her gaze was as calm as water, without a trace of fluctuation. You're not qualified to ask me. Her voice was as cold as ice, as if she was born this way. Zhang Jun's face was gloomy. He looked at the beautiful figure in front of him with anger burning in his eyes. After he entered the third sky of the spiritual ocean realm, his strength increased greatly, and he faintly had the momentum of being the number one of the younger generation in Yunzhou. However, in a short time, there was Lin Xian who ridiculed him and didn't put him in his eyes, and now there was another person who was even more arrogant than him. This was something he couldn't tolerate. Since you won't speak, you must have used some underhanded means to enter. Zhang Jun smiled evilly. Wait for me to capture you and hand you over to the elders. He wanted to show off his strength, or else it would be hard to intimidate the crowd. Wang. The cultivation of the third sky of the spiritual ocean realm exploded, like a huge wave crashing against the shore. Jingyun palm. He struck out with his palm, forming a huge palm in the air and crashing down. Like a colorful cloud, it overflowed with multicolored light and endless spiritual power. As the palm fell, the air seemed to explode from the pressure, forming sharp ripples that spread out in all directions. Except for Lin Xian, Mu Rongqianling, and a few others, the other martial artists were all repelled by this power. You overestimate yourself. The white-clothed girl's voice was icy cold. She extended her white finger and lightly tapped the air. Chi, chi. With one finger, the huge cloud palm melted like ice and snow, spreading out and finally disappearing between heaven and earth. What kind of technique is this? Everyone was stunned. With just one finger, she broke the attack of a martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Mu Rongqianling and the others' faces also changed slightly, but Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he used purple spirit pupil to observe. You. Zhang Jun's face became extremely ugly. Although he didn't use his full strength in this palm, it contained at least 70% of his power. This kind of power was enough to kill anyone present. However, it was broken by the other party with a single finger. Looks like if I don't use my true strength, I won't know how powerful I am. He didn't want to make a fool of himself in front of everyone, so he prepared to attack with all his might. At this moment, a wave of gloomy energy rippled out, bringing with it a trace of vicissitudes of life. Following that, the entire hall began to shake as if it was about to collapse. Everyone was alarmed, not knowing what was going on. Could it be that an inherited martial art had appeared? Someone guessed. Then, this idea spread like a flood. Everyone's eyes were abnormally fiery, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were abnormally excited. Inherited martial arts, that was an existence even more precious than treasures. As long as he could obtain the legacy martial arts, entering the three spirit realms would not be a problem. There's an inherited martial art? Lin Xian was suspicious. His Wind Emperor's one sword was considered an inherited martial art, but it seemed like there was more than one. Whoosh, whoosh. Many people ran towards the direction of the tremors, wanting to occupy a powerful position. Especially those who did not get a great treasure, they were even more unwilling. Even Zheng Jun gave up on the white-robed woman and turned into a streak of light to escape. Lin Xian also followed behind the crowd, intending to take a look. The white-robed woman seemed to have thought of something, and her expression changed slightly. She quickly ran in that direction. When Lin Xian arrived, the surroundings were already filled with people. When the crowd saw him, they subconsciously opened up a path. The current Lin Xian was a top-notch existence in the eyes of the crowd. No one would look down on him. Lin Xian did not mind. His body swayed, and he came to the front. For huge stone pillars supported the four directions. In the middle was a blood pool, and there was fresh red blood flowing in the pool. An unusually pungent smell of blood wafted over, causing everyone to frown. On the surrounding ground, there were many remains of weapons. Lin Xian looked carefully and realized that the broken weapons were all treasures. What happened here to cause treasures to break and warriors to die? Lin Xian was very curious. At the front, there was a blood-red door that was slightly ajar. An ancient and vicissitude aura came from within, causing everyone to feel excited. The inheritance must be inside. Why aren't you rushing in? Someone shouted in the dark. Immediately, a few warriors rushed forward. However, they stopped after a few steps and kept turning in circles on the spot. This scene stunned the remaining warriors. They did not know what was going on. It's an array. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Light flashed in his eyes as he kept looking around. Damn it, what happened? Someone was angry and attacked forward. Boom. The long saber was like a rainbow as it struck the blood pool, stirring up thousands of waves. Not good. Zheng Jun and the others' expressions changed. They looked coldly at the person who attacked, wishing they could kill him. That person's body trembled. When he came back to his senses, he was filled with regret. However, it was all too late. In the blood pool, the enchanting blood vibrated and split into 4 streams, wrapping around the 4 stone pillars. In the next moment, a huge blood-red array formed under everyone's feet, suffusing with a strange energy. Everyone felt as if they were in a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. All they could see were huge white bones. Ka, ka. With loud sounds, the white bones merged with the blood and fused into zombie-like monsters that charged at the crowd. Kill. Sword chi and spiritual power surged. Everyone fell into a chaotic battle. Let's take a look at that door. Lin Xian's body flashed as he rushed forward. Stay. 2 figures appeared and blocked Lin Xian. Zheng Jun and Ling Feng joined forces to block Lin Xian. Zheng Jun's face was filled with killing intent as he stared coldly at Lin Xian. Ling Feng's eyes were filled with malice. He could not wait to tear Lin Xian apart. This time, no one can save you. The 2 of them attacked mercilessly. Terrifying energy shrouded the space. Phantom Thunder Step. Lin Xian increased his speed to the maximum and retreated instantly. Boom! An endless sea of fire appeared as if it was a world of lava. Terrifying energy burned in all directions. The mysterious array was activated continuously, forming a sea of fire that shrouded everyone. Zheng Jun and Ling Feng lost sight of Lin Xian. They were surrounded by the sea of fire. Break the array first and obtain the inheritance. Then, we'll kill Lin Xian. Zheng Jun said in a low voice. The two of them kept flashing as they tried to escape. However, the array was too mysterious. They were not proficient in it, so they were trapped and lost contact with it. On the other side, Lin Xian was also shrouded in the sea of fire. Humph, insignificant tricks. Winelord sneered inside Lin Xian's body. Under Winelord's guidance, Lin Xian moved through the sea of fire as if it were flat ground. Let's deal with the hidden danger first. His eyes flashed as he decided to attack Ling Feng and Zheng Jun first. These two had wanted to kill him more than once. If not for his recent increase in strength, he would have been assassinated by them. Whoosh! Chapter 137. Wind Melting Style. This sword seemed to have turned into a breeze, without a trace of sound. Facing the sea of fire, Ling Feng felt the shocking killing intent. The hair on his back stood up, and he rolled forward. Chi! Chi! The air rippled, and a brilliant sword ray flew out, almost brushing past Ling Feng's body. Although it didn't hit him, some sword chi still touched him, and the shocking sword intent drilled into his body, wantonly destroying. Ling Feng hurriedly channeled the spirit power in his body, suppressing the sword intent and continuously digesting it. You dare to attack me? Ling Feng gritted his teeth. You want to kill me? Do you think I'll let you go? Lin Xian sneered, not giving him a chance, and directly charged over. Ling Feng originally wanted to stall for time, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to be so decisive, directly charging over. At this moment, the sword in Lin Xian's hand seemed to have turned into a dragon, soaring and rolling with a murderous aura. Pong! Pong! Ling Feng countered with the mountain-suppressing hand, continuously bombarding the sword chi. The two collided, and the sound spread everywhere, with sparks flying everywhere. Roar! Lin Xian rushed forward, directly using Lion's Roar to bombard Ling Feng. He planned to end this quickly. Zheng Jun, Lin Xian is here. Ling Feng lost to Lin Xian earlier, leaving a shadow in his heart. Facing Lin Xian's fierce aura, he had a trace of fear in his heart. This kind of fear originally didn't exist. Ling Feng was a martial artist at the late stage of the second layer of spiritual ocean realm, a few levels higher than Lin Xian. If he fought with all his strength, the result might not be certain. However, when he saw Lin Xian even penetrate Ling family's treasure talisman, fear arose in his heart. And this fear had now become his Achilles' heel. The sound waves vibrated, spreading out like water ripples, attacking Ling Feng. Seeing that there was no response, Ling Feng could only fight with all his strength. Roar! It was the same lion's roar, and Ling Feng launched a sound wave attack. The two sound waves collided, extinguishing the surrounding sea of fire. Kid, I'll let you know my power. Ling Feng successfully blocked the sound waves, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Humph! Lin Xian had long noticed the fear in Ling Feng's heart. He sneered, You can't do it. Even if we use the same martial skill, you're still inferior to me. Mad Lion Roar. Lin Xian roared again. The sound wave contained a soul attack, and it quickly attacked. Haha, how dare you compete with me in sound waves? Ling Feng laughed and became arrogant again. My spirit energy is much more abundant than yours. Just wait for your death. Ling Feng was like a lion, roaring furiously. Wong, Wong. The void trembled, rippling like the surface of a lake. The two sound waves collided and dissolved each other. However, Ling Feng's expression gradually turned ugly. He realized that the sound waves he had sent out were quickly disappearing, but Lin Xian had not changed at all. Impossible! He finally screamed. How did you do it? What answered him was a sound wave. Wong. Ling Feng was enveloped by the sound wave and resisted with all his might. A spirit power armor appeared on his body to resist the energy attack of the sound wave. If it was an ordinary Mad Lion Roar, Ling Feng could still dodge it with his cultivation. However, the sound wave now contained Lin Xian's spirit energy and a trace of sword essence. That strange energy attacked Ling Feng's spirit, causing him to go crazy. He rolled on the ground with his head wrapped. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were full of fear. Lin Xian walked over step by step, and his voice was cold. Your Ling family bullied others and tried to assassinate me time and time again. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? What do you want? Ling Feng's willpower was crushed. His voice trembled. Spare me. I promise I won't provoke you again. Lin Xian did not say anything. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand. Ling Feng appeared to be begging for mercy, but he secretly pulled out his talisman and prepared to attack Lin Xian. However, his actions were all seen by Lin Xian's purple spirit eyes. Go to hell, triple mountain suppressing hand. Before Ling Feng could pull out his talisman, Lin Xian had already attacked fiercely. 3 illusory mountain peaks appeared and crushed the void like 3 huge mountains. No, impossible. This is my Ling family's unique skill. How can you know it? Ling Feng was completely crazy. He could not even hold the talisman in his hand steadily. Boom! The 3 huge mountains overlapped and weighed thousands of pounds. They pressed down on Ling Feng. Ling Feng's willpower was damaged. He did not have any thoughts of resisting. He screamed and turned into a bloody mist. Lin Xian picked up the mountain talisman on the ground and put it into his storage ring. He looked at the ground and realized that Ling Feng's storage ring was broken. With a sigh, he quickly left the place. Not far away, Zheng Jun's face was gloomy. He had heard Ling Feng's cries since the beginning. However, this dam array was like a maze. It was full of danger, and he could not rush out at all. In the end, Ling Feng's voice disappeared. He had a bad feeling. Subconsciously, he did not think that Lin Xian could defeat Ling Feng because the difference in cultivation between the two was too big. However, reality was cruel. He did not expect Lin Xian's strength. Plus, Ling Feng was scared out of his wits and had no power to resist. As he was thinking, the sea of fire in front of him surged and shot up into the sky. Zheng Jun was very alert and retreated quickly. Who? 3 green tornadoes rushed out of the sea of fire and attacked Zheng Jun in a triangular formation. Jing in hand, Zheng Jun clenched his fist and dispersed the 3 tornadoes. However, the sense of danger in his heart did not disappear. Instead, it grew stronger. Whoosh! He turned around abruptly and a long saber appeared in his hand. He slashed out. The saber flashed with a shocking momentum and shattered the sword ray that suddenly appeared behind him. A silhouette flashed by and soon disappeared. Lin Xian. Zheng Jun's face was extremely gloomy. He did not expect that an ant in the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier would dare to attack him. Who? His body flashed and he slashed out with his saber. The blazing saber ray split open the sea of fire and rushed towards Lin Xian. Pong! Lin Xian used Wind Thunder Cut and slashed at the saber ray. The huge force sent him flying. So terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. He suppressed his roiling qi and blood and fled into the distance. That attack just now felt as if he had crashed into a huge mountain, making him feel powerless. Is this the strength of the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He knew that the gap between them was too big and it was impossible to kill Zheng Jun. Let's go check out that door first. Lin Xian made up his mind. Just as Lin Xian was moving, there was another person moving quickly in the formation. She was the white-clothed girl. She had already separated from the disciples of Zixia sect, but obviously, she had not found what she was looking for. Just as she and Lin Xian were moving quickly, a ball of black fog entered the blood pool at an astonishing speed. After a moment, a dull sound came from the void. The whole formation stopped and the sea of fire around them gradually disappeared. At this moment, Lin Xian and the white-clothed girl had already arrived in front of the blood-red door. Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the two of them, their eyes filled with the flames of jealousy. Zheng Jun shouted crazily, "Aunt, you dare!" Lin Xian did not pay attention to anyone. He cautiously glanced at the white-clothed girl not far away, then pushed open the door with force. At this moment, a red and black blood sword flew out from the blood pool like red lightning and quickly hit the white-clothed girl. Pong! A purple armor appeared on the white-clothed girl's body and blocked most of the attack, but she still spat out a mouthful of blood. Behind her, The red and black blood sword changed and a black-robed person appeared strangely. Black fog roiled on his body, mixed with red blood. This change was so sudden that even Lin Xian couldn't react in time. Chapter 138. Three figures crashed into the crimson door. Wang Dong. The crimson door slowly closed, blocking everyone outside. Ah, my inheritance. Damn it, why not me? That Lin guy is too lucky. Some warriors covered their heads and cried bitterly, lamenting their lives. Among them, Zheng Jun was the most upset. He had the highest cultivation and as a personal disciple, he had a distinguished status. He had always thought that he was number one among these people. However, the martial arts inheritance that was so close to him slipped away from his hands. Furthermore, he could only watch helplessly as it slipped away, and Lin Xian, who he regarded as an ant, could enter. This is not fair. Zheng Jun roared in his heart. He slammed his palm on the crimson door, but there was no effect. I don't believe that you won't come out. Zheng Jun sat down and prepared to wait for Lin Xian. He wanted to snatch the inheritance from Lin Xian's hands and trample Lin Xian to death. Seeing Zheng Jun sit down, the other warriors also sat down and prepared to wait. Although there was no guarantee of success, they still had to try. Of course, not everyone stayed. Some warriors left wisely. There were other treasures outside, and there was no need to wait for an illusory inheritance. Behind the crimson door, it was like another world. There was no green floor or hard wall. Instead, it was like a cave, surrounded by natural mountains. Lin Xian immediately assumed a defensive posture and quickly scanned the surroundings with his soul power. Beside him, the girl in white was injured and her body was weak. She forced herself to use the purple armor, forming a purple shadow to protect her body. Are you okay? Lin Xian looked at her inquisitively. The girl in white's veil was stained with blood. She took it off and slowly shook her head. She took out an elixir and consumed it. Then, she healed her injuries and looked around vigilantly. Lin Xian saw the girl in white's face and was stunned. He had seen many beauties. Murong Qianling's coldness, Tang Yu's unruliness, and Yin Qingyi's shyness. However, compared to the young girl in front of them, they still paled in comparison. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, the white-clothed girl's face turned slightly red. Her eyes flashed with anger, and she couldn't help but snort softly. Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Hee, kid, are you tempted? A hoarse voice echoed in the cave, sounding somewhat sinister. You and I will work together to capture her. I want the thing, you want the person. What do you think? The voice echoed. Lin Xian was speechless and rolled his eyes. Did he look like he couldn't wait? After the white-clothed girl heard this, her body trembled. Then, she looked at Lin Xian warily. After thinking for a while, the girl in white moved her lips and said to Lin Xian, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He is from the Nether Hall. He is very vicious. Don't fall into his trap." Lin Xian was startled. It seemed that the two were afraid of each other and didn't dare to casually attack. The white-clothed girl was injured, but the black-clothed man didn't dare to attack. It seemed that the white-clothed girl was very powerful. He then recalled how the white-clothed girl broke Zheng Jun's attack with a single finger. That finger was very stunning and seemed to contain a kind of intent. Where is this? The land of inheritance? Lin Xian didn't answer the two. Instead, he kept looking around. He used his soul force to observe, but didn't find anything strange. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. The space here is very big. There seems to be something inside. Wine Lord reminded. Lin Xian nodded. He wanted to explore, but he was worried about the two, especially the black-clothed man. His aura was very similar to the black-clothed youths he killed in Mountain Overlook City. Moreover, he had heard of the Nether Hall from General Zhang. As for the white-clothed girl's background, he didn't know. However, she didn't seem like a bad person. The white-clothed girl doesn't seem to be from this area. Wine Lord said slowly. You know? Lin Xian was slightly surprised. Wine Lord snorted. She was suppressed by the space. I'm afraid her cultivation is above the spirit sea realm. Moreover, she's about the same age as you. Do you think there's such a person in Xia country? Above the spirit sea realm? Lin Xian was surprised. He then looked at the white-clothed girl a few more times. This was too terrifying. To enter the three spirit realms at such a young age, there really wasn't anyone in Xia country. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, the white-clothed girl shrank back. She was now seriously injured and was afraid that Lin Xian and the black-clothed man would join forces. Hee, kid. Have you thought it through? The black-clothed man spoke again. I think the situation is pretty good. No one needs to fight. Lin Xian shrugged. Everyone coexisted peacefully. You guys wait here. I'll go ahead and take a look. Lin Xian didn't want to break the balance. The white-clothed girl and the black-clothed man weren't people he could deal with. Only by stalling for time would he have a chance to get out. You. The white-clothed girl's face turned sullen. She glared at Lin Xian fiercely. The black-clothed man was also stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Xian wouldn't help anyone. Do you know about the Nether Hall? The white-clothed girl said, That's an evil force that once harmed many countries. And he's a remnant of the Nether Hall. If you don't kill him, he'll kill you sooner or later. Whoosh! A black light flashed and attacked the white-clothed girl like black lightning. Rumble! The purple armor emitted light, forming a tight defense. Lin Xian tensed up and prepared to retreat. These two were stronger than Zheng Jun. He couldn't deal with them now. Kid. She's right. The black-clothed man laughed. Our Templar Hall is indeed powerful. As long as you help me, I'll lead you into the Templar Hall and make you a member of the Nether Hall. Even you can't do anything to her. My cultivation is lower than yours. What can I do? Lin Xian didn't understand. I can feel a sharp sword intent from your body. As long as you and I work together, we can definitely break through her defense. The black-clothed man said coldly. So that's how it is. Lin Xian finally understood. It turned out that both of them had taken a liking to his sword intent. Young hero, you can't listen to him. The white-clothed girl quickly said as she recovered. The Nether Hall must be trying to revive some old monsters. He's probably here for the life essence. This thing contains a powerful vitality that can revive some of the old guys in the Nether Hall. That's why we must get rid of him. Life essence? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. If the life essence was so magical, would it work on Wine Lord? Lin Xian quickly asked through voice transmission. It should be effective, but if the grade is too low, the effect won't be great. Wine Lord slowly said. After getting the answer, he fell into deep thought. No matter what, we have to try. Lin Xian decided to help Wine Lord find the life essence. Chapter 139. Brat, you talk too much. Lin Xian's question clearly displeased the black-robed man, and a black fog rushed towards Lin Xian. Chi. With a flash of sword light, the black fog was cut open and gradually dissipated. What a sharp sword intent. The white-clothed woman was slightly shocked. She knew the difference in cultivation between the two. The black-robed man was obviously much stronger than Lin Xian, but this sword cut opened the black-robed man's attack. Looks like if I don't show you some tricks, you won't be honest. The black-robed man was somewhat angry. He hid in the darkness, but attacks came from all directions. Netherworld prison. The black fog around Lin Xian fluctuated, and 4 chains formed from black fog shot out from the ground, trapping him. There were fine black lines between the chains, emitting a dangerous aura. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and everything around him was clearly imprinted in his mind. Careful, don't touch the black chi, the white-clothed woman in the distance warned. Hurricane style. The long sword swept out, and 4 green hurricanes formed, breaking out in all directions. Lin Xian's body also jumped up. Gale 3 thrusts. The long sword turned into a shooting star and flew out, as if merging with the wind, extremely fast. However, the black fog was not made of metal and could change shape at will. Lin Xian's body flew far away, and the entire rectangular black fog was stretched infinitely, but it did not shatter. It's useless, Don't waste your energy. Even a martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier can't escape from the netherworld prison, not to mention you. The black-robed man's words carried a trace of pride, and his voice drifted, making people unable to distinguish its source. Lin Xian retreated rapidly and was once again enveloped by the black fog. Brat, there's only one way to live, and that is to join hands with me, the black-robed man threatened. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. He was not afraid, because it was not the first time he dealt with people from the Netherworld Hall. Earlier in the battle in Mountain Overlook City, he knew that people from the Netherworld Hall were afraid of attacks with young attributes such as thunder and fire. He had never used the golden lightning before, so he was not worried. Even if it didn't work, he still had the bronze gauntlets. Keeping himself alive was not a problem. Tell me, what is the life essence he's looking for? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. The woman in white was stunned. She thought that Lin Xian would be afraid and join forces with the black-robed man, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. I should be looking for the same thing as him, but I didn't succeed. The woman in white said, according to my calculations, this thing should be in this ruin. It's a vicious beast egg, but I don't know what species it is. In order to gain Lin Xian's support, the woman in white told him everything she knew. Vicious beast egg? Lin Xian's face was expressionless, but his heart was shaken. He remembered the cyan vicious beast egg in his storage ring. It was given to him by the little white monkey in the cave. It looked very ordinary, so he didn't pay much attention to it. However, the woman in white's words made him suspicious. Wine Lord, what's so special about that egg? Lin Xian asked. That egg is not simple. It's indeed a type of life essence. Wine Lord said, but I can't use it, and you can't give it to anyone. Some of my memories are sealed, but I should recognize it subconsciously. Wine Lord thought for a moment and said, since Wine Lord said it was important, Lin Xian would definitely not hand it over. Looks like I have to deal with the black-robed man. Lin Xian made a decision and said with his soul, how long do you need to recover? Lin Xian's voice sounded in the woman in white's mind. Her delicate body trembled as she said, you can attack at any time. Lin Xian confirmed the battle plan with her, and then said to the black-robed man, I agree. Walala. The black fog dissipated, and the black-robed man's voice sounded, go and cut through her defense. Lin Xian held the crimson flame sword in his hand and walked forward slowly. When he was halfway there, he suddenly attacked. In the corner, the air vibrated, and a sword light flashed with a shocking sword intent. Bang! The black fog rolled and formed a shield, entangling the sword chi and melting it. Brat, you're courting death. The black-robed man was furious. He did not expect Lin Xian to attack him, nor did he expect Lin Xian to discover his location. Wind fusion style. Since Lin Xian had attacked, he would not stop. He waved his sword chi and attacked the black-robed man. At the same time, the woman in white also attacked. She threw out a series of palm shadows with shocking momentum. The strange sword chi disappeared and then reappeared in the air, slashing towards the black-robed man's back. The palm shadows blocked his escape route. Lin Xian and the woman in white worked together for the first time, and they had great chemistry. Hemph, you can't hurt me. The black-robed man sneered. His body turned into black fog and merged into the air. My body is illusory. You can't hit me. The black-robed man laughed and floated in the air. As for you, you dare to go against the Nether Hall. How stupid. Whoosh. The air fluctuated, and a thick sword chi flew out and pierced through the black fog. Explode! Lin Xian shouted. Crackle! With a loud sound, golden arcs of lightning danced and formed a curtain of lightning in the air, completely covering the black fog. Chi! 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 Ah! The black-robed man screamed and turned back into his human form, tumbling in the air. Nether flash. With a flash of black light, the black-robed man disappeared and reappeared in another direction. There were many small transparent holes on his body, and there was a burnt smell coming from him. He looked very miserable. I didn't expect you to have the lightning attribute, the woman in white exclaimed. She looked at Lin Xian with curiosity. Brat, You dare to hurt me? I'll refine you into a slave and make you wish you were dead." The black-robed man's voice was hoarse and full of killing intent. Lin Xian smiled faintly. "Cut the crap. I've killed more than one monster like you. You're the nether dozen, aren't you?" "What? You've killed people from the Templar Hall?" The black-robed man was furious. The black fog on his body surged and formed a ferocious ghost head behind him. "Let me do it." The woman in white had a serious expression. Lin Xian nodded and retreated. He knew that the black-robed man was as strong as the woman in white, but he was suppressed by the space. "I'll help from the side," Lin Xian said. His sword intent and lightning had a restraining effect on the black-robed man. The woman in white nodded slightly. Then, her body floated out, and multicolored light flew out from her body. Flickering light passing shadow. It was as if thousands of figures were dancing. Light and shadow danced, and the vast spiritual power vibrated, causing the void to tremble. The woman in white and the black-robed man fought and moved quickly. Lin Xian used his purple spirit eyes and could barely keep up with their speed. Too fast. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. He found that he could not help. Boom! There was a violent collision. Blood flowed from the corner of the woman in white's mouth. She retreated, and a look of pain appeared on her peerless face. On the other hand, the black-robed man's aura surged. The black fog behind him filled the sky and flooded half of the cave. He waved his hand, and dozens of black fog turned into poisonous dragons. They were ferocious and pounced on the woman in white. Wind thunder slash. Lin Xian swung his sword. The sword radiance shone and cut the poisonous dragons in half. Golden electric arcs danced at the cut. Himph! Hell prison. Chapter 140. For chains formed by black fog appeared beside Lin Xian again. Phantom thunder step. Lin Xian used his spiritual energy to form a lightning body, but his real body dodged quickly. The black fog flashed and the black chains shrouded the lightning body, controlling it. At this moment, the white-clothed woman and the black-robed man were fighting again. The white-clothed woman's palm technique was exquisite. Every time she struck, thousands of rays of light would appear, dissipating all the black fog that approached her. However, she was injured after all. Every battle would cause her injuries to worsen, causing her great pain. For a moment, the white-clothed woman was at a disadvantage. Wind thunder cut. The sword intent filled the sky, carrying the power of wind and thunder, and suddenly slashed at the black-robed man. Swish! Swish! A sword chi that was dozens of feet long slashed down, and golden lightning flashed in the void, attacking the black-robed man. This attack was very sudden. The black-robed man was injured by the lightning and quickly dispersed. After he used the nether prison, he did not pay much attention to it, but he did not expect it to be an illusion. Nether illusion ghost claw. A red light flashed in the black-robed man's eyes, and a huge black ghost claw appeared in front of Lin Xian. Bang! The ghost claw slammed down, causing the air to explode. The force was enough to break a mountain. Lin Xian wanted to escape, but he found that his surroundings were sealed. He could only resist. Spirit-severing protection sword chi. Lin Xian's body glowed with a red sword light, and at the same time, he activated the ancient armor on his body to block the attack. Faint ripples appeared, and Lin Xian's body formed a shadow of armor, enveloping him. Rumble. When the black ghost claw touched Lin Xian, the red sword chi around his body shattered in an instant. He felt as if he was hit by a huge mountain. The blood in his body churned, and his spiritual sea shook. He felt that his body was about to shatter. Fortunately, the ancient armor's defense blocked most of the attack, allowing him to escape with his life. Boom! Lin Xian's body flew out and crashed into the ground below, creating a deep pit. Damn it! So powerful! Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was hideous. His entire body was in intense pain, and he even suffered internal injuries. If it wasn't for the ancient armor, this strike would have been enough to take his life. He took out a goblet of spirit wine and quickly downed it. Then, He used the longevity incantation to suppress his injuries before slowly rising to his feet. He's not dead? The black-robed man who was fighting the white-clothed woman sensed that Lin Xian was still alive and was greatly surprised. That strike of his was more than enough to kill a martial artist in the third sky of the spiritual ocean realm, but Lin Xian was only injured. You have quite a few treasures on you. When you die, they'll all be mine. The black-robed man sneered. Once again, a huge, ghostly hand was formed, emitting a boundless aura in the air. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he felt the threat of death looming over him. Fortunately, the white-robed woman acted in time and destroyed the ghostly hand in the sky. Moreover, she attacked with all her might, not giving the black-robed man any chance to escape. Lin Xian stood on the ground with a cold look in his eyes. He had to get rid of the black-robed man as soon as possible, or else he would end up in a miserable state. As long as there was another nether ghostly hand, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Try this. Lin Xian took out the talisman treasure he got from Ling Feng. Injecting spirit power, the octagonal stone bloomed with light, and a huge pressure appeared. Feeling this pressure, the white-robed woman and the black-robed man in the air were shocked. If they were in the outside world, they wouldn't be afraid. However, in this trial by Bloodland, their strength was suppressed, and this kind of method could threaten their lives. Whoosh! The black-robed man made a prompt decision and rushed towards Lin Xian in a flash. Retreat! The white-robed woman shouted, and at the same time, used her movement technique to try and stop him. Go! Lin Xian threw out the talisman treasure. The black mountain peak appeared in the air. The hole on it was gone, but the light was somewhat dim. It slowly rotated and pressed towards the void. Nether flash! The black-robed man dodged and arrived in front of Lin Xian. Kid, go die. A black, ghostly claw appeared, and a baleful aura filled the air. It was eerie and terrifying. Lin Xian felt the aura of death, and all the hair on his body stood up. He activated the ancient armor with all his strength, and at the same time, his sword intent continued to rise, and lightning surrounded his body. In an instant, Lin Xian used all his methods. Pong! The black ghostly claw came down, but it was sent flying by the white-robed woman. The fierce energy exploded in front of Lin Xian. The three figures retreated. The black-robed man was locked in by the black mountain peak, and the white-robed woman retreated with a pale face. Lin Xian spat out blood and flew backwards. Many of the bones in his body were almost broken, and he had suffered serious internal injuries. It could be said that this was the first time he had suffered such serious injuries since he started cultivating. Puthong! Lin Xian crashed into the mountain wall, creating a human-shaped crack, and then fell to the ground. He endured the pain, drank the spirit wine, and used the longevity art. The spirit sea in his body vibrated, and circles of green spirit power surged out, repairing his body. The longevity art released its power, bringing life to Lin Xian's broken body. In another direction, the black-robed man resisted the black mountain peak with all his strength. The black fog on his body continued to expand, forming a 3-foot-tall skeleton man. He raised his hands and resisted the black mountain peak. Don't let him escape. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said. The white-robed woman's body was surrounded by light, like a fairy. She summoned a lotus flower, and it took root in the void, creating a hazy scene. Slash! The green lotus was like a sharp sword, cutting through the void, and the light shone brightly, covering the front. Nether shock heaven! The black-robed man shouted, and black blood flowed out of his body. It seemed that he had used some kind of forbidden technique, and his aura increased greatly, pushing the black mountain peak away. Rumble! The green lotus slashed and collided with the black fog, and a terrifying energy swept in all directions. Lin Xian used his purple spirit eyes, and his eyes flashed. He found that the black-robed man was seriously injured, but he was not dead. Have a taste of this. He took out the green gauntlet. He did not have much spiritual energy left, so he could only use it one more time. A white light shone, and Lin Xian slowly raised his left hand. Let's end this. An energy pillar as thick as a water tank shot out, quickly flying towards the black-robed man. Green Lotus Heaven Trap. The white-robed woman also waved her arm, and a green lotus split into several shadows, freezing the void. Feeling the danger of death, the black-robed man frantically tried to escape. Bang, bang, bang. He charged left and right, and each time he brought a huge amount of energy, but he was bounced back every time. The white-robed woman did not have it easy either. Every time the black-robed man hit her, she would spit out blood. The void was frozen, and the black-robed man was locked in midair, unable to escape. White light flashed and drowned him. Since I'm going to die, let's die together. The black-robed man roared crazily, and his body continued to expand. Not good, he's going to self-destruct. The white-robed woman's face turned pale, and she activated her strongest defense. Lin Xian also used all his remaining spiritual energy to activate the ancient armor. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the entire void was annihilated. Violent energy scattered in all directions, covering everything. Outside the red door, Zhang Jun and the others waited anxiously. Suddenly, a trace of terrifying energy came out from the door gap, and just the aftershock caused the void to tremble and rumble. Chapter 141. The disciples outside the blood-colored door were shocked by the terrifying power. They didn't know what had happened inside and could only guess. Inside the door, the light gradually faded and dust settled. The surroundings were a mess, and the air was still filled with a terrifying aura. Lin Xian's face was pale, and he gasped for breath. At the moment of the explosion, he frantically activated his defenses, but the power was too strong, and he felt like his body was going to shatter. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a black vortex appeared in front of him and sucked away all the terrifying energy. That was how he managed to escape a calamity. The bronze gauntlets and ancient armor on his body were cracked, and he estimated that they would shatter after a few uses. The mountain talisman turned into dust and disappeared in the air. He circulated the art of longevity as he looked around. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched. In front of him, the white-clothed girl had fallen to the side, and blood was flowing out of her body. "Are you okay?" Lin Xian struggled to walk over. The white-clothed girl was heavily injured, and her consciousness was unclear. She opened her mouth slightly, and then fainted. Lin Xian was shocked, but when he sensed that the girl was still alive, he sighed in relief. Taking out a cup of spirit wine, Lin Xian poured it down the girl's throat. Then he sat cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing. 2 hours later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Although his injuries wouldn't heal immediately, he could at least move. Standing up and stretching his limbs, Lin Xian looked ahead. There was a path there, but he didn't know where it led. He bent down slightly and carried the white-clothed girl on his back, and then walked into the depths of the cave. Feeling the warmth on his back, Lin Xian's heart beat violently. He had never carried a girl on his back, especially such a beautiful girl. Fortunately, his willpower was strong, and he quickly calmed his mind. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian walked into the depths of the cave. Drip, drip. Water droplets fell from the walls above, and there were some puddles on the ground. Lin Xian stepped on them, and they splashed up. After a while, he reached the end. There was also a pool in front of him, but it wasn't blood, but water. The space wasn't big, only a third of the size of the outer sanctum's main hall. There was a pool in the middle, which took up almost half of the space, surrounded by walls. Other than that, there was nothing else. Lin Xian put the white-clothed girl down and then looked around. He realized that this place was not a land of inheritance, but a figment of the imagination of the disciples outside. However, he didn't come out empty-handed. On the surrounding walls, there were some carvings. Many of them were martial arts techniques, which made Lin Xian very happy. These seemed to be Sans Ho. Wine Lord's eyes were very sharp, and he could tell at a glance. Sans Ho is also not bad. In any case, I have obtained the Wind Emperor's sword. It can be considered a type of inheritance. Lin Xian was very content. He looked at them one by one, and realized that the martial arts on them were not very good. Some of them were even inferior to profound rank martial arts. With a sigh, Lin Xian sat down. At this time, the white-clothed girl also woke up. There was a trace of confusion in her limpid eyes, followed by intense pain. Lin Xian supported her and slowly injected a trace of spirit energy into the girl's body. He realized that the longevity art had a super strong recovery effect, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivation methods. After being nourished by Lin Xian's spirit energy, the white-clothed girl's face had a trace of redness. "My name is Lin Xian, a disciple of the mysterious Sky Sect. How should I address you?" Lin Xian retracted his hand and handed over a pot of spirit wine. "Shenjingqiu." The white-clothed girl took the spirit wine and said softly, "Can you tell me in detail what you're looking for?" Lin Xian asked, showing a curious look. Shenjingqiu shook her head. "Actually, I was ordered to look for this thing. I don't know the details." Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect such an answer. Following that, the two of them fell silent and recovered their bodies. A day later, Lin Xian woke up hungry. He was at the first sky of the spiritual ocean realm and was far from being able to fast. He needed a large amount of food to replenish his energy. Opposite him, Shan Jingqiu's face was also slightly red, and she held her stomach unnaturally. "I'm hungry." Lin Xian's face fell. "Let's see what's there." He stood up and walked to the front of the pool. After a day of recovery, the two of them were much better, and their cultivation had also recovered a little. At this time, the two of them stood in front of the pool and kept looking. Splash, splash. As if responding to Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu, a sound came from the water. Lin Xian used his purple spirit eyes and looked down. A few black shadows swam quickly, spitting out bubbles from time to time. "There's fish." Lin Xian's face lit up. Shen Jingqiu also smiled happily. "Watch me." Lin Xian flicked his finger, and a golden arc flew into the water and disappeared in a flash. A moment later, a low sound came, and then a few black shadows floated up. They were a type of fish that was red all over. They were about a meter long and looked very ordinary. "Hey, it's young fish." Wine Lord was surprised. "But their bloodline is not pure." Lin Xian was too hungry, so he ignored Wine Lord's words and stared at the fish. A total of 3 appeared. Lin Xian scooped them up and cleaned them up. "There's no fire." He scratched his head, took out a long saber, and pierced the red young fish on it. "Let me do it." Shun Jingqiu smiled bitterly. She flipped her palm and a ball of flame appeared. No one would have thought that one day, a treasured weapon and cultivation method would be used on grilling fish. The 3 big fish were eaten up by the 2 of them, and they breathed a sigh of relief. "It's time to go back." Lin Xian prepared to leave. However, when they returned to the blood-red door, they sadly found that they could not open it at all. "How can this be?" Lin Xian frowned. "I remember that there was a force that sucked us in that day," Shen Jingqiu said. "But there's nothing here." The two of them looked at each other and decided to do a thorough search. After searching for a while, they found nothing. In the end, Lin Xian and Shun Jingqiu returned to the pool. "This pool?" Shen Jingqiu was puzzled. "This is the only place we haven't explored yet. Do you want to go down and take a look?" Lin Xian was also curious. After making the decision, the two of them did not immediately go down. Instead, they focused on recovering their cultivation. No one knew what was at the bottom of the pool. Even Wine Lord could not explore it. 2 days later, the two of them had recovered about 70 to 80% of their cultivation, and they finally decided to go down and explore. Lin Xian and Shun Jingqiu opened their spiritual defenses and dived into the water. The water was not cold. On the contrary, it was warm. As the two of them continued to sink, the young fish around them were frightened. Lin Xian used his purple spirit eyes to explore the surroundings. He found a huge black shadow below. Shen Jingqiu also noticed the abnormality. The two of them discussed and decided to continue sinking. With Lin Xian's current cultivation, he could stay underwater for an hour without breathing. If they stayed underwater for any longer, he would not be able to take it. Shen Jingqiu's cultivation was very high, so she probably would not have this problem. The two of them were very fast, and it did not take long for them to reach the black shadow. Chapter 142. Lin Xian looked in front of him with a face full of shock. In front of him was a dilapidated building that was split into two halves from the middle. The cut was even as if it was cut by a sharp blade. The stone pillars of the palace were piled up with skulls. It was very terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. He slowly descended and arrived at the top of the building. There was a chilly aura that made people feel uncomfortable all over. Shen Jingqiu also descended and walked in with Lin Xian. There were dozens of skeletal corpses lying on the ground. The surrounding water seemed to have no effect on them. One of the corpses stood proudly. The flesh on his body was still there, as if he was still alive. However, his head was missing. Only a headless corpse was left standing there. Could it be that the pillars outside were piled up with these people's skulls? Lin Xian gasped. But where is this person's head? Shen Jingqiu was puzzled. If his body was indestructible, his head should be the same. However, there were no such skulls outside. The two of them couldn't figure it out. Lin Xian shook his head and began to search around. There are words here. Shen Jingqiu transmitted. Lin Xian walked over and found a row of crooked words on the ground. They are here. The person who carved the words obviously had a high cultivation because Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu could feel a sense of despair from the words. These corpses were at least at the harmonious spirit realm. However, there were no wounds on the bones. It should be a head injury that killed them in one hit. Wine Lord analyzed again. A group of harmonious spirit realm experts, killed in one hit. Lin Xian was speechless. The elders of the profound heaven sect were only at the harmonious spirit realm, but these corpses were all at the harmonious spirit realm. In other words, even someone at the level of an elder could be killed with a single strike. Just who was it that had such power? Who were they? Beside him, Shen Jingqiu also noticed this. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock, and she was speechless for a long time. There's a palace below. Lin Xian looked down. It was as if the underground world had been cut open. On both sides were the mountain rocks at the bottom of the sea, and in the middle was a big crack. The two of them quickly descended and finally arrived at the second palace. It was also cut in half and filled with corpses. However, there were clearly more people here, and there were also some broken swords and sabers left behind. Lin Xian discovered that the lowest grade of these weapons was a profound grade treasure, but now they were all broken. There were words here too. Shen Jingqiu pointed to the ground and said with an unnatural expression, "They're here. The item is missing." He did not seem to have finished speaking. He wondered if there was a third palace. Lin Xian was curious. "I can feel an aura from below," Shen Jingqiu said. "I don't have much time left. I need to take a breather." Lin Xian was a little hesitant. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Come back quickly." The two of them were like agile fish, quickly descending. In front, a light shone. "There's a palace. It's not destroyed." The two of them were happy and increased their speed. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed and attacked the two of them. The water stirred and surged. A huge force pressed down on Lin Xian, causing him to feel stifled. Lin Xian flashed and quickly dodged. However, he was affected by the resistance in the water, so his speed was slower than usual. Dang! He raised his hand and struck out with the triple suppressing mountain hand, colliding with the black shadow. Moreover, he borrowed the recoil and quickly retreated. After retreating far away, he discovered that the black shadow was actually the tentacle of an octopus. Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu did not dare to stay. They ran with all their might towards the palace below. The tentacle was like a sharp sword, quickly slashing towards the two of them. Splitting wind style, Lin Xian struck out with his sword. The water in front of him seemed to be split in two, flowing to the sides. This was a new sword skill he had comprehended when he was comprehending the Wind Emperor's sword. He did not expect it to be so effective in the water. Chi-Chi, seeing that the tentacle behind them was about to hit the two of them, Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu finally entered the palace. Bo! Bo! It was as if they had entered another space. There was no water in the palace, but it was filled with spirit energy. Phew! Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It was almost time for him to breathe. Fortunately, there was no water here. Outside, the octopus tentacle seemed to be afraid of the palace. It did not attack, but quickly left. Let's see what's inside. Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu were still searching. Damn, it's a treasured weapon, Lin Xian exclaimed. He discovered that the shelves in front of him were filled with weapons. Each of them had inscriptions carved on them. Lin Xian took a fancy to a long sword and reached out to grab it. Hua! The long sword shattered into tiny pieces and scattered on the ground. How could this be? He tried again and realized that all the weapons could not be used. At the side, Shen Jingqiu also shook her head. The treasured bottle in her hand also shattered quickly. These things were all broken. It was just that their appearance did not change. The two of them were disappointed. They quickly walked into the inner hall. Inside, there was a bronze coffin lying there quietly. On top of it, there was a plate with 2 eggshells. However, both of them were broken, and there was nothing inside. This, Shen Jingqiu exclaimed, could it be life essence? Lin Xian's expression was strange. He thought of the green egg in the storage ring. Gently picking up a piece of the eggshell, Lin Xian realized that it was extraordinarily hard. It was impossible to break. At this moment, the green egg in his storage ring shook as if it had come to life. Lin Xian remained calm and asked Wine Lord. Maybe it originally belonged here. Wine Lord sighed. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. He discovered that there was an empty space on the plate. Could it be that this egg was also here? Lin Xian guessed. He planned to take the broken eggshell away. Let's each take one. Shen Jingqiu was also very interested in the eggshell. She immediately snatched one. Lin Xian put away the other one. This picture is? Wine Lord was surprised. Lin Xian looked around. He discovered that there were 2 dragons carved on both sides of the bronze coffin. They were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Go around, Wine Lord said. Lin Xian quickly moved and discovered that there was a sword carved on the innermost side of the coffin. The sword hilt had a dragon body. It was very strange and intimidating. Shen Jingqiu walked over and also discovered the carving. Her beautiful eyes turned. I seem to have heard of a legend. She stared at the strange sword, her eyes somewhat blurred. Legend? Lin Xian asked, what legend? I once heard my master talk about it. At that time, they were talking about the continent's weapons. Some people said it was the Overlord's spear, while others said it was the Jadefall saber. But my master said it was the great dragon sword. He said that it was the sharpest weapon. At that time, all the elders laughed and said that the great dragon sword was only a legend. I didn't expect to see this picture here today. Shen Jingqiu sighed. Could the legend be true? Great dragon sword, Lin Xian whispered. He reached out and pressed his hand on it, wanting to feel it. Chapter 143. A loud dragon's roar rang out, echoing through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's soul felt a strong impact, as if there was a real dragon's shadow rushing into his mind. Wong. In his mind, the soul power formed a long sword, buzzing. Sword intent shot up into the sky. Lin Xian was like a divine sword, resisting the dragon's sword mark. Shen Jingqiu's beautiful eyes were surprised. She didn't expect the young man in front of her to cause such a phenomenon. And inside Lin Xian's body, Wine Lord's expression changed for the first time. Great dragon sword mark. I didn't expect to see it here. Little Xian, do as I say, Wine Lord said in a low voice. Then, Wine Lord taught Lin Xian how to form seals, sucking the great dragon sword mark into his mind. Hong. As if heaven and earth were split open, Lin Xian felt a wave of emptiness. Then, his whole body was enveloped in a huge amount of energy. The great dragon intent roared in his mind, causing his whole body to tremble. Lin Xian followed Wine Lord's teachings and quickly formed seals, wanting to seal the great dragon sword mark. That sword's shadow screamed. Wong, Wong. The mysterious small sword in his body trembled, emitting sword intent. In his mind, the great dragon sword mark felt the existence of some small sword and immediately calmed down, slowly merging with Lin Xian's sword spirit. The process was very fast, only happening in an instant. Lin Xian felt his mind become abnormally clear, and the world in front of him seemed to have changed. He took his hand away and found that the great dragon mark on the coffin had disappeared. You sucked away the engraving? Shun Jingqiu's face was full of disbelief. She came from a large sect and had seen many things, so she naturally saw the danger of the engraving. Even she didn't dare to try. But this young man in the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier actually succeeded. Hee, it ran in by itself. I couldn't do anything about it. Lin Xian spread his hands, looking like he didn't mean to. Shun Jingqiu found that she could no longer see through Lin Xian. It was as if this youth was hiding countless secrets. Lin Xian didn't continue the topic. Instead, he said, let's search a bit more. If there's nothing, we'll go back. And Shun Jingqiu nodded. She didn't know why, but she felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. The two of them split up. Lin Xian walked slowly, while secretly communicating with Wine Lord. What exactly is this Great Dragon Sword seal, and the legend of the Great Dragon Sword? Wine Lord, do you know? There is still some information left in my memories. It just so happens that this Great Dragon Sword is among them, Wine Lord said slowly. Legend has it that when the heavens and earth were first created, 7 sword scars were formed, representing 7 types of origin power. Later on, a true dragon fused with one of the sword scars, forming the Great Dragon Sword. In the legends, the Great Dragon Sword's attack is unparalleled. Not only is it a peerless divine weapon, it also contains a supreme attack saint technique. It is a treasure that everyone wants to obtain. True Dragon, 7 types of origin power, attack saint technique? Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect the Great Dragon Sword to have such a great origin. What you just absorbed was a sword seal. Someone must have imitated the Great Dragon Sword and carved it, Wine Lord explained. It can be said that this sword seal is a simplified version of the Great Dragon Sword, Wine Lord sighed. I didn't expect that there would be someone here who knows about the Great Dragon Sword. Then where is the real Great Dragon Sword? What's in that coffin? Lin Xian asked curiously. Don't think too much. We don't know where the Great Dragon Sword is. It's impossible for it to appear here, Wine Lord said coldly. If that thing were to appear, I'm afraid the entire world would be in chaos. Let's not talk about Yunzhou. Even the Great Xia would be destroyed in an instant. Lin Xian was speechless. It seemed that he had underestimated the temptation of the Great Dragon Sword. Comprehend this sword seal well. The things it contains are not inferior to any inheritance. Lin Xian nodded. He realized that he knew too little about this world. If one day, I can obtain the real Great Dragon Sword, how impressive would that be? Lin Xian yearned for it. He decided that after settling his family's matters, he would go out to train. After fusing with the sword seal, his soul power increased again. Soon, he would reach the level of a first-grade inscriptionist. What made him happy was that his purple spirit eyes had broken through to the 2nd level. Not only could he use his purple spirit eyes to probe, but he could also use soul attacks and other means. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of red light, as if he could see through everything. He turned his gaze to the bronze coffin and looked at it curiously. Bang! Bang! A pair of eyes, like 2 divine lights, looked at Lin Xian. Whoosh! Lin Xian quickly retreated with a face full of shock. That gaze just now had come from the bronze coffin, and he had also vaguely seen a human figure lying inside. Gulp! Lin Xian swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He realized that this place was a little scary. A coffin that could carve the Great Dragon Sword seal must not be a simple existence. Fortunately, the existence in the coffin only glanced at Lin Xian and did not do anything else. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end and planned to leave this place quickly. He found Shun Jingqiu and planned to return. The two of them walked back and came to the exit. However, they realized that the giant octopus was still outside, blocking the way out. What should we do? Shun Jingqiu looked at Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was weaker than hers, she did not underestimate Lin Xian. Let's see if we can charge out. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He did not want to stay here any longer. Bow! Bow! Spiritual power armor appeared on their bodies, and they quickly rushed out. Among them, Lin Xian held a long sword in his hand as a precaution. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The giant octopus waved its tentacles and stirred up a whirlpool at the bottom of the water, attacking Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu. This kind of attack was not something that Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu could withstand. They held on for a while before retreating. Damn it, we're trapped here. Lin Xian's face darkened as he walked around the hall. Forget it, let's rest first. This monster can't stay here forever. Shen Jingqiu said, when my body fully recovers, I will be able to use a secret technique and we will be able to get out. The two of them sat down and began to cultivate. Lin Xian began to comprehend the inheritance that he had obtained during this period. He focused on the Wind Emperor's sword and the Great Dragon Sword Seal. From the Wind Emperor's sword, he had obtained the Wind Fusion style, Hurricane style, and Wind Splitting style, which were extremely powerful. And this was only a part of the Wind Emperor's sword. The Great Dragon Sword Seal that he had just obtained contained even more. It was not a specific sword skill, but a mysterious and profound concept. Wine Lord had told him that the Great Dragon Sword Seal was an offensive saint technique that could simulate all kinds of attacks. Although this sword mark wasn't that abnormal, the attack method it contained was also a rare secret technique. Lin Xian's soul power was strong, and his comprehension ability was strong. With Wine Lord's guidance, he improved rapidly. Boom, boom. Chapter 144. This feeling was very strange, and it made Lin Xian uneasy. Beside him, Shen Jingqiu also opened her eyes, and a solemn expression appeared on her beautiful face. You felt it too? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Shen Jingqiu looked at the bronze coffin inside. Don't act rashly. Wait for me to recover, and we'll leave immediately. Lin Xian immediately gave Shen Jingqiu a bottle of spirit wine to let her recover. Clang. With a loud sound, the bronze coffin opened a little. Lin Xian stood up abruptly, feeling extremely terrified. Don't act rashly, Wine Lord reminded. This aura is so dark. Shen Jingqiu frowned. Could this be the old fart of the Nether Hall? Lin Xian felt an aura similar to the black-robed man, but it was not quite the same. Could it be that the them carved on the ground was referring to the Nether Hall? Were those people also killed by the Nether Hall? But why did he not want the heads? Lin Xian could not figure it out, but now was not the time to think about these questions. He and Shen Jingqiu cautiously retreated. Buzz. An inexplicable suction force appeared, like an invisible abyss that was about to swallow the two of them. This power? Could it be that he sucked us in? The two of them circulated their spirit power and tried their best to resist. Lin Xian realized that the green egg in his ring seemed to be about to be absorbed, and he was so frightened that he quickly controlled it. Fortunately, Wine Lord was there, and the green egg did not escape. Shen Jingqiu's expression changed drastically, and a violent aura fluctuated from her body. He wants to absorb the life essence. Lin Xian understood. Sword intent surged all over his body, and the great dragon sword seal in his mind hummed softly, and a sharp sword aura slashed forward. Chi, chi. The sword slashed down, cutting off the illusory power. The suction force disappeared, and everything returned to normal. However, in the next moment, an even stronger suction force appeared. Let's go. The two of them did not hesitate and rushed out of the hall. In their opinion, the bronze coffin was much more powerful than the giant octopus. Lin Xian and Lin Xian turned into two rays of light and dove into the water. Whoosh, whoosh. The octopus tentacles flew over like mountains. Behind them, the bronze coffin flew out of the palace and chased after them. Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. He circulated his strength with all his might and fled downwards. Bang, bang, bang. 3 water pillars rushed over and slammed into the two of them, causing Lin Xian's qi and blood to roil. I have a kind of life essence on me. He might be coming for me. Hurry up and leave. Shen Jingqiu looked dignified. She didn't want Lin Xian to die with her in vain. I have some on me too. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. He had a good impression of the girl in front of him. Behind him, the bronze coffin trembled slightly. The dragons on both sides of the coffin seemed to come alive. They turned into two water dragons and roared as they charged forward. On the other side, the giant octopus was not far behind. Although it was afraid of the bronze coffin, it was attracted by the things on the two of them. A giant tentacle, dozens of feet long, covered the sky and rushed toward Lin Xian and Lin Xian. There's a crack below. It seems like there's a teleportation array. Wine Lord's voice sounded. Lin Xian used his purple spirit eyes and found a crack. He hurriedly told Shen Jingqiu where the two of them were. Clang! Lin Xian slashed open the crack with his sword and found that there were indeed two ancient array platforms inside. At this moment, Shen Jingqiu's body seemed to be pulled by something and quickly retreated. Damn it! Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Almost without any hesitation, he rushed into the sky. Meteor beyond the heavens. Sword chi was like a rainbow, and sword in tints surged. Lin Xian used his strongest attack and turned into a meteor. Outside of him, there was a faint dragon shape, roaring ferociously. Shen Jingqiu's heart sank bit by bit. The moment she was caught, a bitter smile appeared on her face. Her cultivation was extremely high, and her status was even more honorable. She came to such a remote place to search for something and was about to die here. At that moment, she thought of many things and could only sigh in the end. Am I going to die here? Suddenly, the water surged violently and a figure rushed over. It's him. Shen Jingqiu's heart palpitated. She thought that Lin Xian had left long ago. She did not expect. He actually gave up on escaping for me and disregarded his life. Shen Jingqiu's heart was filled with an inexplicable emotion. But what's the use? In her opinion, Lin Xian's cultivation could not change anything. Whoosh! Below, sword in tint exploded, and the sharp edge of the sword split the water apart. The stunning sword slashed Shen Jingqiu's back. Let's go. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Shen Jingqiu was in a daze as she stared blankly at the young man in front of her. He had black hair, delicate features, and a thin body. But his eyes were as bright as the stars and full of confidence. After that, a violent wave swept over. Lin Xian flashed, grabbed Shen Jingqiu, and rushed down quickly. Holding the beauty in his left hand, he waved the long sword in his right hand. With a slash, the water on both sides flew backward, and even the resistance was reduced. Shen Jingqiu came back to her senses. Feeling the strange sensation in her hand, her face turned slightly red. However, she did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she let Lin Xian hold it. She rejoiced in her heart. Just as she was about to give up, this young man pulled her out of the brink of death. Whoosh! Lin Xian landed on the array platform. Just activate your spiritual power. This was what the wine lord told him. Shen Jingqiu stood on another array platform and stared at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. The array was activated and white light flashed. Just as the figure was about to disappear, a pouch flew into Lin Xian's hand. At the same time, Shen Jingqiu's voice echoed in his ears. I'm in the Sky Martial region, Flying Moon Pavilion. Finally, the light disappeared and the figure disappeared. Inside the blood-red palace, the disciples left the blood-red door unwillingly. The trial was about to end, and they did not want to waste any more time. Zhang Jun also stood up unwillingly. He glared fiercely at the blood-colored door and quickly left. When Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu left using the teleportation array, the trial of blood had also ended. The time was slightly different from the calculations. It was less than a month, but it was the longest trial in 100 years. Outside, white light flashed. Disciples appeared one after another. They all had different expressions, but most of them were joyful. After all, they all obtained treasures, and many of them even entered the spiritual ocean tier. The elders of the various sects all laughed and looked at the disciples with joy in their hearts. What? Only you came out. Where are the others? In the crowd, the Ling family's elder shouted, his face red. In front of him was a Ling family disciple. Under the elder's pressure, he trembled and almost fainted. I don't know. The disciple's voice trembled. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe they're still inside. Someone advised, after all, the trial grounds haven't completely closed. On the other side, Black Heaven Sect. Elder Shui looked at Zhang Jun, who entered the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and his old face bloomed like a chrysanthemum. Elder Duanmu's expression darkened. Why hadn't Lin Xian come out yet? Junior brother Lin entered the final inheritance ground. I wonder what the result was, Morong Qianling said. What? Inheritance ground? Not only the elders of Black Heaven Sect, but the elders of other forces also knew about this. After all, many people saw Lin Xian enter the blood-red door. Chapter 145. Everyone looked in the direction of the Black Heaven Sect with undisguised passion in their eyes. Elder Duanmu, Elder Hua, and the rest caught Morong Qianling and kept asking her questions. Elder Shui stood at the side with a gloomy face. In the distance, the elders of the Ling family almost vomited blood when they heard the news. Their bodies trembled nonstop. Get ready to receive Lin Xian, Elder Duanmu said in a deep voice. No matter what, we have to protect him. He knew that inheritances were too important, and other forces might try to meddle in it. Even if they didn't make a move on the surface, they would make a move in the dark. The other elders also nodded. They also knew the seriousness of the matter. Everyone waited anxiously. As long as Lin Xian came out, a group of people would probably swarm him. However, after a period of time, the exit gradually faded and was about to disappear. Lin Xian's figure still hadn't come out. He couldn't have died inside, right? Someone gloated. It's possible. Does he really think that it's so easy to get an inheritance warrior? Secretly, many people sneered. On the Black Heaven Sect side, the elders were anxious and asked Morong Qianling and the rest again. Elder Shui sneered and said indifferently, there's no need to wait. The seal is closed. Dead geniuses are nothing. There's no need for us to worry about him. Everyone was silent. Morong Qianling and the rest had a look of disbelief. However, no matter what, they couldn't enter. They could only wait 7 years for the seal to be released again. The other forces secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If Lin Xian really brought out the inheritance martial arts, there would be chaos here. With Lin Xian's talent, he would definitely be able to advance quickly. After a few years, he might enter the 3 spirit realms. If he added his abnormal sword intent, most people in the cloud state wouldn't be his match. The Black Heaven Sect would also surpass the 3 sects and become the overlord of the cloud state. This was a situation that no one wanted to see. Other than the Black Heaven Sect, the most sorrowful were the elders of the Ling family. 10 elite disciples entered, and only 1 came out. This was unbearable for them. 2 of the Ling family's elders fainted on the spot. The others were also trembling. Lin Xian. The group of elders gnashed their teeth. They learned from the surviving disciple that the fall of the Ling family disciples was closely related to Lin Xian. They originally wanted to get rid of Lin Xian, but who would have thought that they would be killed by an ant instead? However, Lin Xian did not come out, so they were very sullen and had nowhere to vent their resentment. Let's go. Many forces left one after another. Elder Duanmu sighed. Maybe it takes a lot of time to obtain the legacy martial arts. Maybe Lin Xian is still alive. It's possible that he will come out the next time it opens. Everyone was silent. They knew that this was just a type of consolation. The possibility of this was too small, almost impossible. Left with no other choice, they waited for another day before leaving. Inside the blood-colored palace, in the underwater world, the huge octopus floated powerlessly. All of its blood essence had been sucked dry. A bronze coffin was suspended at the side, its surface flickering with light. A faint green chi floated in the air and gradually converged, forming a human figure above. A green-haired young man appeared. His skin was pale, and he had a strange smile on his face. After moving his body, the green-haired young man turned into a ray of light and arrived at the array platform below. He shot out a ray of light and disappeared. The space shook and a ray of light danced. A human figure appeared in the air. Whoosh! The human figure landed on the ground, his body trembling slightly. This person was Lin Xian. He quickly circulated the art of longevity to remove the side effects of the teleportation. After a while, he opened his eyes. Spreading out his soul power, Lin Xian cautiously scanned his surroundings. This was a cave, and there was no one around. It was extremely desolate. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief and walked out. After passing through a long tunnel, he walked out of the cave. He was surrounded by tall mountains, and there were occasional wolf howls. Seems like it's in the forest. I wonder if it's still in Yunzhou? Lin Xian planned to walk out of the mountains first before making any plans. Whoosh! He turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Green trees, green mountains, and flowing water. A boundless aura assaulted his face. In the forest, a few human figures were moving quickly. Sister Yu, that's the demonic beast's cave. The ink spirit flower is there. With the ink spirit flower, Master Hong will definitely help us. The girl's voice had a hint of desire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 human figures rushed forward and soon arrived in front of a cave. Over there was a purple plant with a black flower blooming. Each petal was like black jade. It's really the ink spirit flower. The girl was pleasantly surprised. She quickly rushed forward. Wait, the young man beside her pulled her back. Don't rush. Let's deal with the problem first. The girl seemed to have understood. Her face turned serious as she looked at the cave with her beautiful eyes. There's a silver cloud beast inside. It's a peak rank 3 demonic beast. I heard that it's not weaker than a rank 4 demonic beast. You guys have to be careful. The leader was a handsome young man. He said to the 4 people behind him. Don't worry, Brother Lon. If we work together, we can still kill a rank 3 demonic beast. The young men were confident in Brother Lon. You guys set up a sword array. I'll lure it out, the young man called Brother Lon said cautiously. The 4 of them stood in 4 different directions. They held long swords and formed a sword art. Spiritual energy surged out of their bodies and entered the ground. It quickly formed a complicated pattern. When Brother Lon saw it, he flipped his palm and took out a piece of dead wood. He lit it up. Faint green smoke rose and emitted a strange smell. It spread out of the cave. Roar. Soon, an excited roar came from the cave. Then, a silver figure flashed out. Whoosh. The silver figure left a trace in the air. Its huge body had already arrived in front of everyone. Bang. Bang. It landed on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The ground trembled. This was a strange demonic beast. It had the body of a bull and the tail of a snake. Its head was like a flower. It had no facial features, but 5 long stamens that kept rolling outside. Each stamen was a few meters long and silver in color. Its body also seemed to be made of silver. Sensing the strange smell in the air, the silver cloud beast was excited. The 5 colorful petals on its face kept shaking, and the long stamens danced like spiritual snakes. Brother Lon waved his long sword. Sword chi streaked across the air and slashed at the silver cloud beast. Roar. The 5 petals opened up and let out a shocking roar. The silver stamens rolled like spears and stabbed at the sword chi in the air. Brother Lon sneered and said in a low voice, Burn! On the sword chi, a red flame appeared and burned fiercely. Sizzle! The silver cloud beast was caught off guard. It was burned by the flame on the sword chi. It roared angrily. It jumped and pounced forward. The 5 long stamens turned into agile whips and kept waving. Bang! Brother Lon quickly retreated and brought the silver cloud beast to the middle of the 4 people. Chapter 146. The moment the silver cloud beast landed, the 4 of them moved. They each used a sword technique and merged it into the air. A sharp aura spread out. Light shone under their feet. Sword chi rushed out. It was as red as fire and slashed towards the silver cloud beast. Clang! Clang! The fiery red sword chi struck the silver cloud beast, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Roar! The silver cloud beast was furious. It roared into the sky. The 5 petals opened up and spat out a powder-like thing. It danced in the air. Oh no, it's poisonous powder. Hold your breath. The young man called Brother Lon shouted. The 4 of them used their spiritual power to protect themselves. At the same time, they kept changing their sword techniques. Wind and fire sky. In the next moment, the sword formation shone brightly. Countless streaks of sword chi spun quickly, forming two wing-like shadows. Fan! The young man in the lead shouted. Whoosh! The shadow flapped its wings, bringing with it an endless strong wind. The sharp sword chi was mixed in it as it rushed towards the silver cloud beast. Whoosh! The poisonous powder touched the wind and sword chi. They dissolved each other. The void trembled. The silver cloud beast's attack failed. It was furious. The snake tail behind it kept slapping the ground. The 5 petals on its head glowed. Its demonic aura grew. Roar! The demonic aura intertwined, forming a huge demonic shadow. Its body flashed, and it rushed towards the group. Trap! The sword chi changed again. It intertwined into a sword net and covered the front. Rumble! The silver cloud beast's body crashed into the net. It made a shocking sound. The violent energy wave hit the group. Puff! Some of them couldn't withstand the power and spat out blood. Crack! Crack! The entire sword formation broke. The sword shadows disappeared. Oh no! This silver cloud beast is a rank 4 demonic beast. The young man in the lead exclaimed. Run! The group was forced to stop the sword formation. Their aura was tumbling. They couldn't use all their power. After the silver cloud beast attacked, it attacked again. 5 silver stamens danced in the air and rushed towards the group. Every single one of them flew towards a single person. There was venom on them, and the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. Clang! Clang! The group blocked with their swords. But the power of a rank 4 demonic beast was not something they could resist. Puff! One of the youths made a mistake and a bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. Moreover, the poisonous gas quickly spread through his body. You're courting death! The youth in the lead shouted loudly. With a shake of his sword, he faced the silver cloud beast head-on. Sword chi crisscrossed with an astonishing momentum. Not far away, a figure quietly approached, hiding in the forest. This figure was none other than Lin Xian, who had just walked out of the cave. He was running through the forest, and when he heard the sounds of fighting, he rushed over. Lin Xian squatted on a branch and looked ahead through the dense leaves. When he saw the appearance of the silver cloud beast, he exclaimed. He had never seen a demonic beast like this before. This group of people might be in danger. Lin Xian analyzed the situation in his mind. He had already seen how powerful the silver cloud beast was, and only the youth leading the group could handle it. Judging from their appearances, they should be disciples of aristocratic families. It was a good opportunity to ask them. Lin Xian decided to save them. Sword will surged as he slashed out with 2 fingers. A sword arc flew out and merged with the wind. The air surged slightly before returning to normal. Below, the people and demonic beasts who were in a frenzy were suddenly shocked. They felt a sharp sword will surge toward them. The aura made them despair. The youth leading the group quickly looked around but did not find any sword chi. Just as he was feeling suspicious, the silver cloud beast opposite him screamed. A 2-meter-long sword chi appeared out of thin air behind it and slashed its body, causing blood to splatter. The youth leading the group's pupils constricted. He had fought with the silver cloud beast before, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. Not only was this demonic beast powerful, but its defense was also astonishing. Its body was as if it was made of silver and invulnerable. However, that sword chi had actually injured it. How could he not be shocked? The silver cloud beast cried out in pain. It could not find the person who attacked it, so it could only vent its anger on the 5 people in front of it. Oh no! The youth leading the group's heart sank, seeing the angry silver cloud beast rushing over. At this moment, a sword aura shot into the sky from afar and arrived in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. The sword chi surged and the long sword slashed across. The void seemed to be cut open. Everyone was stunned, but the silver cloud beast was still running. However, after a few steps, its head was separated from its body, and it fell to the ground. A skinny figure appeared in front of everyone, like a breeze. Lin Xian looked at the silver cloud beast on the ground and felt satisfied. That sword move just now was the result of his comprehension of the Great Dragon Sword Seal and imitating the Meteor Sword skill. Although Flying Star was powerful, it consumed too much spiritual power. Each time he used it, it would consume almost 1/3 of his spiritual power. Even after he entered the Sea of Souls realm, it was still the same. The great dragon sword mark that he had obtained contained offensive saint spells and could imitate all kinds of attacks. Under his test, he had created that sword attack just now. The youth leading the group looked at Lin Xian and said in a low voice, "Thank you for your help, brother. Tong Lan is very grateful." The other four also saluted with their fists and said, "Thank you, young warrior." Lin Xian smiled, and then his expression changed slightly. He looked at the injured person and said, "He is poisoned. He needs to be treated quickly." Tong Lan and the others quickly ran over and sealed the poison before feeding him pills. Lin Xian's fingertips jumped with sword chi as he cut off the 5 petals of the silver cloud beast. At the same time, he dug out the demonic crystal and put it in his storage ring. "These petals can cure the poison." "Feed him," Lin Xian said. This knowledge was taught to him by Wine Lord. Tong Lan did as she was told and fed him one of the petals. After a while, the black chi on the injured disciple dissipated and turned into poison that was expelled from his body. It really worked. The girl's face was filled with joy. "Thank you so much this time." The girl Tongyu said gratefully, "Young warrior, you are so powerful. I wonder where you are from?" Tong Lan asked curiously. Because the danger was gone, the group relaxed and became curious about Lin Xian, who had suddenly appeared. Lin Xian touched his nose and smiled bitterly. "I am Lin Xian from Yunzhou. I came here by accident. Where is this place?" "Yunzhou?" The group looked at Lin Xian strangely. Tongyu blinked her big eyes and said, "This is Qingzhou, the Boundless Mountains. You really don't know?" Lin Xian shook his head and sighed in relief. Fortunately, he did not run out of the Xia country. Qingzhou was one of the 7 states in the Xia country. It was separated from Yunzhou by Shui province, so it was very far away. Lin Xian estimated that it would take him at least 2 months to return to Yunzhou. "Young warrior, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you come back with us so that we can repay you for saving our lives?" "Forget about the repayment." Lin Xian smiled, "But I hope to go back with you." Hearing Lin Xian's reply, the group laughed. Among them, Tongyu blinked her big eyes and suddenly shouted, "Oh, I forgot about the ink spirit flower." Tongyu's figure flashed as she ran towards the cave entrance to pick the ink spirit flower. Whoosh! Chapter 147. This sword chi came so suddenly that the Tong family disciples didn't react in time. By the time they reacted, the sword chi had already arrived above Tong Yu's head. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. His soul force was powerful and had already sensed it. When the martial artist hidden in the dark attacked, he moved. Golden electric arcs jumped under his feet. Lin Xian seemed to merge into the wind, his speed extremely fast. "Sister Yu." Tong Lan's eyes widened in anger. He didn't think that someone would dare to attack the Tong family. "Who?" Golden electric arcs flashed, and the sword chi crashed down. Tong Lan and the others' faces changed drastically as they ran forward crazily. When they saw the scene in front of them, they secretly let out a sigh of relief. A terrifying crack appeared in front of the cave entrance, but no one was injured. Tong Yu and Lin Xian stood 15 meters away, unharmed. "Sister Yu." Tong Lan ran over. "Brother Lan, I'm fine. Young hero Lin saved me." Tong Yu's face was pale, obviously frightened. However, luckily, she wasn't injured and successfully plucked the ink spirit flower. "Brother Lin, thank you," Tong Lan said seriously. He didn't dare to imagine what would have happened without Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then looked towards the depths of the forest. Tong Lan and the others understood and returned, also turning around with gloomy faces. "Hee hee, your luck isn't bad to be able to pluck the ink spirit flower." A mocking voice came from the forest. A few figures walked out with powerful auras, looking at Lin Xian and the others with cold smiles. "Song Qi." Tong Lan saw the figures in the forest, and his pupils constricted. The faces of the people behind him also became very ugly. Although Lin Xian didn't know who was on the other side, he could vaguely guess from the expressions of the Tong family disciples. The people on the other side probably didn't have low statuses, and their strength far surpassed the Tong family. On their side, only Tong Lan was at the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier, while the others were at the second layer. Among the people on the other side, two were at the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and one of them had an abnormally powerful aura at the middle stage of the third layer. What do you want to do? We found the ink spirit flower first. Tong Yu shouted. Song Qi looked at Tong Yu's delicate face and exquisite figure, and his eyes flashed with a trace of passion. However, when he saw Lin Xian beside Tong Yu, he frowned. Just now, it was this brat who ruined his good deed. That sword strike just now was extremely tricky. Not only was it able to protect the ink spirit flower, but it was also able to trap Tong Yu without harming her in the slightest. However, this was all his conjecture, and the real situation was destroyed by Lin Xian. Song Qi cautiously looked at Lin Xian. He was somewhat unable to figure out Lin Xian's identity. Your Tong clan is really useless. You even need to find outsiders to be your bodyguards. Song Qi sneered. Nonsense. Brother Lin is not a bodyguard. Tong Yu said angrily, Brother Lin is an elite of the Cloud region. He only acted when he saw that we were in danger. Cloud Prefecture? Song Qi was stunned. He naturally knew of Cloud Prefecture, but why would people from Cloud Prefecture come here? He couldn't figure it out, and he wouldn't think about it. As long as it wasn't a force from Qingzhou, he would just kill it. He gave a look behind him, and the people behind him instantly understood. I don't care where you're from. A strong youth behind said, Brat, I'll give you a chance. Get lost. Or else, The tall youth stomped his foot, and the ground shattered. Countless cracks spread out in all directions like a python web. Tong Lan and the others had their hearts in their mouths. They all looked at Lin Xian, waiting for his answer. In their opinion, although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier, his sword technique was exceptionally high, and his strength was already comparable to a martial artist at the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier. If he acted, then they had a high chance of escaping from Song Qi and the others. However, they also knew that the Tsang clan's power was slightly stronger than their Tong clan, and normal people wouldn't dare to provoke them. Tong Yu also stared nervously at Lin Xian, her small hands tightly gripping her sleeves. I've learned quite a few martial arts techniques, but I've never learned the move of rolling, Lin Xian said indifferently. Why don't you demonstrate how to roll? Pooh. The Tong clan's disciples couldn't help but laugh, and Tong Yu even covered her mouth and laughed. Brat, you're courting death. The tall youth was furious. He had a noble status, and as a disciple of the Tsang clan, no one dared to tease him like this. Pung. The muscles on his body bulged like a dragon. The tall youth stomped his foot, and the ground shattered as his body flew out like a cannonball. Die. He threw out a punch, and the air was rapidly compressed, making a series of explosions. Retreat. The Tong clan's disciples all retreated, leaving only Tong Lan and Lin Xian standing in the field. Tong Lan secretly accumulated power, ready to attack at any time. On the side, Lin Xian waved his arm, and a streak of sword qi circled around his arm. Hurricane form. The sword ray pierced out, and a green whirlpool appeared in the surroundings. Violent winds blew, and the air was turbulent, forming a huge hurricane in front of Lin Xian, attacking the tall youth. Hoochie. A ball of wind spun at high speed, and the energy it contained could crush metal and stone. Rumble. The green hurricane collided with the youth's fist, and turbulence flew everywhere. However, under Lin Xian's control, the wind surged towards the tall youth. The tall youth felt that there were violent winds in all directions, pressuring his body, and at the same time slowing down his speed. Petty tricks. The tall youth roared, and tore his chest with both hands like a ferocious beast. It was as if the void had been torn apart, and a vacuum appeared in front of him. Haha. Die. The tall youth broke through the hurricane, and his body moved forward again. He wanted to smash Lin Xian's head with a punch. Tong Lan, who was at the side, arched his body and was ready to attack. Not far away, Song Qi looked at Lin Xian with a cold smile. Suddenly, a sword ray lit up the surroundings, and like a flash of lightning, it sent chills down everyone's spine. Puff. The tall youth flew out, and a cross-shaped wound appeared on his chest. It was deep into his flesh, and his bones could be vaguely seen. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Tong Lan's sword was only half drawn, and it was still in midair. He was shocked, and his understanding of Lin Xian changed again. He used to think that Lin Xian was only comparable to a martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but now it seemed that he could completely kill a martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier. On the other side, Song Qi's face turned ugly. He called for the people behind him to carry the tall youth back. Others didn't know the tall youth's strength, but he was very clear. This youth's name was Zhangji, and his cultivation had reached the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier. His defense was even more shocking. A normal martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier was no match for Zhangji, and Lin Xian defeated him with one strike. This was almost impossible. Second layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and his sword skills are super strong. When did the Cloud State have such a person? Song Qi's eyes flashed. The Cloud State was at the bottom of the Xia State. Not only were the top fighters lacking, the younger generation was even worse. There were only a few people in the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon list, and that was not enough. Therefore, the martial artists in the other states of the Xia State looked down on the disciples of the Cloud State. However, Lin Xian was obviously an exception. Song Qi walked out slowly and said in a low voice, "If you can defeat me, I'll let this go." Chapter 148. Song Qi's face was cold as he walked out with his sword. "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." On the side, Tong Lan stood out, spiritual power surging in his body as he stared ahead. "You?" Song Qi was disdainful. "Just a loser. I did lose to you last time, but this time, you can try." Tong Lan's expression was cold, without a trace of retreat. "Forget it, let me do it." Lin Xian's voice was flat, without joy or sorrow. "Brother Lin, don't be rash. He's a martial artist in the middle stage of the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier," Tong Lan reminded. "Don't worry." Lin Xian patted his shoulder, then turned to look at Song Qi. "If I defeat you, those people won't stop me." Song Qi sneered. "As long as you can defeat me, they naturally won't make a move." As long as Lin Xian dared to accept the challenge, he had the confidence to kill him. As a martial artist in the middle stage of the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he still had this bit of confidence. Lin Xian flipped his palm and took out the crimson flame sword, the presence on his body gradually becoming fierce. Middle stage of the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier, far stronger than Zheng Jun, Lin Xian's expression became serious. However, he wasn't afraid. Now that he had the Great Dragon Sword Seal, his strength went up a level. Moreover, just a few days ago, his cultivation reached the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. "Let me try to see what level my strength has reached." Lin Xian's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Reckless. Song Qi is a martial artist in the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon role. A brat in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier dares to make a move. "Brat from Cloud State, let me show you what sword art is." Song Qi pulled out the treasured sword at his waist. The sword light was like the moon, hazy. "Good sword," Lin Xian praised. "You're about to die, and still have the mood to care about the sword. What an idiot." The people on the other side mocked again. Lin Xian ignored them and stared at Song Qi. He wanted to see how different the geniuses from other states were. Moonblade. Song Qi used a killing move right from the start. His sword Qi was like moonlight, incomparably bright. "Not good. It's actually the Cyan Moon Sword technique." Tong Lan was shocked. He had lost to this sword technique. Song Qi is so shameless. His cultivation is so high, yet he still uses this kind of sword art. He's obviously bullying others. Tong Yu said angrily. Although Song Qi is arrogant, he is not weak. "I wonder if little brother Lin can deal with him," Tong Lan said worriedly. On the other side, the Tsang family's disciples had leisurely expressions. He actually used the Cyan Moon Sword technique to deal with this kid. Isn't he making a mountain out of a molehill? I don't care what sword technique he is using. Since he dared to injure a disciple of the Tsang family, he must atone for his crimes with his death. In the field, the green sword Qi drew an arc in the air like a crescent moon, hazy and illusory. Lin Xian thrust it out with his sword. Sword Qi gushed out and collided with the crescent sword Qi. Qi. There was no rumbling sound, but instead, like a balloon leaking air, the half-moon sword Qi continued to shrink and finally disappeared in the air. What? The few of them widened their eyes in disbelief, especially Tsang Qi, whose expression was filled with astonishment. The Cyan Moon sword technique seemed hazy, but the power of the sword Qi was extremely strong. Normally, after learning the Cyan Moon sword technique, defeating opponents of the same level would not be a problem. However, such a powerful sword technique was ineffective in front of Lin Xian. What's going on? The Tong family's disciples were also at a loss. Tong Lan's eyes flickered as he said with uncertainty, "Brother Lin." Little brother Lin's sword seemed to have hit the flaw of the Cyan Moon sword technique. Flaw? Even spirit-ranked martial arts have flaws? The Tong family's disciples were confused. Normally, all martial arts have flaws. The higher the rank of the martial arts, the fewer flaws there are. Moreover, even if it is a spirit-ranked martial art, if the cultivator is not skilled enough, there will still be many flaws. Tong Lan's voice was not loud, but everyone present was a Spirit Sea Realm martial artist, so they all heard it clearly. Tsang Qi's face darkened. He did not believe that Lin Xian could find the flaw in his sword technique. Guessing? It must be guessing. How could a martial artist from a trashy place like the Cloud State have such eyesight? Tsang Qi did not believe it. He leaped up and attacked first. Shua, shua, shua. Sword Qi danced like moonlight, illuminating the earth. Tsang Qi's every sword attack was aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. It was extremely powerful and extremely fast. Lin Xian used the phantom thunder steps and dodged continuously. Qi. Tsang Qi's sword released an arc of sword light and slashed at Lin Xian, cutting him in half at the waist. Whoosh! The figure that was cut in half disappeared, leaving behind only a golden arc of lightning. It's an illusion. Tong Lan and the others were alarmed. It could not be helped. The illusion created by Lin Xian was too real. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to tell. A guy who only knows how to run. If you have the guts, take my attack head-on. Tsang Qi yelled in anger. Although his sword technique was powerful, he could not catch Lin Xian. This made him feel like he was going crazy. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks with a smile on his face. He had already observed the Cyan Moon sword technique and could barely use it. Of course, there were still some killing moves that he did not know yet. As long as he comprehended more and used the Great Dragon Sword Seal to modify it, he would be able to use the Cyan Moon sword technique. This was the real reason why he did not make a move. Alright, the game is over. Lin Xian's expression changed and the aura on his body became fierce. Wind-splitting form. The air in front of him was sucked out, and the space seemed to be torn apart. There was an invisible force tearing at Tsang Qi's body. What is this? Tsang Qi's expression changed greatly. The spiritual power on his body surged and quickly formed a spiritual power armor. A cyan armor with a bright moon carved on it formed and appeared on Tsang Qi's body. This was an armor condensed from spiritual power. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the defense. Ka, ka. The sword light flashed and two cracks appeared on the spiritual power armor in front of his chest. Chi. Tsang Qi was shocked and kept retreating. At the same time, the spiritual power on his body surged and quickly repaired the armor. Whoosh! He retreated to the back and kept panting. Damn, this kid is too weird. What kind of sword technique is this? There was a trace of fear in Tsang Qi's heart. He had never seen such a sword technique. He did not even see the trajectory of Lin Xian's long sword. On the opposite side, Lin Xian was also slightly stunned. It didn't split? He used half of his strength in this attack. A normal martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual ocean realm would have been injured. Worthy of being a genius in the top 100 of the hidden dragon list, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Tsang Qi's strength was somewhat out of Lin Xian's expectation. Of course, that was all. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Xian's body swayed, and at the same time, he kept waving the long sword in his hand. Every strike landed on Zhang Qi's body. Pong, pong, pong. The spiritual power armor on Zhang Qi's body kept changing shape and was about to shatter. Full moon dance chop. Zhang Qi was both shocked and angry. He swept his long sword, and cyan sword qi flew out like a full moon. The circular sword qi circled around and spread out. The disciples of the Tong family and the Tsang family kept retreating. This terrifying sword light shocked them. Lin Xian was the closest and was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The sharp sword light slashed at his waist. Wind thunder chop. His eyes flashed, and the purple spirit pupil quickly and accurately found the flaw. Then, he slashed at the flaw again. Ka. Chapter 149. Lin Xian's sword slashed at the flaw of Zhang Qi's sword move, causing the full moon sword qi to break. Pong. The sword light flashed and quickly slashed at the armor. Qi golden electric arcs jumped and reflected on Zhang Qi's face. Zhang Qi's armor was cut in half and was about to be scratched by the sword light. At that moment, the speed of Lin Xian's sword slowed down and finally stopped within the spirit power armor. Who? The Tsang family disciples were relieved. That scared me to death. This sword art is too terrifying. What's the use of a good sword art? If your cultivation is too low, you can't break Zhang Qi's defense. Zhang Qi's expression changed and finally turned into a hideous smile. Haha, you can't even break through my defensive barrier. Go to hell. He swung his sword and stabbed at Lin Xian's left rib. Oh no, it's dangerous. Tong Lan exclaimed. Zhang Qi's spirit energy was too strong. Lin Xian slapped out with his left hand, and 3 mountain shadows appeared, clashing with Zhang Qi's sword. The sword intent in his body surged and exploded in an instant. Shio. A cold light flashed and disappeared in a flash. The armor on Zhang Qi's chest was shattered, and he flew out with a terrifying sword mark on his chest. What was that? What a terrifying feeling. What kind of power was that? Everyone was confused and looked at Lin Xian in horror. Brother Qi. The Tsang family disciples rushed forward and saved Tong Qi. They looked at Lin Xian with fear. 2 of the Tsang family's outstanding disciples were injured by this young man. And this young man was only at the second sky of the spiritual ocean realm. No one would believe this, but it really happened in front of their eyes. Kid, what's your name? Zhang Qi covered his wound and said with hatred. Cloud Prefecture, Lin Xian. Lin Xian, I'll remember it. Let's go. Zhang Qi swallowed a pill and wrapped his wound with spirit energy before leaving with the help of the others. Brother Lin, you're so cool. Tong Yu's eyes sparkled. To the side, Tong Lan also cupped his hands together and said, Brother Lin, I never imagined that your swordsmanship would be so superb. Looks like the cloud plane isn't like the rumors. Lin Xian smiled and left the mountain with the others. After Lin Xian and the others left, the originally quiet forest once again became restless. A green-haired man came to the entrance of the cave. He sensed the aura in the surroundings and revealed an evil smile. His body flashed and disappeared into the air. Guangning City was a big city in Qingzhou. It was far more developed than the cities in Yunzhou. There were all kinds of martial arts instruments. Not only that, but there were also array masters, pill masters, and many other senior experts. Lin Xian was moved. Maybe he could find a suitable treasured sword here. He planned to settle down and go to the Myriad Treasure Tower to take a look. The Tong family was also a big family in Guangning City. They occupied a part of the city and had a row of majestic palaces. Uncle Chung, we're back. Tong Yu saw a gray-robed old man and ran over happily. Look, what is this? She excitedly took out the black flower. Ink spirit flower. The gray-robed old man called Uncle Chung was surprised. You guys sneaked into the forest. Are you injured? No, thanks to Brother Lin. Tong Yu shook the gray-robed old man's arm and said, Brother Lin? The gray-robed old man lifted his head and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. All the muscles in his body tightened. He had a feeling that he was seen through. This old man is terrifying. Lin Xian was fearful. In his mind, the great dragon sword seal vibrated and released a force to eliminate the palpitating feeling. The gray-robed old man was also surprised. He had a high cultivation level and had used a secret technique to check on Lin Xian. He did not expect to find nothing. Interesting young man. The gray-robed old man looked at Lin Xian a few more times. Greetings, uncle. Lin Xian cupped his hands and greeted. On the side, Tong Lan said to the gray-robed old man, Uncle Chung, this young hero Lin is from the Cloud region. He passed by the forest and saved us. Cloud region? The gray-robed old man had a trace of vigilance in his eyes, but he did not show it. Thank you for your help. Lan bring young hero Lin to rest. Tong Lan nodded. Brother Lin, this way please. With that, he brought Lin Xian to the other side. Tong Lan brought Lin Xian to an exquisite courtyard. After chatting for a while, they left. Lin Xian entered the room and used his soul power to observe carefully. Only then did he feel relieved. He had to be careful when he was outside. Moreover, he saw a trace of vigilance in the gray-robed old man's eyes. This made him shiver. After resting for a while, Lin Xian took out a pouch. He was slightly dazed. He could still hear that moving voice in his ears. Sky Martial Region, Flying Sky Pavilion. Lin Xian realized that he knew too little about this world. At least, he had never heard of the Sky Martial Region. Little Xian Zi, don't think about it. Wine Lord's voice sounded. With your current strength, you can't go to the Sky Martial Region. Wait until you're stronger. Wine Lord, where is the Sky Martial Region? Is it very far? Lin Xian did not give up. The Xia country you live in belongs to the Tianan region, located at the border of the continent. The Sky Martial region is at the center of the continent. Its strength far surpasses the Tianan region. That little girl's identity is probably not ordinary. If you want to find her, you have to at least reach the spirit realm. The world is so big. Lin Xian sighed. Right now, he really felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. After entering the ancestral land, I must go out and train. Lin Xian made a decision. It's not that I want to discourage you, but with your current strength and foundation, you can dominate the Xia country in a few years. But once you leave the Xia country, you're nothing. Wine Lord said mercilessly. Lin Xian was stunned. He was unconvinced. Is there such a big difference? He now had the Wind Emperor's sword, the Great Dragon sword seal, and even comprehended sword intent. He was full of confidence. Of course, he did not agree with Wine Lord's words. Think about that little girl. She's about the same age as you and has already entered the spirit realm. If it wasn't for the suppression of cultivation in the trial by blood and fire, you kids wouldn't even be able to lift a finger of hers. Wine Lord snorted. Lin Xian calmed down. Wine Lord was right. In terms of cultivation, he was far from Shenjingqiu. Could it be that everyone in the Sky Martial region was so abnormal? He realized that he still had a long way to go. If you want to become strong, other than talent, you also need resources. Otherwise, by the time you reach the spirit realm, she would have already entered a higher realm. I want to become strong. Lin Xian did not want to continue like this. He wanted to stand at the peak of the world and enjoy the beautiful scenery. You can't become strong just by shouting. I've said it before. With your current foundation, you can only dominate the Xia country in a few years. Then what should I do? Lin Xian asked. The Great Dragon Sword can let you become strong and fulfill your dreams. Wine Lord said. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He remembered the legend of the Great Dragon Sword. The Great Dragon Sword is not so much a divine sword. It's more like an offensive sacred art. With the Great Dragon Sword, you will have the chance to become the strongest in the world. Chapter 150. But where is the Great Dragon Sword? Lin Xian was puzzled. There's no rush. As long as you have the heart, we'll go look for it after your family's matter is settled. Wine Lord smiled mysteriously. Lin Xian calmed down. He knew that this matter couldn't be rushed and had to be taken one step at a time. Don't worry, I'll definitely find the great dragon sword, Lin Xian said firmly. Winelord smiled with satisfaction. Now, focus on increasing your strength. Your soul power should be enough to learn inscriptions. Inscriptions? Lin Xian was overjoyed. He had seen the power of inscriptions. Whether it was the spirit wine or the bronze gloves, they all had extraordinary effects. First, form the soul seal. Winelord said, you have the great dragon sword seal, so it should be easier for you to form it. Arrange the room. You can't be disturbed during the process. Following Winelord's instructions, Lin Xian took out the crimson flame sword and stabbed it into the ground. Activate the second rune. Winelord instructed. Lin Xian found the second rune and his soul power slowly flowed out. The first rune can produce 10 times the gravity. What effect does the second rune have? He was looking forward to it. Wong. The rune was activated and a ring of light appeared and quickly spread out. The dense ripples formed a sword-shaped pattern that hid on the ground and disappeared. Lin Xian felt an indescribable power protecting him, preventing him from being disturbed. Empty your mind and condense your soul power according to the method I told you, Winelord said in a deep voice. Lin Xian closed his eyes and began to condense his first soul seal. Outside, in the Tong family, Uncle Chang told the elders of the clan about the ink spirit flower. When they heard about it, they were all very excited. With the ink spirit flower and the things we prepared, Master Hong will make a move, right? As long as he makes a move, Chun Er's injuries will definitely be healed. Let's start the preparations, Tong family's patriarch said in a deep voice. While the elders were discussing, Tong Lan, Tong Yu, and the rest of the younger generation were also cheering. Big Brother Chin's injuries will definitely be healed. Tong Yu waved her little fist. That's right. If Brother Chin wasn't injured, I'm afraid he would already be in the top 50 of the hidden dragon roll. Tong Lan's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. Tong Chun was the #1 genius of the Tong family. He was 20 years old and ranked 68th on the hidden dragon rank. He had a bright future ahead of him. But half a year ago, this genius of the Tong clan was assassinated. Not only was he heavily injured and almost died, he was also poisoned. This poison was extremely overbearing. The elders of the Tong clan could only stabilize the poison and were unable to completely remove it. And the one who had this ability was Master Hong in the city. Master Hong was a level 1 inscription master, and the pills he refined were exceptionally precious. It could be said that they were hard to find even with money. Furthermore, the conditions for him to make a move were extremely harsh. Now, the Tong family finally gathered everything and could invite Grandmaster Hong. Just as everyone was celebrating, a group of uninvited guests came to the Tong residence. Tong Lan and that Lin brat, get the hell out here. A loud roar reverberated through half of the Tong residence. One could imagine how strong the spiritual power of the people who came was. Who's that? Many disciples of the Tong clan were shocked and ran outside. The Tong clan was considered a powerful force in Guangning City. Usually, no one would come to cause trouble. Now, this clamor had angered the Tong clan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many figures ran out. Most of them were from the younger generation. Tong Lan and Tong Yu also followed the crowd. Bang! With a loud sound, a disciple of the Tong clan retreated with a pale face. What happened? Tong Lan supported the disciple who was retreating. Brother Lan, you're finally here. The Tsang clan is here to cause trouble. A group of disciples of the Tong clan chattered furiously. It turned out that after they came out, they realized that the people who were causing trouble were the disciples of the Tsang clan. The two clans were not on good terms, so they fought as soon as they met. But this time, the Tsang clan had sent all their elites. Ordinary disciples could not deal with them. Tong Lan, you're finally here. Where's that brat? The people of the Tsang clan were extremely arrogant. Hand over Lin and the ink spirit flower, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, the Tong clan will be in trouble. Song Yuan, I'm afraid you're not qualified. Tong Lan said coldly. Is that so? What if I'm included? A cold-looking young man walked out from the group of disciples of the Tsang clan. He looked at the people of the Tong clan casually. Songlei, it's you. Tonglan's pupils shrank. There was a hint of seriousness in his voice. Songlei was also a martial artist in the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon Roll. His ranking was even higher than Songqi's. He was ranked 74th. It could be said that he was the second most powerful person in the Song clan. In terms of the younger generation, the strength of the Qing prefecture was much higher than the Yun prefecture. For example, Zhang Jun and the others who were ranked at the top of the Yun prefecture were not strong enough. After all, Zhang Jun was only ranked in the 90s. He was far from being a match for Songlei and Tong Lan. Tong Lan, hand him over. You're not my match, Songlei said playfully. Brother Lin is our savior. If you want him, you'll have to go through me first. Tong Lan unsheathed his sword and his aura became fierce. Haha, sword force? It's useless against me. Songlei was very powerful. He stomped his feet and the ground cracked. His aura erupted like a volcano and blue electric arcs wrapped around his body. In terms of cultivation, you're not my match. In terms of aura, my Thunder Fist force is much stronger than your sword force. What are you going to use to fight me? Cut the crap. Tong Lan's face darkened as he stabbed out with his sword. The sword chi was like a rainbow as it slashed towards Songlei. Thunder Tyrant Fist, Songlei shouted. The blue electric arcs on his body jumped and surged to his fist. He threw out a punch that was like thunder. The electric arcs flashed and flowed in all directions. Ka, ka. The sword chi that was dozens of feet long was shattered by the punch. The scene was shocking and frightening. Traceless flowing water. Tong Lan was not angry that his attack did not hit. His sword swung, and his sword technique changed. The sword shadows were continuous and covered half the sky. It was like a surging river, mighty and endless. Break. Songlei sneered and threw out a punch. The sword radiance flashed and formed a light screen in the sky. It was like a waterfall that hung upside down and blocked the Thunder Fist. Thunder Blast. The blue electric arcs on his fist exploded and collided with the light screen, creating thousands of ripples. Rumble. A terrifying aura spread out like water waves. Everyone retreated. Some of the weaker disciples turned pale and felt uncomfortable. Whoosh! Tong Lan landed on the ground and retreated a dozen steps before she could stabilize her body. On the opposite side, Songlei stood proudly with disdain on his face. Tong Lan, I've already given you enough face. If you don't hand him over, don't blame me for being rude. The disciples of the Tsang family clamored while the Tong family was silent. They were upset that Tong Lan had lost. In the distance, a group of elders looked outside the door and sighed. Sigh, Tong Lan is still lacking. If only Tong Chan was here. The Tsang family would not dare to be so presumptuous. Humph. Tong Chin's injury is definitely related to the Tsang family. After Chunna recovers, we'll settle the score with them. An elder snorted. What's with the Lin family that they mentioned? The Tong family head asked. Tong Lan and the others met him in the forest. I heard that he saved Tong Lan and the others, Uncle Chang said respectfully. Chapter 151. Tell me in detail, the Tong family head said in a low voice. Uncle Chang told them everything he knew. When the elders heard that the Tsang family disciple made a move, they were all furious. You're saying that this youth called Lin Xian not only killed a Tier 4 beast, but also heavily injured Songji and Songqi? He's really in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier? Impossible. How could such a genius appear in a backward place like Cloud Prefecture? The elders obviously didn't believe it, because this wasn't something a martial artist in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier could do. Don't jump to conclusions. The Tong family head said in a low voice. Although he was born in Cloud Prefecture, he might have a powerful master. Master? What kind of master could there be in Cloud Prefecture? Some elders were disdainful. He might not be from Cloud Prefecture, the Tong family head said. Some masters like to wander around, so it's not impossible for them to go to Cloud Prefecture. Ask Lin Xian to come out, the Tong family head said. Uncle Cheng's body flashed, turning into a ray of light and dashing towards the inner court. The elders stood where they were, and many of them snorted inwardly. I'd like to see what kind of youth could boast to be so powerful. With Uncle Cheng's skills, he arrived at Lin Xian's residence in a short time. Uncle Cheng was surprised as he felt a special presence in the room. He took a few steps forward and pushed the door open, but found that another force blocked him. A ray? Uncle Cheng was even more surprised. He didn't expect a martial artist in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier to have such a brilliant array. Could he really have a master behind him? Uncle Cheng hesitated, not daring to make a move. With a defensive array, the person inside must be cultivating. If he made a move, he might disturb Lin Xian and cause him to suffer a backlash. If it was before, the backlash would be nothing. In front of the family's crisis, the sacrifice of a martial artist in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier was nothing. However, there might be an old monster behind Lin Xian, and if he offended him, it might bring great danger to the family. This kind of danger should be left to the Tsang family. Uncle Cheng retreated, planning to leave. Creak. Just as he was about to leave, the door actually opened. Young hero Lin. Uncle Cheng shouted in shock as he turned around. Lin Xian cupped his hands and smiled. He had just completed the soul seal when he sensed Uncle Cheng's presence. Thus, he walked out. May I know why Senior is looking for me? Lin Xian asked. Uncle Cheng looked at the young man in front of him and exclaimed in his heart. He could no longer see through this young man. Just yesterday, he had been able to sense Lin Xian's cultivation and aura through a secret technique. But now, he couldn't detect any information. Lin Xian sensed Uncle Cheng's probing and smiled faintly, not saying anything. After condensing the soul seal, his soul power had improved again. He had reached the level of a first-grade inscription master. As long as he was willing, ordinary people would not be able to see any information about him. Unless the other party also cultivated soul force, or if the other party's cultivation level was far higher than his, they would not be able to see it. With a thought, Lin Xian displayed the cultivation of the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Sensing the change in Lin Xian's body, Uncle Cheng took a deep breath and said, "The family head invites you over." Me? Lin Xian was slightly dazed. It's about the Tsang family, Uncle Cheng explained. Lin Xian nodded. He followed behind Uncle Cheng and used his soul power to scan the surroundings. When he was halfway there, he sensed something outside the door. Instantly, his expression changed. Uncle Cheng, Tong Lan, and the others are in danger. After Lin Xian said this, his body flashed and he quickly left. Sea of Soul Realm martial artists didn't cultivate soul power at all, unless they were people like Lin Xian who cultivated inscriptions. After entering the three spirit realms, martial artists would start to cultivate soul force, but without special methods, their soul force wouldn't be especially powerful. Moreover, as Lin Xian's cultivation and vision widened, he had a deeper understanding of martial artists. For example, although Uncle Cheng's aura was powerful, he was still in the spiritual ocean tier and hadn't entered the three spirit realms. Even Black Sky sect had many elders who hadn't entered the three spirit realms. Only a small number of people had entered the three spirit realms. Uncle Cheng couldn't sense the situation outside, so he could only follow behind Lin Xian. Outside the Tong family, Tong Lan retreated again with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Haha, you're really trash. Songlei laughed. No one in your Tong family can fight. Humph, if Brother Chin was here, you wouldn't be able to do this. Tong Yu supported Tong Lan and said angrily, Tong Chun? He's just a poison trash. Songlei laughed maniacally. Even if he's fine now, he's no match for my brother. Nonsense. Tong Yu shouted. If Brother Chin wasn't injured, your brother would definitely be looking for his teeth on the ground. You're courting death. Songlei was furious and punched out. His brother Tsang Bao and Tong Chun were known as the two heroes of Guangning City, but Tong Chun was always better than his brother. Ever since Tong Chun was injured, his brother's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and he became the #1 person among the younger generation in Guangning City. And now, the Tong family used that sickly person to suppress his brother. How could he not be angry? Whoosh! This punch was accompanied by berserk lightning as it came crashing down with a loud bang. Tong Yu's cultivation was at the second level of the spiritual sea realm, so she couldn't resist it at all. Tong Lan, who was at the side, suffered internal injuries and probably couldn't take this violent punch. The disciples of the Tsang family crossed their arms and sneered, while the disciples of the Tong family were anxious. Some of the weaker ones even covered their eyes. In the distance, the elders of the Tong family who were watching secretly changed their expressions. Some of them couldn't help but want to attack. At this moment, a golden light appeared in front of everyone and rushed towards the thunder and lightning fist. Boom! With a loud bang, thunder and lightning surged out and crackled. The blue energy swept out in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everywhere it passed, it was scorched black. Crackle! Crackle! Tong Yu covered her mouth with a shocked expression. Tong Lan, who was at the side, was pressed down by a hand. He didn't need to attack because someone was standing in front of him. Brother Lin, Tong Lan cried out in surprise. The disciples of the Tong family opened their eyes, while the disciples of the Tsang family in the distance were in a mess. Song Lei's pupils contracted. The power of his punch was broken, and the thunder and lightning didn't have any effect at all. This was something that had never happened since he started cultivating. In front of him, a hand cut his wrist, and his fist power all landed on the ground beside him. There was a big black hole there, and the bottom couldn't be seen. Song Lei raised his head and saw a handsome young man looking at him with a faint smile. "Who are you?" Song Lei gritted his teeth and asked. "Lin Xian." The voice was very calm. "What? You're Lin Xian?" Song Lei was shocked. He looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. In his opinion, someone who could defeat Song Qi and the others must be an older youth. However, the person in front of him was very young, and his cultivation. Chapter 152. Lin Xian's appearance shocked everyone, especially the Tsang family disciples, who were all dumbfounded. Song Lei felt Lin Xian's cultivation, and a ball of anger ignited in his heart. When did the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier become so powerful? Or did this kid hide his cultivation? He didn't know, but he couldn't lose to a martial artist in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to stay in Guangning City anymore. Thunder explosion. Song Lei suddenly attacked, and powerful thunder surged out of his body, covering everything around him. Rumble. Within 3 zhong, it turned into a sea of thunder. Luckily, the other disciples ran fast, or else they would be in trouble. Tong Yu and Tong Lan were pushed out by Lin Xian with spiritual power and landed far away. Crack! Blue thunder instantly covered Lin Xian and Song Lei. How could they not die after being pierced by this thunder? Seeing this, the Tsang family disciples breathed a sigh of relief and became arrogant again. In the sea of thunder, Song Lei was bathed in thunder and lightning, like a thunder god. He looked down at Lin Xian and said with disdain, "The defense of the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier can't block my sea of thunder." Die. The thunder and lightning exploded, forming a terrifying ball of energy. The spiritual power of a normal martial artist in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier couldn't form a thick spiritual power armor. But Lin Xian cultivated the art of longevity, and the spiritual power in his body was purer than that of a martial artist in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. He was even stronger than a normal martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier. This was the benefit of a high-level cultivation method, and this benefit would become more obvious as the cultivation increased. On the other hand, Lin Xian had golden thunder and lightning in his body, which was of a higher quality than the blue thunder. Playing with thunder in front of him was like showing off in front of an expert. Everyone looked at the sea of thunder nervously. They couldn't go forward with such terrifying energy. They could only wait anxiously. Among them, the most anxious were Tong Yu and Tong Lan. Lin Xian had saved them more than once, and they couldn't repay this kindness, so they could only pray secretly. In the distance, the elder of the Tong family looked at the blue sea of thunder and frowned. This kind of power, I'm afraid that kid can't block it. Most of these elders were experts at the peak of the spiritual ocean tier, and some of them were even half-step harmonious spirit. However, Only the head of the Tong family had reached the harmonious spirit realm. His eyes were like two divine gods' eyes, as if they could see through everything. No, he's still alive, the head of the Tong clan said in a deep voice. What? The elders were shocked. They looked into the distance in disbelief. However, they hadn't reached the harmonious spirit realm, so they couldn't see what was going on inside. After a while, the sea disappeared. Shin, s, there was a chi. There was a of s in, of course. S of a of this. He was like a you screaming, like a cat of the of s2's want yy. The of that s to the two of course to use yin of course Lin Xin, on the other hand, stood there with a smile on his face, as if he had never experienced the sea of lightning. S? That's lightning, one of the most powerful forces. The disciples of the Tsang family felt dizzy. They couldn't stand still. U.S. fine. It's fine since he's the one who released the lightning. But that kid's fine too. We can't accept it. Double quotes. Ghost? It's really fucking Ghost. The Tong family exclaimed. The elders looked at each other. They were confused. They looked at the family. Only the family knew what had happened. The head of the Tong family took a deep breath and said slowly, he's also a lightning element warrior, and the quality of his lightning is higher than Tsang Lei. Hiss. All the elders sucked in a breath of cold air. Who was Tsang Lei? He was the number 2 of the younger generation of the Tsang family, the genius of Guangning City. Not only was his cultivation base strong, but he also had the powerful Tsang family behind him. As far as they knew, Tsang Lei was cultivating a spirit-grade martial art, a classic of the lightning element, the Thunder Tyrant Fist. There was only one martial art of this grade in the Tong family, and only the head of the family could cultivate it. One could imagine how precious it was. However, the kid, Lin, was able to suppress Tsang Lei. It was unbelievable. Impossible. Tsang Lei roared. He knew the power of the Thunder Tyrant Fist. However, the kid in front of him was fine. Thunderbolt firmament. Blue lightning pierced through his body and condensed into a thunderbird. It spread its wings and rushed toward Lin Xian. Triple mountain suppressing hand. Lin Xian struck out with both hands, and the shadow of a mountain appeared above his palms. The 2 palms overlapped, and 6 mountains appeared in the air. Above the mountains, there were golden lightning arcs that emitted a power that made people's hearts palpitate. Ong! The blue thunderbird saw the golden lightning and let out a trembling cry. Go! Lin Xian struck out with both palms, and it was as if a giant mountain was pressing down. Golden lightning. Tsang Lei almost bit his tongue. He felt the lightning in his body roaring and trembling. Bang! Bang! The blue thunderbird screamed and was shattered by the 6 mountains, turning into nothingness. Tsang Lei's face paled, and he took a few steps back. He knew that he couldn't take Lin Xian away today. Lin Xian's lightning was of a higher grade than his. He couldn't accept it. I'll be at a disadvantage if I stay any longer. Tsang Lei's eyes flashed, and he made a prompt decision. Boy, I'll remember you. We'll fight another day. Tsang Lei snorted, then left with the Tsang family disciples. The Tong family disciples were a little dazed, not daring to believe the reality in front of their eyes. The Tsang family members came aggressively, but were chased away by a youth in the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. This situation was like a dream, too unreal. In the distance, the elders of the Tong family also sighed heavily. Clan leader Tong asked, "What do you think?" Strong. Although his cultivation is low, his strength is super strong. He'll probably be ranked 70 or so on the Hidden Dragon roll. Not necessarily. He's only suppressing Tsang Lei with his lightning. His real strength is definitely not as strong as Tsang Lei's. Some elders disagreed. However, no matter what, Lin Xian's performance shocked them. Brother Lin, Tong Lan walked over, clutching her chest. Her face was pale, and she didn't know what to say. On the side, Tong Yu's face was red, unusually excited. Big brother Lin, you're so strong. Uncle Chung. Tong Lan turned around and saw the gray-robed old man walking over. Young hero Lin, clan leader invites you. Uncle Chang said with a smile. Senior, please. Lin Xian didn't put on airs. Instead, he was very humble, appearing very polite. Uncle Chang smiled and led the way in front. Lin Xian and the others followed behind. Lin Xian's expression was relaxed, and he walked with a smile. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, and all the muscles in his body tensed up. After cultivating the soul mark, his senses were very sensitive, far surpassing normal martial artists. But now, his whole body was stiff, as if he was in great danger, but he couldn't find the source of the danger. Big Dragon Sword Mark rumbled in his mind, and a warm current instantly flowed through his body. Under his all-out probing, he finally found the source of the danger. Lin Xian subconsciously turned around and looked into the distance. Chapter 153. Lin Xian's gaze pierced through the crowd and looked behind him. In the corner, there was a green-haired man with a cold smile on his face. His eyes were glowing with a green light. Although Lin Xian had never seen this person before, he was very familiar with his aura. The green-haired man's aura was the same as the aura of the bronze coffin at the bottom of the blood-colored palace. Could it be that the person in the coffin is alive? Lin Xian's expression was uncertain. Big brother Lin, what's wrong? Tong Yu asked. Nothing. Lin Xian regained his composure. When he turned around again, the green-haired man was gone. Suppressing his doubts, he followed the crowd into the Tong residence. There was a group of elders in front of him. Most of them were looking at him. Greetings, elders. Lin Xian bowed. The younger generation will surpass us in time. May I know where young hero Lin is from? An elder asked. Yun State's Black Heaven sect. Lin Xian replied. The elders looked at each other in disbelief, but they did not expose him. Thank you for your help today, young hero Lin. Lin Xian chatted with the elders of the Tong family. He noticed that the elders were trying to find out his identity from time to time. However, Lin Xian insisted that he was a disciple of the Black Heaven sect, so they could not do anything about it. In the end, they could not get anything out of him, so they let Lin Xian go. Phew. Lin Xian returned to his room and heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that the Tong family wanted to establish a relationship with the mysterious master behind him. He did have a mysterious master, but that was his secret. He would not let anyone know about it, even if he was beaten to death. However, this was not what he was worried about. What he was most worried about was the green-haired man. That greedy gaze made his hair stand. Wine Lord, what is that? Lin Xian asked. It doesn't look like a living thing. The death aura on him is very strong. It's best if you don't fight him with your current strength. Lin Xian nodded and began to consolidate his strength. Especially since he had just condensed a soul seal, he was still not very familiar with it. Your soul seal was formed with the Great Dragon Sword Seal as the foundation. It has great potential and needs to be nurtured well, Wine Lord said slowly. Let me teach you some simple inscriptions first. Lin Xian focused, carefully feeling the inscriptions that Wine Lord had taught him. After a while, his soul surged. He gently lifted his finger and slowly put it down. A simple rune appeared in the air, and the surrounding spiritual energy rushed towards it. It was just 3 simple strokes, but they contained a mysterious power. Lin Xian practiced over and over again. Bright spots appeared in the air one after another, forming countless vortexes of spirit energy. In the end, he was finally able to draw it in one go. Although it was just 3 simple lines, they contained the profound principles of heaven and earth. Ordinary people could not draw it at all. This was an introductory practice for an inscription master. An ordinary inscription would take 1 or 2 months to successfully complete, but Lin Xian had only used a few hours to smoothly complete it. This kind of talent could be called abnormal. Lin Xian opened his eyes and slightly frowned. Using his soul force for such a long time made his head dizzy. Rubbing his forehead, Lin Xian took out a cup of spirit wine and slowly drank it. His soul force needed about an hour to fully recover. During this time, Lin Xian used it to practice the longevity art. A day quickly passed. The next day, Lin Xian pushed open the door and went out. He wanted to buy some herbs and begin to learn how to refine spirit wine. He also wanted to see if there were any good weapons. He had about 100 mid-grade spirit stones, 3 boxes of low-grade spirit stones, and a mystic-grade treasure knife. This amount of wealth was pitifully small. Fortunately, Lin Xian's early cultivation relied on the spirit wine refined by Wine Lord, so there was not much danger. However, as his cultivation increased, he would need more and more resources. Otherwise, he would definitely fall behind the disciples of the large sections. Once he learned how to refine spirit wine, he would be able to earn money. Lin Xian was not worried about the future. In fact, he was looking forward to it. He walked through the corridor with a leisurely expression. There seemed to be a lot of people in front of him. Is the Tsang family looking for trouble again? Lin Xian was puzzled. However, he soon discovered that it was not the case. A group of people were surrounding an old man and walking towards the inner court. Lin Xian had a curious look on his face. He had sensed a familiar soul ripple from the old man. Could it be an inscription master? His heart skipped a beat. He did not expect to see someone of the same profession so soon. It is indeed an inscription master, Wine Lord said. A peak first-grade inscription master like you is far from being comparable. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. I only learned it for one night. Lin Xian looked around and walked up. Uncle Chung, he called out with a smile. So it's young hero Lin. Uncle Chung turned to look at Lin Xian from behind the crowd. Who is that old senior? Lin Xian showed a curious expression. That is Master Hong, an inscription master, Uncle Chung explained. But he did not say anything else. Inscription master, Lin Xian muttered. Uncle Chung, I'll go take a walk outside. After bidding farewell to Uncle Chung, Lin Xian left the Tong residence and walked along the street. Are there many types of inscription masters and inscription masters? Lin Xian asked Wine Lord through voice transmission. At first, there were no differences. However, most people have limited energy and cannot master all of them. Thus, there are branches. They are generally divided into medicine, tools, and formations. Among them, medicine is the most developed and the system is the most complete. Lin Xian listened to Wine Lord's explanation as he walked quickly. He learned that inscription masters and inscription masters were the names of people who had condensed a soul seal. As for those who had not condensed a soul seal, they were called alchemists, blacksmiths, or artificers. Although there was only a difference of one word, the difference in status and strength between the two was like heaven and earth. Soon, he arrived at the bustling area of the city. Among them, the largest and most populated was the tens of thousands treasure house. This was a very large business alliance that had business in every state of Xia country. Although it was expensive, it was reliable. Lin Xian paid 10 inferior-grade spirit stones and walked in. The hall was dazzling with people coming and going. The atmosphere was very lively. Lin Xian began to buy herbs according to Wine Lord's list. He had just started cultivating, and the herbs he needed were not very precious, so it was not troublesome to buy them. Soon, he had collected all of them. What's this? Lin Xian saw an exquisite booklet on the cabinet and could not help but take a second look. Hidden Dragon Leaderboard. The 3 words inlaid in gold were flamboyant, and there was a faint fighting spirit. You can only see this after you buy it. A gentle voice sounded. Lin Xian looked up and saw a beautiful maid standing behind the cabinet. Give me one. Lin Xian said. Okay, 50 inferior-grade spirit stones. The maid said. Lin Xian was speechless. He did not expect a list of names to be so expensive. It was really unreasonable. He paid the spirit stones, picked up a book, and slowly opened it. There were a total of 100 young talents recorded in it. There were some notes beside each name. The battle records and the martial artist's skills could be said to be very detailed. I did not expect someone to be able to collect such complete information. It's really not ordinary. Lin Xian praised. If what was written was true, then the person who wrote this book was really amazing. Chapter 154. Lin Xian indeed did not know. He shook his head and looked to the side. Not far away from him stood a few men and women. Judging from their attire, they should be disciples of a sect. Among them, a young lady had a graceful figure and a pretty face. However, there was a hint of arrogance in her expression. Sensing Lin Xian's gaze, the young lady lifted her chin and snorted. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" Lin Xian sighed in his heart. The young lady's innate sense of superiority made him uncomfortable. "I really haven't seen a beauty," Lin Xian said plainly. "You." The young lady was furious. She glared at Lin Xian fiercely. This kid dared to say that she wasn't a beauty. If it wasn't for the fact that the 1,000 Treasure Tower forbade fighting, she would have beaten this despicable kid to the ground. "Kid, what are you saying? What's with that look?" The few people behind the young lady couldn't stand it anymore and shouted coldly. "Shut up," one of the young men shouted. He took a step forward and cupped his fists. "Brother, please don't be offended. They haven't left the mountain much and are a little straightforward." This young man was cultured and elegant. He looked like a spring breeze, making it hard for one to dislike him. "It's fine." Lin Xian smiled. He wouldn't be bothered by such trivial matters. "We are disciples of the White Feather sect. My name is Wensu. How should I address you?" The young man smiled. "Lin Xian, disciple of the Cloud State." Cloud State. The few disciples of the White Feather sect had a strange expression. The young lady among them sneered, "Tisk, just disciples of a first-grade sect." The three sects of the Cloud State were first-grade sects, which was slightly lower in Xia country. The White Feather sect was a second-grade sect of the Green State and was extremely powerful. When Su turned around and glared at the young lady, he then smiled apologetically. "So it's Brother Lin. Nice to meet you. I wonder what kind of existence the Divine Mysteries Pavilion is?" Lin Xian asked. The origin of the Divine Mysteries Pavilion is mysterious. However, everything they do is extremely accurate. Take the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, for example. There were people who weren't convinced by the rankings and went to challenge them. The results proved that the rankings on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard were correct. "So miraculous?" Lin Xian was greatly surprised. "But you're losing out by buying this Hidden Dragon leaderboard now," Wensu said. "Why?" "On the 15th of every month, a new version of the Hidden Dragon ranking will be printed, and the rankings on it will also change. Today is the 13th. There will be new ones in 2 days." "Will the rankings change a lot?" Lin Xian casually flipped through the book. Of course I will." The girl at the back snorted. "Our senior brother went from the 53rd place to the 47th place this month." Lin Xian didn't mind the girl's tone. Instead, he nodded slightly. It seemed like the competition for the rankings was very intense. He then looked at Lin Feng, who was ranked 5th. "I wonder if this fellow's ranking will change?" As if sensing the change in Lin Xian, Wensu said, "The change in the rankings this time should be quite big." It's said that Lin Feng, ranked 5th, broke through again and reached the 6th celestial layer of spiritual ocean. A few days ago, he fought against Jin Lai Tian, ranked 3rd. But no one knows what the result is. The other change is Long Yidao from the Snow-Seeking sect. He directly went from the 21st place to the 8th place. His strength is amazing. The Snow-Seeking sect can be said to have double happiness. Lin Xian slowly exhaled. It seemed that not only was he improving, but everyone was also improving. "What else is there to celebrate in the Snow-Seeking sect?" Lin Xian asked casually. He didn't think much about it. "You don't know?" They all looked strange. Lin Xian touched his nose. "I just came out of the mountains. The Snow-Seeking sect has been promoted to a 3rd-rank sect. They will hold a celebration next month. At that time, all the sects and families will go." 3rd-rank sect. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. 3rd-rank sects were already the most powerful forces in the Xia. They were backed by peerless masters in the spirit transformation realm. It could be said that no one dared to bully them. It seems that the Xin Tian sect will also go to the Snow Province. Lin Xian thought. He originally wanted to go back to the Xin Tian sect, but now it seemed that he only needed to go to the Snow Province. "Maybe I will meet people from my family." Lin Xian sighed. As one of the top forces in the Xia, the Swordpool Mansion would definitely send people there. "I have to leave in advance." He wanted to go to the Snow Province to inquire about the news. When he was expelled from the Swordpool Mansion, it was Lin Feng's idea. At that time, the situation was special. His grandfather was in seclusion, and his father was trapped in a dangerous place. Although there were other people in his family, without the two main forces, they couldn't compete with Lin Feng's family. I don't know how grandfather is. He was nervous. And father, with the improvement of Lin Xian's cultivation and vision, he increasingly felt that his father was not dead, and the answer to all of this should be in the ancestral land of the family. Before his father left, he had mentioned the ancestral land more than once and asked Lin Xian to go there. One more year. Lin Xian secretly clenched his fists. The ancestral land of the family would be opened in a year, and he had to go in. After saying goodbye to Wen Su, Lin Xian walked back. Brother One, he's just a country bumpkin. Why do you care about him? The arrogant girl said unhappily. You guys, behave yourselves when you're outside. Wen Su lectured. This world is far more complicated than you can imagine. Some seemingly weak people could very well take your lives. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the second level of the spiritual sea realm, Wen Su intuitively felt the horror of Lin Xian's body. This was something he couldn't explain, but this feeling had saved his life. However, the girl and the others behind him obviously didn't believe him. They all had disdainful smiles on their faces. He shook his head, sighed, and ignored them. When Lin Xian returned to the Tong Mansion, Master Hong had already left. However, the people in the Tong Mansion were obviously much happier. Many of them had smiles on their faces. Lin Xian secretly used his soul power to eavesdrop on other people's conversations and found out that the genius of the Tong Mansion was poisoned, but was now cured by Master Hong. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood and returned to his room. When night fell, he took out the red flame sword and activated the array on it to seal the room. Then, he took out the herbs he bought during the day from his storage ring and spread them on the table. Okay, today I'll teach you how to make spirit wine. Wine Lord's voice sounded. Making spirit wine requires 3 types of inscriptions. The first is the purification inscription, the second is the fusion inscription, and the third is the refinement inscription. As long as you master these 3 types of inscriptions, you'll be able to make spirit wine. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. However, different types of spirit wine require different inscriptions. Now, I'll teach you the simplest type. Lin Xian followed Wine Lord's instructions and began to draw in the air. Glowing lines flowed out from Lin Xian's eyes. Gradually, a strange inscription appeared in the air. Lin Xian waved his hand and threw a stalk of spirit grass towards the inscription in the air. When the stalk of spirit grass touched the inscription in the air, it began to peel off and shatter. Soon, it became a ball of liquid. The inscription slowly rotated and some black impurities were removed. Chapter 155. Lin Xian used this method to purify the remaining spiritual herbs. Several balls of crystal-clear liquid floated in the air, emitting a medicinal fragrance. Next is the fusion, Wine Lord said. Then he gave Lin Xian an inscription. This was a more complicated inscription. It was 2 or 3 times more difficult than the purification inscription. Lin Xian focused his mind and calmed his breathing. He operated his soul force with all his strength, and finally, after failing once, he succeeded in drawing the fusion inscription. Several balls of crystal-clear liquid were guided by him. They slowly gathered and fused. This process was very slow and consumed a lot of soul power. Lin Xian's forehead was covered in sweat. His face was slightly pale, but his eyes were shining. Finally, the liquid successfully gathered together. Finally, it's the refining, Wine Lord said slowly. Lin Xian drew an inscription. The fist-sized liquid kept rolling. Traces of impurities were squeezed out again. A strange fragrance gradually appeared in the air. It was getting thicker and thicker. Lin Xian took out a wine pot and poured the spiritual liquid into it. Then he sighed in relief. This was his first time refining. He was not very familiar with the technique. Moreover, his soul power and spiritual power were mostly consumed. He was very tired. Lord Alcohol gave a rare smile. You succeeded on your first try. Your talent isn't bad. Lin Xian picked up the wine pot and tasted it. Then he smiled bitterly. Compared to wine lords, it was much worse. Looks like I need to practice more. Lin Xian put the wine pot aside and began to meditate. He practiced in his room for an entire day. During this time, Tong Lan came once. She found that she could not enter the room, so she left. The next day, Lin Xian went out to bid farewell to the Tong family. He was going to the Snow Province. With his speed and cultivation, it would take him about a month to reach the Snow Province. Counting the days, it was the right time to leave. He found Tong Lan and prepared to say goodbye. Brother Lin, Tong Lan will remember your kindness. If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know. Tong Lan said sincerely. Lin Xian waved his hand and left the Tong clan. He strolled around the city again, bought some things, and then left the city. With the map of Xia country in hand, Lin Xian checked the correct direction and began the arduous journey. According to his plan, most of the time, he would take the mountain roads. This way, he would be able to hunt some demonic beasts and search for spiritual herbs. He spent most of his time on cultivation, even when he was traveling. During this period, he had killed many demonic beasts, but he had also been chased by demonic beasts. A rank 5 demon wolf chased him for 4 to 5 days and almost ate him. In the end, Lin Xian still managed to escape. At night, by the river, Lin Xian raised a fire and roasted 2 wild beasts, preparing to feast. Suddenly, the palpitating feeling appeared again, as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him from the darkness. Lin Xian frowned. He was being watched after all. Kid, use lightning. The yin qi in his body is too strong, and he's afraid of young objects. Wine Lord reminded him through voice transmission. Lin Xian stabbed his long sword into the ground beside him. Then, his whole body was covered in golden electric arcs, crackling. As expected, the mysterious green-haired man didn't step forward. He only stared at Lin Xian from afar. However, the danger wasn't eliminated. Lin Xian had to maintain the lightning all over his body in order to intimidate the green-haired man. The sky gradually brightened, and the strange green-haired man disappeared into the mountains. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. His face was a little pale. After releasing lightning for an entire night, even if his spiritual power was strong, he almost collapsed. Fortunately, he had obtained a lot of spiritual wine in the blood heavenly palace. He drank a cup and quickly recovered his spiritual power. He couldn't act alone anymore. Lin Xian's heart was heavy. After entering the Snow Province, the environment had changed drastically. The yin qi was strong, and the green-haired man was likely to attack. He had to find someone to rely on to intimidate the green-haired man. Up ahead was the border town of Qingzhou. Let's go there first. Lin Xian put away the map and ran into the distance. The ancient town, the border town of Qingzhou, was close to the Snow Province. The climate here was very different from the central part of Qingzhou. It had become very cold. There was snow on the ground, and snowflakes were floating in the air. The pedestrians were all wearing thick animal fur coats. Lin Xian walked around the city in a thin robe, attracting the attention of some people. Very few people were like him. Even some warriors were wearing a beast skin coat. Lin Xian didn't want to attract attention, so he walked into a shop next to him. "Sir, please come in." The waiter welcomed Lin Xian in with a smile on his face. When he saw Lin Xian wearing so little, he knew business was coming. "Sir, the clothes in our shop are famous in the city. Some warriors in the Snow Province have come here to buy them," the waiter said solemnly. "Judging from your appearance, you must be going to the Snow Province. Let me tell you, the Snow Province is too cold. It's not a place for people to live. I'll find you a thick coat. It's definitely warm." The waiter kept talking nonstop. "How do you know I'm going to the Snow Province?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. Everyone knows that the snow-seeking sect in the Snow Province has become a third-grade sect. All the martial artists are running in that direction. "Sir, you look like a person with profound martial art skills. You must be going there as well." Lin Xian smiled and pointed to a snow-white bear fur coat. "I'll take this. Sir, you have good taste." The waiter's eyes lit up. "This coat is made of the fur of the rank 4 demonic beast, the white magic bear. It's definitely warm, and it has a certain defensive function. Rank 4 demonic beast. Lin Xian was surprised. No wonder he could feel a strong aura from it. 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones, the waiter said with a smile. Lin Xian was not surprised. The fur of a rank 4 demonic beast was indeed expensive. There was a faint demonic aura on this white bear coat. It was obviously not handled well. The shop owner should know, so he only sold it for 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones. If it was normal, it should be worth 50,000 spiritual stones. After paying the spiritual stones, Lin Xian put on the white bear coat and left. As expected, it was much warmer after putting it on. Moreover, the skin of a rank 4 demonic beast could not be damaged by an ordinary martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier. However, there was a faint demonic aura on this coat. If a martial artist wore it for a long time, it might damage his body. However, Lin Xian had a way to get rid of the demonic aura on it. Golden electric arcs surged on his body and covered the entire coat, as if it was covered with a layer of golden gauze. Traces of faint black chi gushed out and disappeared in the air. The demonic aura inside was cleared away by Lin Xian with the power of thunder and lightning. The entire coat became warmer and its defensive power increased by a lot. Lin Xian's thunder and lightning grade was very high. At least the thunder and lightning produced by 2 spirit tier martial arts couldn't compare to his. This thunder and lightning came from Black Heaven sect guarding treasure, Cloud Thunder Mountain. It could be said to be exceptionally precious. Walking on the street, Lin Xian heard something that made him excited. 3 days later, an auction would be held here. It was said that there were many good things this time. Chapter 156. It was still the auction hosted by the Myriad Treasure Tower, scheduled to be held 3 days later. At this time, many martial artists already gathered in the city. Originally, they were all going to rush to the snow-seeking sect, but after hearing about the auction, they all stopped. Just 3 days, everyone did not lack this time. But if they missed the good stuff because of this, it would be too late for regrets. Lin Xian put on a loose black robe, covering his entire body. Then, he headed to the Myriad Treasure Tower, preparing to sell the mystic rank treasure saber on him. A beautiful maidservant led him in and brought him to the treasure appraisal room. An old man sat there, and beside him was a beautiful woman. Lin Xian walked in, his entire body shrouded in the black robe, making people unable to see his true face. "I wonder what your distinguished self wants to sell," the old man asked. He was not surprised by Lin Xian's attire. Many people did not want to show their true face to people. Lin Xian flicked his storage ring, and a fiery red long saber appeared in his hand. Immediately, the temperature in the entire room rose by a lot. Slightly revolving spiritual energy, the long saber trembled, emitting a dazzling saber light, and a heat wave gushed out. "This is..." The white-robed old man was surprised, and the young woman beside him also had a look of surprise. Her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Xian, seemingly wanting to see through him. But it was as if there was an invisible force blocking her gaze. "This is a mystic rank treasure." The white-robed old man stroked the saber body and said, "Wei Wei, go and invite old man Xiu over." The young woman nodded and glanced at Lin Xian again, then quickly walked out of the room. Before long, a red-robed old man walked in. The old man's hair was disheveled, and his body even reeked of alcohol. He did not look like an appraiser at all. But, towards this drunkard-like old man, Lin Xian was vigilant in his heart. He felt a powerful soul undulation from the drunkard old man. This undulation was even more than Master Hong's. After the red-robed old man saw the fiery red long saber, his eyes lit up, and the smell of alcohol on his body also disappeared. "This is good stuff." The drunkard old man took the long saber and wiped it with his finger. An inscription appeared on it, flickering non-stop. "Low profound rank artifact." The red-robed old man nodded and said, "Moreover, it should be an ancient object. The inscription technique on it is somewhat different from the current one." After feeling it for a bit, the red-robed old man said, "It should be able to increase the attack by about 40%, and it also has the rare fire damage." I estimate that it can be sold for more than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The red-robed old man said. The starting price is set at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Do you have any objections? Lin Xian shook his head and had no objections. He had asked the wine lord, and with his own calculations, he felt that it was possible. It's like this. If the auction is successful, we will charge a 10% commission, the red-robed old man continued. Lin Xian agreed. Although it pained him a little, this was a rule that no one could avoid. Seeing that Lin Xian was so straightforward, the two old men were also happy. After the white-robed old man finished registering, he handed Lin Xian an information card. After the auction is over, use this card to receive the spirit stones. After saying that, he handed out a white token. This is a silver token. After the auction is successful, you will be a silver customer of our 1,000 treasure tower. With this token, the next time you auction something, the commission will only be 8%. Lin Xian reached out and took it, then put it into the storage ring. His hand was slender, powerful, and very young. The three people in the room were a little surprised. They did not expect the owner of the long saber to be so young. The white-robed old man subconsciously went to check, but Lin Xian had a layer of power blocking him. This old man was reckless. The white-robed old man said apologetically. He was indeed a little curious just now. However, the result of the check made him even more curious. The black-robed man in front of him actually had a strong soul power. No worries, Lin Xian said lightly. If someone consigns a long sword artifact, can you inform me? No problem, the white-robed old man said. He knew that some people like to trade below, so it could save some trouble. Getting a response, Lin Xian turned around and left. Looking at Lin Xian's disappearing back view, the red-robed old man praised, soul power is pretty good. So young and has such soul power. Could he be those few old fellows' disciple? Doesn't seem like it. Those few people all have arrogance on them, but this person is very steady, the red-robed old man said solemnly. Either way, he will still come. If possible, there's no harm in roping him in, the white-robed old man said. Leaving the 1,000 treasure tower, Lin Xian stayed in an inn and continued cultivating. When he was tired from practicing inscriptions, he would cultivate the longevity art. After his mind power recovered, he would practice inscriptions again. In a blink, 3 days already passed. He put on a black robe and walked towards the 1,000 treasure tower. Today, the people going to the 1,000 treasure tower were clearly much more. The streets appeared crowded. The 1,000 treasure tower's entrance was even more packed. Although it was crowded, in front of the 1,000 treasure tower, no one dared to fight. Lin Xian fished out the silver token and was received respectfully by the attendant inside. Under the envious gazes of countless people, he slowly walked in. Who is that person? He can actually walk through the special passageway. Quite a few people discussed animatedly. After Lin Xian walked in, there were still some people who entered through the special passageway. These people were all members of some major factions, their identities and statuses incomparably noble. After Lin Xian went in, he inquired about the situation of the consignment. In the end, he learned that there were indeed longswords and treasured artifacts to be auctioned, but private purchases were not accepted. Lin Xian sighed, then walked into the auction hall and found a place to sit down. Silver rank customers did not have the right to go to private rooms unless they advanced to gold rank. Sitting in his seat, Lin Xian quietly unleashed his soul power and explored the entire venue. He was very cautious. Some crucial and important places he directly skipped over, so as to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings. Through soul power, he sensed some familiar people. Among them, he discovered that the Tsang family's disciples had arrived. Tsang Lei followed behind a young man with a cold expression, sitting in the middle position, while the other person was Master Hong. He entered the private room under the attendant's reception. It seemed that these people should all be going to Snow Province and stopped on the way here. Lin Xian secretly guessed. He closed his eyes to rest, adjusting his state to the best. Not long after, a drum sounded and spread throughout the entire hall. Suddenly, the auction hall quieted down. Everyone's eyes looked forward. There was a crystal auction platform, and at this moment, it was lit up. Everyone, thank you for giving us the honor to participate in our 1,000 Treasure Towers auction. There are indeed many good things today. I hope everyone can return satisfied. The one who spoke was the white-robed old man that Lin Xian had seen before. He said with a smile, "The things being auctioned this time. I believe everyone has some news. I won't say much here. Next, we will auction our first item." Chapter 157. The first item is the Jade Miracle Pill. This is a type of pill created by an inscription master. I believe everyone should be familiar with it. This pill can increase the spirit power of a Sea of Soul Realm martial artist. It is very pure, and martial artists only need to absorb it. The white-robed old man explained a little. Lin Xian understood that this pill could shorten the cultivation time and allow a martial artist cultivation to increase rapidly in a short period of time. However, one couldn't eat too much of this pill. After all, it wasn't cultivated by oneself. No matter how pure it was, it still contained impurities. There are 3 pills in total, and they will be auctioned separately. The white-robed old man obviously knew about this. He slowly said, "The starting price is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 1,000. After the white-robed old man finished speaking, the people below boiled with excitement. Most of the people present were martial artists in the Sea of Soul Realm. They needed this pill very much. Immediately, many people began to bid. 12,000, 15,000, 18,000. Shouts came one after another. Lin Xian was speechless. It seemed that he had underestimated the temptation of this pill. For ordinary martial artists, the increase in their cultivation would greatly increase their strength. Perhaps they would be valued within the sect or have a higher chance of escaping during an adventure. In the end, the first Jade Miracle Pill was bought at a price of 22,000. As for the remaining 2 pills, they were sold for 20,000 and 24,000 respectively. 3 pills were sold for nearly 70,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was something that Lin Xian didn't dare to imagine before. The white-robed old man was also very satisfied with the price of the first item. The rest of the auction went smoothly. Every item that appeared in the auction house wasn't ordinary. If there were no objections, it would be sold. Lin Xian didn't make a move. He didn't lack cultivation methods or pills at the moment, but he needed a sharp weapon. The auction went on slowly. In 2 hours, 7 items were sold. At this time, the white-robed old man on the auction stage said in a clear voice, "The next item can be said to be a rare item. I hope everyone can grasp it." His words aroused everyone's interest. Many people were guessing what the item was. "Masterby, don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and say it." Below the stage, an impatient martial artist shouted. Everyone looked curiously at the auction stage, waiting for the white-robed old man to reveal the answer. A beautiful maid walked forward with a fiery red saber in her hand. The white-robed old man held the saber in his hand and gently swung it in the air. A 10-meter-long saber light suddenly appeared and streaked across the sky. It was accompanied by a heat wave that rose to the sky. Whoosh! Like a sea of fire spreading, the sky was dyed red. Mystic rank artifact. The crowd below cried out in surprise when they felt this power. Whoosh! 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 For a moment, everyone's fiery eyes were focused on the auction stage. The white-robed old man was very satisfied with this result. He laughed and said, "That's right. It is indeed a profound rank treasure. Moreover, it is an antique. The origin of this saber is mysterious. It's not a product of the current era. Everyone, don't miss this opportunity." The white-robed old man put the saber back and said with a smile, "The starting price is 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Each bid must be at least 10,000 spiritual stones." His words echoed in the auction house for a long time. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and the fire in their hearts was extinguished. 100,000 spiritual stones was not a small number. Ordinary Soul Realm martial artists could not afford it at all. Only disciples of some large sects or young masters of aristocratic families could afford such a huge sum. Once these people participated in the auction, the price would definitely be more than 100,000 spiritual stones. The scene was silent for a moment. Ordinary disciples could not afford it, and the rich people were watching. Lin Xian frowned slightly. This was not what he wanted to see. 110,000, he said indifferently. A profound rank treasure saber was not common. He did not believe that these people would let it go. Sure enough, after he opened his mouth, people increased the price one after another. The price of the fiery red saber kept rising until it reached 150,000. Ordinary martial artists had already begun to swallow their saliva. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that the price would not stop here because he noticed that one of the people participating in the auction was a disciple of the Tsang family. He was Tsang Lei's brother, Tsang Bao. As a swordsman and a genius disciple on the hidden dragon role, Lin Xian believed that he would not let go of this opportunity. Sure enough, Tsang Bao's face was gloomy, and he seemed to be a little impatient. He snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, 200,000. Silence, absolute silence. Only Tsang Bao's voice echoed. Everyone was shocked by his increase in price. Lin Xian smiled in satisfaction. This price had already exceeded his budget. Even the white-robed old man on the auction stage was smiling. Just when everyone thought that it was over, a lazy voice sounded. 210,000. What? Someone is increasing the price. Someone is actually not giving face to Tsang Bao. In Qingzhou, there was basically no one who did not know Tsang Bao. Now, someone was trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. However, when everyone found out the source of the voice, they all fell silent. That was because the voice came from one of the private rooms. Anyone who could enter the private room was either of a prominent status or outstanding strength. They were far from what they could compare to. Tsang Bao's face was gloomy. He looked at the private room on the second floor and clenched his fists. 220,000. Tsang Bao called out the price. 230,000. That voice was still lazy, and there was no change in it. 250,000. Tsang Bao gritted his teeth and said, this was already his limit. Any more, and he would have to give up. His knuckles turned pale from the force he exerted. With this saber, he would definitely be able to enter the top 50 of the Hidden Dragon list. 260,000. That voice seemed to be saying something insignificant. Tsang Bao's body stiffened. He did not continue to bid and sat there with a gloomy face. On the auction stage, the white-robed old man said with a smile, congratulations to the owner of Private Room 3 for obtaining this Mist-class treasure saber. Everyone was amazed. The price of 260,000 had already exceeded the value of a low-class Mist-class treasure. However, that person did not care at all. The happiest person was Lin Xian. He did not expect a low-class Mist-class treasure to be able to sell for 260,000 spiritual stones. This was already close to the value of a mid-class Mist-class treasure. With this money, he had more confidence in the longsword treasure that would be auctioned later. The auction that followed was a bit dull. The mood of the crowd was clearly not very high. However, the next item pushed the atmosphere of the auction to a climax. The white-robed old man took out a long sword and raised it high in the air. The sword was 3 feet long, and there were ancient inscriptions carved on it. The blade of the sword was like autumn water, dripping with a cold light. The long sword gently danced, and the sword light flashed, cutting through the void. Lin Xian could keenly feel that the power of this long sword was far above the fiery red long sword. This sword is called Autumn Scar, a mid-class Mist-class treasure. The starting price is 200,000. Each bid must be at least 10,000 higher. As the white-robed old man's voice fell, the crowd boiled over. At this time, the doors of the auction slowly opened and a group of people walked in. Everyone was puzzled and turned to look. They knew that during the auction, martial artists were not allowed to casually enter. But now, someone had ignored this rule and walked in. Lin Xian also turned to look. When he saw that person, his body froze. Behind him, a group of people stood at the entrance, their bodies releasing a powerful aura. The person in the middle had sharp eyebrows and sharp eyes. His aura was sharp, like a divine sword that had been unsheathed. Chapter 158. Lin Feng. Many people were surprised when they saw the silhouette behind them. Lin Feng was ranked 5th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. It was said that he had fought against the 3rd-ranked cultivator and that his ranking had risen again. Besides, he was from the Sword Lake Palace and had a noble status. Something happened on the way, so I came late. Sorry for disturbing you, Lin Feng said to the old men from the 10,000 Treasures Tower. The few of them nodded slightly in tacit agreement. The Sword Lake Palace was one of the top powers in the Xia country, and Lin Feng was the leader of the younger generation. Even though the 10,000 Treasures Tower was powerful, they didn't want to offend the Sword Lake Palace. Lin Feng and the others were invited into a private room, and the crowd looked back at the auction stage. The old man in the white robe cleared his throat and said in a clear voice, "The Autumn Scar sword starts at 200,000. The auction starts now." Lin Xian took a deep breath. At that moment, he had the urge to rush up to Lin Feng. Luckily, he controlled himself. He wanted to go back to the Sword Lake Palace and defeat Lin Feng in front of everyone. He wanted to restore his reputation. After calming himself down, Lin Xian returned to the auction. At that moment, the price had already risen to 250,000, and it was still rising. After all, it was a medium Xian level treasure which could increase one's attack power by 60%. Everyone wanted it. 300,000. Lin Feng's private room called out the price. But Lin Xian knew that it wasn't Lin Feng's voice. It was probably the voice of someone next to him. In the 5th private room, Lin Feng was sitting comfortably on a chair. Next to him was a young man with a sword mark on his forehead. "What? Are you interested in that sword?" Lin Feng asked indifferently. "I just want to collect it." The young man with the sword mark smiled. 310,000. At this moment, a lazy voice rang out, clearly echoing in the hall. The crowd was stunned. They hadn't thought that someone would dare to compete with Lin Feng. Also, the crowd realized that the owner of the voice was the one who had won the bid. When Songbao heard that voice, his body started to tremble. That voice had made him lose his opportunity. In the 5th private room, the young man with the sword mark groaned coldly. "So there are people who aren't afraid of death." He was about to fight back, but at that moment, another bid sounded in the hall. 320,000. His voice was very steady, and his tone was firm. Everyone was in an uproar. They all turned their heads to look for the person who had spoken. Lin Xian was in the hall, and didn't try to hide himself. Soon, someone noticed him. Countless gazes gathered on him. Many people were puzzled. Who is this black-robed man? I don't know. He surprisingly dared steal from Lin Feng's people. He's definitely going to die, whispered those people. In their opinion, the person in the 3rd private room had dared to speak because he had a high social status. He didn't fear Lin Feng at all. On the other hand, Zhang Xian was unable to see through the cultivation of the black-robed man, and given that he was seated in the main hall, it was likely that the other party had an ordinary background. However, he actually dared to participate in the bidding. This made everyone unable to see through him. "I've seen him before. He has a silver medallion." Someone who had seen Lin Xian at the entrance spoke out. Many people shook their heads and sneered. Although the silver token was precious, it was much less valuable than the person in the private room. Lin Xian saw everyone's reaction, but he did not say anything. He had to get his hands on this sword. In the 5th private room, the young man's face became very ugly. It was fine if the people in the other private rooms competed with him. After all, they were all people of equal status. However, a cultivator sitting in the hall dared to participate in this matter. This made him feel humiliated. "You're courting death." The young man's voice was cold. His eyes were like lightning, penetrating through layers of barriers and locking onto Lin Xian. "Humph." Lin Xian felt the gazes from the 2nd floor. He turned his head slightly, and a trace of sword intent appeared in his eyes. He cut off the gazes that were looking at him. There was a small fluctuation in the air. Some people with high cultivation noticed that something was wrong. Quite a few people revealed looks of surprise. The young man was stunned, and then his face became gloomy. He didn't expect that he would be at a disadvantage. Just now, there was a trace of fierce intent in his eyes. He originally wanted to teach the black-robed man a lesson. However, He didn't expect that the other party's chi was even fiercer than his. He directly contained a trace of attack and counterattacked. Hey, I seem to feel a trace of sword intent. Lin Feng frowned and looked at the black-robed man below. At the same time, there was a soft sound of surprise in the third private room. Lin Xian felt that a soul power flowed out of the third private room and probed towards him. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He also mobilized his soul power and covered his body to prevent anyone from probing. In the third private room, a handsome young man was half lying lazily. His whole body sank into a soft reclining chair. Suddenly, his face changed slightly, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Just now, his soul perception had been blocked. Obviously, the other party was also a master of soul power. Outstanding soul power, and there seemed to be a trace of sword intent. Who was this person? The handsome young man rubbed his chin and was lost in thought. The black-robed man's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. For a moment, his identity became very mysterious. 350,000. The young man said coldly. 360,000. The handsome young man in the third private room said lazily. 380,000. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The price rose rapidly, and soon it reached 400,000. Lin Xian frowned. He had earned 260,000 spirit stones from auctioning off the long saber, and over 200,000 spirit stones from the spirit herbs he had on him. Adding the spirit stones he had obtained from the others, he had about 500,000 spirit stones. The current price made him feel a little depressed. However, fortunately, the owner of the third private room withdrew from the competition. Now, only Lin Xian and the young man were left. 420,000. The young man said coldly. 450,000. Lin Xian's voice did not change at all. Humph. In the fifth private room, the young man snorted coldly. This price has exceeded the value of the long sword itself. Don't compete anymore. Lin Feng said indifferently. Don't worry, I won't bid anymore. But there are many ways to get that sword. The young man looked at Lin Xian with an extremely cold gaze. 450,000. Is there anyone else? On the auction stage, the old man in the white robe asked loudly, but he was overjoyed. No one answered. This price was already high enough. Even the people in the private rooms withdrew from the competition. In the end, the autumn scar sword was won by Lin Xian. The next item is very special. It is a piece of information about a spiritual weapon. The old man in the white robe said in a deep voice. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to leave and trade backstage. However, the information in front of him made him stop. Not only him, but the whole hall was boiling. A spiritual weapon was a top weapon in the eyes of the world. Usually, only the top sects and clans had one. But now, a new spiritual weapon had appeared. How could these people not be excited? However, how could a piece of information be auctioned? Chapter 159. It's here. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes in private room 5. Don't worry, young Master Feng. It's definitely ours. The young man clenched his fists and said. Outside, everyone was discussing animatedly. Their words were filled with excitement. On the auction stage, the old man in the white robe waved his hand to silence the whole place. Everyone, this information comes from a map. Whoever buys this map will be able to obtain this information. Another thing to tell everyone is that this map is incomplete. The old man in the white robe said in a deep voice. In fact, he is not very sure. After all, one incomplete map may not be able to infer anything. Sure enough, after hearing about the incomplete map, many people booed, and half of the enthusiasm in their hearts was extinguished. The ordinary warriors in the hall were talking with each other, and it was noisy. An ancient map, the starting price is 300,000 spiritual stones. The auction starts now. These warriors booed. In their opinion, no one would buy such a thing. Lin Xian shook his head, stood up and prepared to leave. 350,000. A voice rang out like a clap of thunder in everyone's ears. What? Someone really bid. Those warriors were stunned. Could it be that the map really recorded it? Lin Xian suddenly turned around and looked at private room 5 on the second floor. He recognized that it was Lin Feng's voice. Did he come here specifically for this map? Lin Xian was puzzled. 360,000. The lazy voice sounded again. The crowd was excited. Although they could not afford it, they could watch the fun. Sure enough, after these two people bid, some more people bid. These people were all distinguished guests in private rooms on the second floor. For them, they would rather buy the wrong thing than let it go. Lin Xian shook his head and turned to leave. These prices were already beyond his ability. Even if he could get the treasure map, he might not be able to keep it. After all, the temptation of a spiritual treasure was too great. It was enough to make anyone go crazy. Lin Xian's departure attracted the attention of many people. A mid-grade profound rank treasure was enough to make one's heart palpitate with excitement. In the number 5 private room, the sword-marked youth stared at Lin Xian's figure with an evil smile on his face. You can't run away. No one can take away what I want. Lin Xian sensed all of those subtle gazes. He sneered in his heart and quickly walked backstage. With his current strength, he could fight against a warrior at the late stage of the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm. If he had the Autumn Scar Sword, then even against a warrior at the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm, he would have the power to battle. In addition, he also had the Bronze Gauntlet and the Yellow Talisman treasure. These 2 items were enough to kill a martial artist at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. However, he wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. This kind of thing would be damaged every time it was used. Cracks had already appeared on the Bronze Gauntlet, which made his heart ache. After arriving at the backstage, Lin Xian handed over the soul stones and received the Autumn Scar Sword. Get that black scabbard. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Lin Xian glanced at the black scabbard on the jade plate. It looked very ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. However, he would not let go of anything that could move Wine Lord's heart. Can you give this scabbard to me? Lin Xian asked casually. Sure. The martial artist in charge of the 1,000 Treasure Tower didn't care about a scabbard and gave it to Lin Xian on the spot. Putting away the scabbard, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. Nodding his head, Lin Xian prepared to leave. Little friend, please wait. An old voice sounded. It was abnormally strong. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. There was a hint of caution in his eyes. He said in a low voice, What? The 1,000 Treasure Tower can't even bear to give out a scabbard? Little friend, don't misunderstand. I want to talk to you. The red-robed elder appeared with a smile. Don't worry, I'm not here for some scabbard. I just want to talk to you. All right, what do you want to talk about? Lin Xian's heart moved. He needed a powerful force to intimidate the mysterious green-haired man. If he could get closer to the 1,000 Treasure Tower, then it would be the best. Little friend, this way please, the red-robed elder said with a smile. Lin Xian followed behind him and walked into an antique room. I wonder if little friend can take off the black robe? The red-robed elder said. I represent the 1,000 Treasure Tower to discuss something with little friend. I absolutely have no malice. Okay, Lin Xian said solemnly. He waved his hand and put the black robe into his storage ring. The red-robed elder looked at Lin Xian, a hint of shock appearing in his eyes. He knew that Lin Xian was young, but he didn't expect that he would be so young. This was clearly a youth. I wonder what senior is looking for this brat for? Lin Xian asked politely. Hoo-hoo, heroes come from the youth, the red-robed elder said while stroking his beard. I want to ask if little friend is an inscription master? Done talking, he looked at Lin Xian with a look of anticipation. And Lin Xian nodded. The old man's gaze made him feel somewhat nervous. Then do you know about the inscription tower? Lin Xian shook his head. I've been cultivating with my master in the mountains. I've only recently come out to explore the world. For his own safety, he once again brought up his incorporeal master. Oh, I wonder who your master is? The red-robed elder asked subconsciously. My master is very low-key, Lin Xian lied. I wonder why senior is looking for me? He quickly changed the topic. The red-robed elder didn't think much about it. After all, many experts like to live in seclusion. At that moment, he said slowly, "If possible, I would like to invite you to participate in a competition in the name of the Thousand Treasure Tower." It is said that the inscription tower was left behind by an inscription master. It is located at the border between the Xia country and the Shadow country. There are some unique inscriptions and inscriptions in it. It is a sacred place for inscriptionists. However, due to its geographical location, it is determined that it can't be occupied by any country alone. So every 3 years, the Xia country and the Shadow country will decide which side will enter by means of a martial arts competition. The Xia country has lost twice in a row. This time, we can't lose again. There was a trace of anger and helplessness on the red-robed elder's face. "If it is a competition, you shouldn't be looking for me, right?" Lin Xian was puzzled. "Isn't it better to be an expert on the hidden dragon roll?" "Little friend, although it is a competition, the participants must be inscriptionists. Although there are many geniuses on the hidden dragon roll, there are not many inscriptionists. Little friend, your soul power is the strongest I have ever seen. It is far beyond your peers." Lin Xian understood. Indeed, his soul force was much stronger than that of an ordinary first-grade inscription master, let alone people of the same age. "Don't worry. As long as you participate, you will be rewarded," the red-robed elder said hurriedly when he saw that Lin Xian was silent. In his body, the wine lord said, "Little Xian, if that inscription tower is real, you can go in and take a look." Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He pondered for a moment and said slowly, "I wonder when this competition will start? I don't want to miss the Snow-Seeking Sect's grand event." "Little friend, don't worry. This competition will be after the Snow-Seeking Sect's grand event. If I win the competition, will I be able to get a spot to enter the inscription tower?" Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. The red-robed elder was stunned. His face suddenly sank. A strong aura slowly overflowed, and the entire room became very oppressive. Lin Xian's spiritual sea shook and made a roaring sound. At the same time, he spread out his soul power to resist the pressure. His expression didn't change. He slowly stretched out his hand and drew in the air. An ancient inscription appeared in the air, emitting a strange light. Chapter 160. The inscriptions in the air completely stunned the red-robed elder. "What an exquisite inscription!" the old man exclaimed after a while. "I need to discuss your request with others." The old man said, "No matter what, I'll give you an answer in 3 days." "Thank you very much." Lin Xian bowed and walked out of the room. Looking at Lin Xian's back, the old man took a deep breath. This young man's attainment in inscription was far beyond his expectations. He looked at the inscription that was gradually disappearing in the air and fell into deep thought. Lin Xian walked out of the room and went straight outside. The inscription just now was drawn under the guidance of Wine Lord. He didn't expect it to really shock the old man. It seems that Wine Lord's inscription is far beyond these people. Lin Xian was delighted. When he walked out of the Thousand Treasures building, the auction had just ended and the crowd was rushing out. Through the conversation of others, he learned that the last piece of the map was bought by Lin Feng at the price of 600,000 low-grade spiritual stones. What a spendthrift! Lin Xian curled his lips and walked towards the inn. Behind him, a few obscure eyes fell on him. One of them was the sword-marked young man beside Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Xian check into the Four Seas Inn, the sword-marked young man sneered and then left. Lin Xian naturally knew that these people were following him, but he didn't care. If these people didn't open their eyes, he didn't mind sending them on their way. Back in the room, Lin Xian used the red flame sword to set up a defensive formation and then breathed a sigh of relief. After calming down, he flicked the storage ring with his finger and a long sword appeared in his hand. Gently shaking, a sword shadow appeared in the air. It was like a rainbow in autumn, cold to the heart. Lin Xian urged the thunder in his body. In a flash, golden arcs climbed up the sword. Circulating his spiritual energy once more, the golden arcs of lightning disappeared. Instead, A green gust of wind wrapped around the sword, adding a bit of spirituality to it. Lin Xian was very satisfied with this. He felt that the 450,000 low-grade spirit stones were not wasted. Humph, you don't know what's important. In my opinion, the black scabbard is the real deal. Wine Lord snorted. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. With a flip of his hand, he took out the black scabbard and looked at it curiously. Nothing special, Lin Xian muttered. Then, he activated his purple spirit eyes and carefully observed the surroundings. Finally, he even used his soul force to check inside and out. If it was that easy to see through, you wouldn't have been able to get the item, Wine Lord said. Wine Lord, what's the use of this? Lin Xian asked. Put the sword back into the scabbard, Wine Lord said. Lin Xian did as he was told and sheathed the autumn scar sword. Use the power of wind and thunder at the same time. Control your power and don't destroy the house. Lin Xian's eyebrows twitched. Could it be? He used the power of wind and thunder at the same time. Then, he controlled his power and suddenly pulled out the sword. Qi. Under his control, the sword Qi was attached to the sword and did not leak out. However, he could clearly see that the power of wind and thunder had perfectly merged together. The air within 3 feet of him had been sliced apart. This is the power of wind and thunder, Lin Xian exclaimed. He had wanted to merge these two powers for a long time. However, without the corresponding martial arts, it was very difficult for him to succeed. But now, a black scabbard had solved this problem. It is indeed a good item. He touched the black scabbard and his face was full of joy. Humph, now you know how to be happy, Wine Lord snorted. Hee. Lin Xian hugged the scabbard and laughed. In the next 2 hours, Lin Xian studied the black scabbard. He realized that the more power of wind and thunder he poured in, the longer it could last. However, it could only last for 10 breaths of time. In other words, after 10 breaths of time, the power of wind and thunder on the longsword would be separated again. However, for Lin Xian, this was already enough. In the evening, Lin Xian went out for a meal before returning to his room. He lived in a small independent courtyard, which was very quiet. In the following time, he put away the autumn scar sword and the black scabbard and started to practice his inscriptions. These days, he had not slacked off on his practice, including his martial arts. Inscriptions were the same as martial arts. It was like sailing against the current. If you did not advance, you would fall behind. Lin Xian did not slack off for even a second. His inscriptions were also improving rapidly. In the middle of the night, Lin Xian stopped his training and took out some spirit wine to recover quickly. He had a feeling that someone would make a move for the autumn scar sword. Raising his body's condition to the extreme, Lin Xian closed his eyes and started to recover. Indeed, in the latter half of the night, he sensed the presence of warriors. Spreading out his soul power, Lin Xian grasped the situation within a dozen meters radius. On the roof, 3 human figures were approaching quietly. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth lifted slightly as his body flashed and disappeared. The 3 men in black had their faces covered, and the presence on their bodies was hidden. You 3, what are you doing on my roof in the middle of the night? A mocking voice was heard from behind, and the 3 men in black were shocked. Let's go, the middle man in black roared. The 3 moved quickly, and the presence on their bodies exploded like a flood. Their spirit power surged, shaking the air. These 3 were all warriors at the 3rd sky of the spiritual sea realm. The 3 of them worked together, forming a triangle. Hand over the autumn scar sword, and we will spare your life. The middle man in black roared. Are you talking about this? Lin Xian took out the autumn scar sword and waved it in front of the 3. The 3's eyes were attracted by the long sword, and their breathing became hurried. Hand it over to us. The man in black roared. You guys are not worthy of this sword. Lin Xian hung the long sword on his waist. Kid, you are looking for death. The 3 men in black were furious and attacked together. Fuck off. Lin Xian took a step forward and roared out a sound wave. Who? The translucent sound wave vibrated, and together with the soul power attack, it pierced through the defensive armor of the 3. Pooh. 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 The three were covered by the sound wave, and their bodies were severely wounded. Horrifying cracks appeared on their bodies one after another. All of a sudden, the three were covered in blood. Back off. The three men in black robes had fear in their eyes. Is he still human? Just a shout was enough to injure them severely. You want to leave? Lin Xian's body flashed, and he blocked the way of the three. Don't do anything stupid. The three were bleeding all over, and their voices were shaking. Leave your storage rings, and don't appear in front of me again. Yes, yes. The three took off the storage rings on their fingers and threw them to Lin Xian, then ran away quickly. Putting away the three storage rings, Lin Xian's expression did not relax. Instead, it became extremely serious. He felt a powerful aura appear nearby. Most of the warriors nearby had seen Lin Xian's attack, and the ones who still dared to make a move now were undoubtedly powerful warriors. Pap, pap, pap. A clear clapping sound was heard, and a teenager with a sword mark in between his eyebrows appeared. With the cultivation of the second sky of the spiritual sea realm, he was able to beat back three warriors at the third level of the spiritual sea realm with one attack. He is indeed not simple. However, if he wants to get the Autumn Scar Sword with just this, I am afraid that it is not enough. Chapter 161. Sword Chi hummed and buzzed. The young man took a step forward and his aura increased again, like a mountain pressing down. Nearby, some warriors poked their heads out and watched the battle in the distance nervously. Who is that? What a horrifying aura. There are no weaklings around Linfeng. It seems like that young man is going to be in trouble. The young man stared at Lin Xian and slowly pulled out his long sword. It was a golden long sword with a curved body, like a crawling, poisonous snake. The long sword left its scabbard and turned into a curved beam of light in the air. Golden Snake Sword. He is Golden Snake Sword Yan Hui. The warriors nearby exclaimed. Golden Snake Sword Yan Hui, ranked 32nd on the Hidden Dragon rank. No one had expected him to appear here. With the long sword in his hand, the young man's body also twisted strangely, like a snake. Behind him, a sword-shaped snake shadow gradually appeared. It was extremely horrifying. Lin Xian held the Autumn Scar Sword and condensed all his qi into one point. He knew very well that he had no advantage in a battle of spiritual power. However, his attacks were extremely powerful, especially after the fusion of wind and thunder. His battle power had increased again. Golden Snake Strike. The young man swung out his sword and sword qi flashed, covering the sky. Wind and thunder explosion. Lin Xian stomped his feet, and qi waves spread out like water splashes. His entire body shot out like an arrow. Boom. Approaching the Golden Snake Sword qi, Lin Xian suddenly pulled out his sword. Boom. The air seemed to explode as a 10-meter-long sword light flew out like lightning. With one sword, the wind and thunder moved. Boom, boom, boom. The Autumn Scar Sword slashed diagonally and hit the weak point of the Golden Snake Sword qi. All of a sudden, the Golden Snake Sword qi weakened rapidly and disappeared completely. Yan Hui's face looked gloomy. His body flashed, and he quickly came to Lin Xian's side. His Golden Snake Sword stabbed out like lightning. Ding, 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 ding. A series of metal clashing sounds rang out in the air. Balls of bright sparks burst out like shooting stars. Every attack of the two was the tip of the sword against the tip of the sword. It was extremely accurate. The difference was that the sword mark youth was advancing while Lin Xian was retreating. There was nothing he could do about it. His opponent's spiritual energy was too strong. Every time they collided, his arm would go numb. Bang! The two swords clashed again, and Lin Xian retreated a few steps with a gloomy face. If that's all you've got, then go to hell. The young man waved his sword, and the sword light split into 2, then 4, and finally 8 golden pythons, which pounced on Lin Xian. Lin Xian's gaze flickered. His opponent's cultivation at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier was too much of a suppression on him. It seemed that he could only use sword intent. Lin Xian sheathed his sword back into its black scabbard, and his eyes gradually turned cold. Are you giving up? In the distance, someone sighed. Using the cultivation of the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier to resist the fifth layer of the spiritual ocean tier, this is already a miracle. In the darkness behind these martial practitioners, there were two old figures standing far away. One of them was wearing a red robe, and the other was wearing a white robe. They were the two elders of the 1,000 Treasure Tower. Should we save him? The white-robed elder asked. No, his strength should be more than this, the red-robed elder said in a low voice. Look again. Just as the two were talking, a martial practitioner in front exclaimed. He fought back. Indeed, Lin Xian fought back. The sword intent in his body surged, and the sharp sword intent burst out in an instant. Hurricane style. The sword shadow swept out, and 4 green hurricanes dozens of meters high flew out, sweeping the sky and the earth, crashing into the golden pythons in all directions. With a swing of his sword, Lin Xian attacked continuously. He stepped on the phantom thunder step, and his body kept flashing as he quickly approached the young man. Wind thunder pierce. The green sword chi surged as if it had turned into a green dragon. Outside it, golden electric arcs surrounded it, crackling. The great dragon sword mark in Lin Xian's mind trembled, and the sword chi outside his body let out a dragon roar. The golden electric arcs merged into the sword chi and turned into golden dragon scales, which were extremely dazzling. Oh my God! What kind of chi is this? Someone exclaimed in the distance. Sword intent. The young man was moved for the first time, and there was deep jealousy in his eyes. This was the realm that all swordsmen dreamed of, but only a few people could comprehend it. Among the people he knew, only Lin Feng had comprehended sword intent. That abnormal combat strength made him tremble. This person can't be left alive. In an instant, the young man made up his mind. Whether it was him or Lin Feng, they didn't want anyone who had comprehended sword intent to exist. Bang! The wind thunder sword chi was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it attacked the young man. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the strong wind danced. The violent power destroyed the young man's body protection. When everything calmed down, Lin Xian frowned. On the opposite side, the young man slid back dozens of meters on the ground, and there was a deep dent in the ground. Most of his body protection armor was broken, but it still didn't hurt his body. Is this the strength of the fifth sky of the spiritual sea realm? It's really abnormal. Lin Xian sighed. The gap between their cultivation was too big, and he couldn't break the young man's defense. How dare you hurt me? You can go to hell. The young man's face was ferocious. No matter what, he had to kill Lin Xian. In the distance, a group of warriors was shocked. This combat strength was too horrible. In the darkness, the two elders were even more surprised. I didn't expect this boy to comprehend sword intent. It seems that there is hope for the battle of the inscription tower. The old man in the red robe's eyes were shining. We can't let anything happen to him. The old man in the white robe was ready to attack. Let's see what else this boy can do. The old man in the red robe was not in a hurry. Since he saw the strange rune drawn by Lin Xian, he felt that Lin Xian was not simple. Now it seemed that it was true. Boy, let me see where your limit is. On the battlefield, Lin Xian suddenly attacked. The fusion wind movement was silent. Puff. Behind the young man, the air cracked, and a sharp sword chi slashed at his body. A horrifying crack appeared on his armor. It was a shocking sight. However, the young man's defense was too thick. Lin Xian's sword chi could only cut through half of it. Fusion wind movement. Lin Xian threw out sword chi one after another, and all of them flew towards the same spot. The young man was furious. At the same time, he was shocked. If he was hit by 3 sword chi at the same spot, he would definitely be injured. Fortunately, he was not someone with an undeserved reputation. He jumped and dodged 2 sword chi. The young man's body glided in the air, and the shadow of the golden snake appeared behind him. It combined with the golden snake sword in his hand and slashed down. It did not seem to be sword chi, but a real python descending from the sky. Violent and unrestrained spiritual energy came crashing down like a mountain, turning everything below into dust. At this moment, the martial artists in the vicinity all fled for their lives, running far away. Lin Xian retreated quickly and dodged the attack. At the same time, he waved the autumn scar sword in his hand and used the splitting wind movement. The air seemed to have been cut open, and there was a strange shift. The golden python in the air was pulled by an invisible force, as if it was about to be torn apart. Horrifying cracks appeared on some of the weaker parts. Whoosh! The young man ignored Lin Xian's attack and quickly came to his side. Chapter 162. The angle of this attack was extremely tricky, specifically aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. If it hit, even if he survived, he would be half dead. Fortunately, Lin Xian's soul power was strong, and he sensed the danger immediately. Lin Xian moved almost at the same time as the young man made his move. He dodged quickly and left an afterimage on the spot. Puff! The golden snake sword pierced the afterimage and pierced through the air. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lin Xian kept moving around the young man, leaving behind a golden shadow every time. You can't trap me. The young man was as steady as a rock. He pierced through the shadows like a viper. However, Lin Xian's goal was not to trap him. Even if the young man pierced through all the shadows, it was useless. Explode! Lin Xian shouted from afar. Rumble! The golden shadows were all condensed by golden thunderbolts, and they carried terrifying power. Now, with this explosion, everything within a radius of 100 feet was enveloped, forming a sea of lightning. Dozens of figures were blasted apart. Golden waves rolled and swept in all directions. The young man was blown away, and his body was charred. Bang! He knelt on the ground in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled, and his face and body were charred. Brat, you've completely infuriated me. The young man looked cold, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. The sword mark on his forehead was about to be undone, and a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he sensed a fatal danger. His soul power had touched the bronze gauntlet. If something went wrong, he would take action immediately. At this moment, a voice came from afar, and a figure rushed over. Stop! No fighting in the ancient city. This voice was like rolling thunder, shaking the void. When the nearby martial artists heard it, their faces turned pale, and they couldn't even stand steadily. Lin Xian operated his soul power and sword essence to clear the voice. At the same time, he was secretly on guard. Humph! The young man did not seem to have heard the warning and continued to attack. The golden sword light converged into a thumb-thick golden line, which quickly pierced towards Lin Xian's heart. Lin Xian activated the ancient armor on his body with all his might. At the same time, he quickly put on the bronze gauntlet on his left hand. However, before he could make a move, the situation changed drastically. The terrifying golden thread shattered into several pieces in the air. The young man's face was pale as he kept retreating. Lin Xian was astonished. Suddenly, he frowned as he felt an immense pressure. Whoosh! At some point in time, a figure had appeared between the two of them. Purple chi covered his entire body. It was as mysterious as the 9 heavens purple chi. How dare you ignore my warning? The figure only said one sentence, and the sword mark youth opposite him began to vomit blood. Harmonious spirit realm. Lin Xian gasped. To have such power, it was most likely only a person in the 3 spirit realms. He put away the bronze gauntlets and stood there cautiously. The next moment, the purple figure looked at him. In an instant, his entire body trembled as if his soul had been struck. In his mind, the great dragon's sword seal vibrated and turned into a roaring dragon. A warm current instantly flowed through his entire body, allowing him to recover from that uncomfortable state. The purple figure was surprised. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to resist. Just as he was about to make a move, 2 light figures rushed out from afar. Master, please calm down. 2 light figures, one red and one white, rushed forward and bowed to the purple figure. The 2 old men went forward and whispered to the purple figure. In the end, The purple figure snorted. Since it was your first offense, I'll let you go this time. If there's a next time, you'll be killed without mercy.
Yes.
Lin Xian said respectfully. On the other side, the sword-mark youth nodded unwillingly. Both of you have to compensate for the loss this time. In the cities of the Xia, no fighting is allowed except for specific battle stages. In the end, Lin Xian and the sword-mark youth each paid a sum of spiritual stones and watched the master leave. The sword-mark youth glared at Lin Xian with a gloomy expression. Kid, consider yourself lucky, but you won't be so lucky next time. Next time, I'll kill you with my sword. Lin Xian's voice was as cold as the autumn scar sword. He didn't pay any more attention to the young man. Instead, he thanked the two elders. Young friend Lin, we agree to your conditions. Why don't you take us back to the 1,000 Treasure Tower to rest? Thank you, seniors. Lin Xian did not refuse and left with the two old men. The sword-mark youth also left with a gloomy face. The rest of the warriors also left one after another. However, they kept talking about the battle just now. The battle was too exciting. A warrior in the 2nd tier of the spiritual sea realm fought against a warrior in the 5th tier. Treasured weapons, sword intent, and all kinds of attacking methods were endless. It was an eye-opener for them. After these people left, a green-haired man walked over slowly. He felt the aura around him and laughed sinisterly. Then, he blended into the darkness again. Lin Xian followed the two old men back to the 1,000 Treasure Tower and thanked them again. Seniors, I have a request, Lin Xian said. Oh, let's hear it. I wonder if the 1,000 Treasure Tower is heading to the snow-seeking sect. I want to go with you. That's easy. We'll leave in a few days. You can come with us, the red-robed old man said. Lin Xian was overjoyed. After bidding farewell to the two old men, he returned to his room. After closing the door, Lin Xian let out a heavy sigh. Today's battle gave him a sense of crisis. Recently, he had been living more comfortably. After calming down, Lin Xian started to comprehend the Wind Emperor's sword and the Great Dragon Sword print. For the next few days, Lin Xian spent his time cultivating. During the day, he practiced and tried various sword skills. He learned many moves from the two inheritances and perfected them under the guidance of Wine Lord. When he was tired, he drank spirit wine and cultivated the art of longevity. At night, he followed Wine Lord to learn inscriptions. His days were spent very fully. This day was the 5th day since he came to the 1,000 Treasure Tower. Today was the day the 1,000 Treasure Tower set off. Lin Xian went out early to wait. He exchanged insights on comprehending the inheritances with Wine Lord while waiting. These days, he comprehended the Wind Emperor's sword and the Great Dragon Sword print virtually whenever he had time and finally evolved several swift and fierce sword techniques. Among them, the most powerful was the Wind Thunder Dragon Stab. This move, he fused the Wind Emperor's sword, the Great Dragon Sword print, and flying stars from outer heaven. Although it consumed a lot of spirit energy, compared to flying stars from outer heaven, it saved a lot. Furthermore, according to his calculations, this move could break through the defense of a 5th-level Spirit Sea Realm martial artist. One had to know that just a few days ago, he was still unable to break through the sword-mark youth's defense. And now, he had absolute confidence. Just as he was thinking, a group of people walked over from the opposite side. Among them were two old men in red and white, a middle-aged man, and two young men and women. Among them, that girl was someone Lin Xian had seen before. She was that beauty called Wei Wei. And that young man stared at Lin Xian with a flickering expression, a trace of disdain in his eyes. Chapter 163. You're the inscription master that old Xiao and old Bai found? The young man stared at Lin Xian. You don't seem to be much? Lin Xian sighed and ignored him. Instead, he greeted the two elders behind the young man. Greetings, seniors, Lin Xian said with a smile. Little friend Lin, you're here so early, the white-robed elder said with a smile. Kid, you. The young man beside him was livid. He originally wanted to intimidate Lin Xian, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to ignore him. I'll let you know that not everyone can enter the 1,000 treasure tower. The young man roared in his heart. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He didn't want to fight with these people. What he wanted most now was to reach the snow-seeking sect. There's no time to lose. Let's go, the red-robed elders said. The few of them walked out of the 1,000 treasure tower. Lin Xian looked at the 2 chariots in front and was a little surprised. The simple patterns were made of black gold and were the size of a house. The demonic beast pulling the chariot was even more extraordinary. It was actually a 4-headed blood dragon horse. This was a powerful 4th-tier demonic beast with the body of a horse and the tail of a dragon. Its entire body was blood red as if it could drip blood. Its blood was vigorous and comparable to a martial artist in the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. This 1,000 treasure tower is really generous, Lin Xian praised in his heart. This kind of thing wasn't something that an ordinary force could take out. And this was just the 1,000 treasure tower in the ancient city. Lin Xian didn't dare to imagine how powerful the headquarters of the 1,000 treasure tower was. 6 people, 2 chariots. The 2 elders and the middle-aged man sat in the front chariot, while Lin Xian and the 2 disciples of the 1,000 treasure tower entered the other chariot. Pung! After a moment, there was a sound. The bloody horned dragon horse let out a long neigh and dashed out. Its speed was frightening. Lin Xian estimated that at this speed, they could arrive in about 10 days. It was more than twice as fast as him traveling alone. Wei Wei. This is senior brother Lu Yang. The beautiful woman in the chariot said. There was a lot of space inside. Lin Xian and the other 2 each took a side. Seeing the beauty take the initiative to speak, Lin Xian also cupped his fists and smiled. I am Lin Xian. It is my honor to meet the 2 of you. Humph. The young man snorted. Lin Xian's face darkened slightly. He had never met this Lu Yang fellow, but the latter had always wanted to make things difficult for him. Lin Xian ignored him. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to practice the Great Dragon Sword Seal. These days, as Lin Xian continued to comprehend, he finally understood why the Great Dragon Sword was called an offensive saint art, fusing everything, evolving everything. With a sword in hand, all techniques could be broken. Lin Xian could now use the mountain-suppressing hand and lion's roar with his longsword, and its power was even stronger than the original version. Coupled with the effect of sword intent, his attack power had increased by leaps and bounds. Seeing Lin Xian closing his eyes, Lu Yang glared at him. He was a disciple of the Myriad Treasure Tower and a first-grade inscription master. He was a strong candidate to participate in the inscription tower. Just a few days ago, he heard that a kid suddenly joined the Myriad Treasure Tower and wanted to participate in the inscription tower competition. This was a threat to his position. The number of people participating in the inscription tower was limited. There would be a preliminary selection at the end, and only the winner could enter. But this kid in front of him could participate directly. How could he not be angry? I want to see what ability you have. Lu Yang clenched his fists. However, Lin Xian never gave him a chance. After getting on the carriage, Lin Xian began to meditate with his eyes closed, comprehending the cultivation method. He did not have the intention to pay attention to the 2 at all. Lu Yang gnashed his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do. He could not directly interrupt Lin Xian. If he did, the elders would not forgive him. The carriage moved forward quickly as if it was flying. The next day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had encountered a bottleneck, and it could not be solved by comprehending. Putting down the comprehension of the Great Dragon Sword Seal, he took out a cup of spirit wine and drank it, then began to cultivate the art of longevity. A wisp of wine fragrance spread out and floated in the carriage. Vivian and Lu Yang were both inscription masters. After feeling this wine fragrance, their faces changed in shock. Such rich spirit qi. This spirit wine must be of high grade. Vivian blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Xian curiously. At the side, Lu Yang's eyes became even more gloomy. How could this kid have such spirit wine? He could not figure it out and was a little mad. After 2 hours, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The spirit qi in his body was abundant, and he would soon break through to the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm. At that time, even if he met the Sword Mark Youth, he had absolute confidence to defeat him. Junior brother Lin, your spirit wine must be of high grade. You didn't refine it yourself, right? Vivian asked with a smile. How could it be? This was refined by my master. Lin Xian shook his head. Since everyone is free, why don't we test what we have learned together? Lu Yang saw the opportunity and said hurriedly. Sure, I happen to have some doubts recently, Vivian said seriously. Junior brother Lin, what about you? Lu Yang asked. Because Lin Xian was the youngest, both of them called him junior brother. Lin Xian smiled lightly. Sure. Lu Yang was overjoyed. As long as Lin Xian dared to agree, he was confident that he could humiliate Lin Xian. In his opinion, Lin Xian was just a kid. What could he know? Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He naturally knew Lu Yang's intention, but he was fearless. After practicing for so long, he could take this opportunity to test it out. Then the three of them began to discuss, from the beginning of the herbs, pharmacology, to the effects and methods. Lin Xian learned inscription knowledge from Wine Lord, so this content was not difficult for him. On the contrary, he could often come up with some unique ideas, which broadened the horizons of the other two. Vivian's face was flushed red with excitement. She had solved all the problems that had plagued her for days. Lu Yang's face was gloomy. Not only did he not make things difficult for Lin Xian, but he also could not answer some of the questions. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Lu Yang's heart went crazy. Humph! You talk so nicely, who doesn't know these theories? The key to becoming an inscription master is refining. Do you dare to compete? Lu Yang was furious. He swore that he would humiliate Lin Xian. He guessed that Lin Xian must have a good master to be able to learn such knowledge. However, Lu Yang was not willing to admit defeat. He had the advantage of age. In terms of refining techniques and proficiency, Lin Xian was definitely inferior to him. Sure. Lin Xian's expression was still indifferent, not anxious or impatient. Keep pretending, keep pretending. I'll make you cry in a moment. Lu Yang sneered in his heart. His fingers swayed and drew an arc in the air. A shining inscription appeared in the air. The whole process was smooth and there was not a single pause. Good technique. Lin Xian smiled. It seemed that Lu Yang had some skills. He was not a talkative person. Lin Xian immediately made his move. His finger danced in the air. 3 vortex runes appeared in the air, forming the shape of a triangle. It was like 3 blooming lotus flowers. 3 flowers gathering spirit. Lu Yang exclaimed. Lu Yang's eyes were filled with shock. His lips trembled and he could not speak. The 3 lotus-shaped inscriptions rotated in the air, forming a spiritual vortex. Chapter 164. The old man in the red robe opened his eyes in shock. He slowly spread out his soul power to check the situation behind him. When he saw the 3 flowers gathering spirit drawn by Lin Xian, his eyelids twitched fiercely. This kid is really surprising. The old man in the red robe was full of expectations for the upcoming battle of the inscription tower. In the carriage, Lu Yang kept pinching his thigh to wake himself up from his dream. This can't be real. This can't be real. However, reality was like a basin of cold water that woke him up. Finally, Lu Yang let out a heavy sigh. You win. He finally knew why Lin Xian could directly participate in the inscription tower competition. His method was way beyond theirs. Junior brother Lin, can I ask you a question? Vivian blinked her big eyes and asked. Of course, senior brother Lu Yang can also participate, Lin Xian said lightly. He was not a narrow-minded person. Lu Yang was taken aback. He gave Lin Xian a deep look. Then, the two began to ask all their questions. Lin Xian answered them one by one in great detail. Lu Yang was shocked. He thought that Lin Xian was just joking. He did not expect that Lin Xian would help them so wholeheartedly. This made him feel a little embarrassed. At this time, the carriage slowed down. Lin Xian opened the window and looked out. Outside, the wind and snow were drifting. The snow was wrapped in silver, and the goose feather-like snow fell from the sky. As far as the eye could see, the whole world seemed to have turned into a monotonous white. We have entered the snow province. Lu Yang looked out of the window and said, on the snowy ground, the carriage might be slower. this was relative. Lin Xian estimated that even this speed was faster than him traveling alone. Putting down the curtain, Lin Xian entered the state of cultivation again. Half a day later, the carriage stopped completely. We will rest for the night and continue tomorrow. The old man in the red robe and the other two got off the carriage and looked forward. Lin Xian and the other two got off the carriage and suddenly felt a cold wind blowing in their faces. It was as if they were going to be frozen into ice. Fortunately, I'm wearing a bearskin coat. Otherwise, I would have to use my spiritual energy to protect my body. Lin Xian exclaimed in his heart as he felt the cold air between heaven and earth. Everyone found a place to shelter from the wind and snow, and then pulled the carriage over. Wang, the red-robed old man's large hand trembled, forming a formation that enveloped everyone. Suddenly, the cold wind and snow were all blocked outside. The formation was not supported by manpower. The red-robed old man only needed to place some mid-grade spirit stones, and the formation would automatically defend itself. Everyone tidied up the food and prepared to eat. Most of these people were inscriptionists, so they naturally would not mistreat themselves. The middle-aged man flicked his finger, and a furnace appeared. 2 firebirds were engraved on the furnace, and they were surrounded by raging flames as if they were alive. Bang! The half-meter-tall furnace fell to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. A wave of heat spread out, and everyone felt much warmer. Lu Yang and Vivian began to take out the cut demon beast meat and roast it on the stove. The sky gradually darkened, and the snowstorm outside grew heavier. Moreover, the snow at night was not white, but blue, like crystals. Lin Xian and the others began to rest and busy themselves with their own things. Suddenly, everyone opened their eyes. Among them, the white-robed old man and the middle-aged man were not inscriptionists, but their cultivation was the highest, reaching the 7th sky of the spiritual sea realm. The rest of the people were all spiritual tattooists with powerful soul power. At this moment, all of them frowned. This was because they could sense a powerful force approaching them at a rapid speed. Could it be him? Lin Xian frowned, and the figure of the green-haired man appeared in his mind. No, there is no evil aura. He quickly denied it. Circulating his soul power, Lin Xian used purple spiritual eyes and looked into the distance. Soon, his pupil shrank, and he stood up. Wolf pack. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The others also sensed it, and they were all shocked. Among them, the white-robed old man said in a deep voice, "This is the Ice Wolves bandits from the Snow Province. They are extremely cruel. You must be careful." "Can't we escape with the Blood Dragon carriage?" Lu Yang's voice was trembling. "On the snow, nothing can outrun the snow wolves." The white-robed old man shook his head. Figures appeared beside them. It was a pack of snow wolves. Each of them was more than 2 meters long, and their green eyes were like 2 ghost fires that kept jumping. Behind them, there were more snow wolves approaching, but there were people sitting on those wolves. One by one, huge burly men in beast skin coats stared coldly at Lin Xian and the others with ferocious expressions. "We are from the 1,000 Treasure Tower. May I know why you are here?" The middle-aged man stood out and said in a deep voice, "Ha ha, so it's a friend from the 1,000 Treasure Tower. You must know the rules of the Ice Wolves bandits. Leave the horses, money, treasures, and women. The rest can get lost." This group of burly men was very arrogant and did not give face to the 1,000 Treasure Tower. This was a group of lunatics who did not give face to anyone. Even the disciples of the snow-seeking sect would still rob them. So there is no room for discussion? The middle-aged man's voice gradually turned cold. They were from the 1,000 Treasure Tower. No one dared to provoke them outside. So how could they endure this kind of humiliation? There is nothing to discuss. Brothers, charge. With a command, countless snow wolves pounced. The defensive array buzzed and trembled nonstop. Ripples appeared in the surroundings, and it looked like it was about to shatter. Gather together, don't scatter. Everyone, break through together. The white-robed old man said in a deep voice. Rumble. The defensive array shattered, and the wolf bandits rushed in. Humph! The middle-aged man attacked mercilessly. An earthy yellow palm that was dozens of meters tall pushed out horizontally. Everywhere it passed, countless blood wolves and bandits turned into a bloody mist. The power of a martial artist at the seventh layer of the spiritual sea realm was extremely terrifying. "Let me fight you." An angry voice sounded from behind the wolf bandits. A huge, burly man suddenly jumped up, and his long saber slashed down like a rainbow. The saber light that was dozens of meters long cut through the sky and slashed down at the crowd. Air waves rolled on both sides, and the cold wind blew in reverse, whistling nonstop. The middle-aged man threw out a punch to welcome the resplendent saber light and engaged in a fierce battle with the wolf bandit leader. "Hee, who wants to play with me?" A sinister voice sounded, and another wolf bandit at the seventh layer of the spiritual sea realm walked out, holding a blue long whip in his hand and laughing cruelly. The white-robed old man gave some instructions to the crowd, and then went forward. The battle between four martial artists at the seventh layer of the spiritual sea realm was shocking. Just the aftermath of the battle made everyone's heart tremble. Lin Xian and the rest kept retreating. They were already surrounded. "Go!" With the wolf bandits' command, countless snow wolves pounced forward. "Break through them." The crowd didn't want to be separated, but there were too many snow wolves, and they were pushed apart in an instant. Lin Xian pulled out the Autumn Scar Sword and attacked first. He used the Phantom Thunder Steps and shuttled through the wolf pack, thrusting out his long sword continuously. Every sword took the life of a snow wolf. Every sword was fatal and accurate. Soon, dozens of snow wolves fell beside him, and blood dyed the ground red. "Kid, you're looking for death." Chapter 165. The newcomer was very ferocious. His body was covered in flames, and his spirit energy condensed into a dragon, charging towards Lin Xian. The wild blade slashed down, and the blade light was like starlight, shining in the air. A martial artist in the fourth sky of the spiritual ocean realm. "Little friend Lin, be careful." In the distance, the red-robed elder saw this scene and wanted to rush over to help. However, his opponent was very strong, holding the red-robed elder back. Vivian and Liu Yang were also very anxious, but they were also surrounded by the wolf bandits and couldn't get away for a while. Lin Xian's body was unpredictable, and he quickly dodged the star-like blade light. "Don't worry, I can handle it." He transmitted his voice to everyone. "Hee, kid, you seem to be very important." The bald man sneered, "If I kill you, I wonder how sad they will be." This group of wolf bandits was very cruel, and they took pleasure in killing people. Lin Xian had no sympathy for such people. His eyes became sharp, and his body flashed, creating dozens of illusions. This was the power of the Phantom Thunder Steps when he mastered it. Each of the illusions could be passed off as real, and people couldn't tell the real from the fake. The second sky of the spiritual ocean realm, too weak. "Die." The bald man swung his blade, and the blade light that was dozens of meters long slashed out, covering all the illusions around him. Pung 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 pung. With one slash, more than half of the illusions were destroyed. "Petty tricks, watch how I kill you with one slash." The bald man laughed loudly. "Is that so?" A faint voice came from behind the bald man. "What?" The bald man was shocked. He didn't see when Lin Xian ran behind him. "Blade Ring Mountain." The bald man gritted his teeth and roared. Countless streams of saber chi shot out from his body, instantly forming a hazy mountain that stood behind him. At the same time, he quickly turned his body, wanting to cut Lin Xian under his blade. Puff. The bald man was just about to move, but his body suddenly stiffened. The blade that was as cold as autumn water pierced his heart, causing blood to splatter. "No, impossible. How could you break through my defense?" The bald man's voice became softer and softer. Finally, his head tilted and he fell down. Until his death, he still didn't believe that a martial artist at the second sky of the spiritual ocean realm could break through his defense. The power of the wind lightning spike is greater than I imagined. Lin Xian took off the bald man's storage ring and charged into the pack of wolves once again. "Oh, wolf howls rang out, sounding desolate. Everyone turned around and saw the bald man lying in a pool of blood. What? Aguang is dead. Who killed him? The group of wolf bandits fell into a frenzy as they all looked at Lin Xian. It's you, a martial artist in the second sky of the spiritual ocean realm. How is it possible? Countless wolf bandits shouted crazily. In the distance, Lu Yong and Vivian also exclaimed in surprise. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a monster. Brat, how dare you kill a member of our Ice Wolf regiment? Die. A strong man with 2 hammers in his hands was riding a snow wolf as he quickly rushed over. The green wind under Lin Xian's feet spun, and his body turned into a gust of wind, drifting around. His footwork was unconstrained, and there was no pattern to it. Ding, ding, ding. A series of sparks flew out, followed by the dense sound of metal clashing. Countless sword shadows appeared in front of the strong man, forming a sword curtain. Shocked, he used his hammers to protect himself. At the same time, the snow wolf he was riding on launched an attack. Whoosh, whoosh. Its sharp claws were waving, tearing the air apart as it clawed at Lin Xian. Puff. A phantom was clawed and exploded, turning into spiritual power and disappearing. Lin Xian's real body had already retreated to the back. With a shake of his wrist, several 10-meter-long sword chi shot out. Golden snake travel. This was the sword technique used by the sword mark youth, and now it was used by Lin Xian. After comprehending the great dragon sword print, Lin Xian's attacks were varied. The sword chi in the air turned into giant pythons, pouncing forward. Oh! The snow wolf that the strong man was riding on roared, spitting out a cloud of icy mist, which was extremely cold. The golden snake formed by the sword chi clashed with the mist, causing an explosion. The horrifying energy spread out in all directions. In the distance, Vivian screamed. Her sleeve had been cut open. The wolf bandit that she was fighting against was a perverted man. His beady eyes were staring at Vivian's body. Little beauty, I will let you have your fill in a bit. Ha ha ha. The surrounding wolf bandits also laughed maniacally. Shoo. He waved the red spiritual whip in his hand again, drawing a weird arc in the air and tearing Vivian's dress apart. Vivian was terrified. She screamed and kept retreating. Kid, all of you have to die. The strong man stared at Lin Xian and grinned. Humph. Lin Xian snorted. His sword intent surged, and the aura on his body became extremely cold. Shoo. His body turned into a beam of lightning, flying out quickly and approaching the strong man instantly. The autumn scar sword was pulled out quickly, and a dragon's roar was heard. Who? The golden sword light flashed, lighting up half of the sky. Who? Lin Xian flashed his body, passing through the strong man and running toward Vivian. Behind him, the strong man raised his hammers in the air, and his pupils enlarged. Suddenly, a trail of blood appeared in between his eyebrows. Then, blood started to pour out. Boom. His entire body, along with the snow wolf that he was sitting on, died instantly. His body was split in half, and he fell to the ground. Wind style. The air moved, and a beam of sword light suddenly flew out from behind the perverted man. The perverted man who was flirting with Vivian suddenly changed his expression. He released his spirit power, forming a spirit power armor. Boom. The sword light landed on the armor, tearing open a horrifying crack. Hee hee, you can't break it. Before he could finish, the sword light flashed again. The golden sword light surged and attacked like lightning. Pooh! The perverted man's head flew into the air and was thrown far away. The surrounding wolf bandits all backed off crazily. Their eyes were filled with fear. Thank you, Vivian said while trembling. Here. Lin Xian took off his white bear coat and threw it to Vivian. Then, he turned around and roared at the wolf pack that was running toward him. Mad lion roar. The sound wave vibrated, spreading out quickly with Lin Xian as the center. Within the formless sound wave, there was a sharp sword intent, forming a horrifying killing move. Pooh, pooh, pooh. All the snow wolves and wolf bandits that came in contact with the sound wave had their bodies split open, as if they had been pierced by thousands of swords. However, it was not over yet. Lin Xian flashed again and arrived near Lu Yong. Junior brother Lin. Lu Yong was overjoyed. He had seen all of Lin Xian's attacks. As long as Lin Xian made a move, he would be able to keep his life. Shoo! Lin Xian's body flashed as he arrived beside Lu Yong and pulled out his Autumn Scar sword. Wind Thunder Sword Wave. This move was a sword skill that he had created by imitating the Mad Lion roar. Originally, with his strength, he would not be able to create a sword skill. However, with the Great Dragon Sword Seal, everything became possible. With Lin Xian as the center, a ring-shaped sword pattern rippled in all directions. Ripples appeared in the air, spreading out like water ripples. From afar, it looked like a golden ripple. Everything that came in contact with it was cut in half. As the sword was waved out, silence reigned. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.